Fly into a rage.
Now, the question that I'm currently facing is why am I the big image and you're the small image? It should be the opposite. There we go. Nobody wants to look at my stupid face.
Oh, I'm currently not on
Now, the
that.
question that I'm currently facing is why am I the big image and you're the small image? It should be
Bum
the
bum bum
opposite.
bum bum.
There we go. Nobody wants to look at my
We are
stupid face.
live.
Open you, and then we gotta split left, and then we open you, and you are on the right, and then we go, and
copy the
then we
link.
go to subscriptions, and we click on the video that has Thomas the Tank Engine in it, because that's definitely this week, and we turn up the volume, make sure that I can hear me. Left, and then we open you, and you are on the right. And then we go. Just talk. Okay, I can hear you, and I can hear me, and most importantly, I can hear me.
It's true. It's true.
As we know, I'm the most important person here.
It's true. Does it not have the? Does it not
Ba
have
ba
the
ba 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 da ba.
hot dog? Dun, 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 dun. Does it not have the option to do the?
Why are we still hearing you talk from your side?
Because reasons. Uh, evidently it doesn't.
Oh, my baby! That's
Doesn't-
why.
Oh, is it
The reason why is because I'm Bane, and Bane does what he wants.
I'm Bane.
I'm Bane.
I realized what I did wrong.
And I'm definitely cool now, guys.
There we go.
Guys, I'm cool.
I fixed it. I solved the
Did-
problem.
You cut off its balls?
Yes.
That's not very nice of you.
Okay. Whoa, come on, camera. Focus.
Sibilance, duty, sibilance.
Well, go away, that thing. Wait. There we go. Okay. Now we don't have to waste a bunch of time making the things go away. In 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. Please head to artemedia.org to see all kinds of podcasts from our great friends. And if you'd like to start your own podcast, they can provide you with the tools and resources to do so there. So please head to artemedia.org. That's ARETE media.org. On with the show, Jordan.
I am also here.
Welcome to the Spur of the Moment podcast, everybody. I am your host. As always, I am he. I am we. I am them. I am they. I am Justin Spurr. And I'm joined by my co-host, the incomparable Jordan. He's many beings fused into one being.
I am a god.
He's several sandwiches draped over by a blanket. He's at least 2 children in a trench coat.
Or several dwarves.
Or several dwarves. Are you allowed to call them dwarves now?
Now I'm talking like the actual cartoon ones.
Oh, like the 7 dwarves. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay.
Not in an offensive stereotype where I'm talking about a group of actual real life people. Like I'm talking about animated creatures.
That makes
like,
sense.
Fairy tale. Like, medieval time fairy tale.
That makes sense.
Like Dungeons and Dragons, But anyways, we've gone off on a tangent. We were talking about dwarves and how I am several of them. Please continue.
On today's show, we have news. We're gonna do news, and it's the news of which you've never heard. It's there's a Star Fox game, Jordan. A new Star Fox game. We're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about the Odyssey trailer. Ted Turner's dead. Will it would take Tatiana Maslany to come back to She-Hulk? And Ghostbusters news. Just tons of news. All sorts of news. And then later, it came from Amazon. As in the stuff we watched. It was on Amazon.
That sounds pretty Amazoning. Amazing. Amazon. Amazing.
See yourself out.
You understand.
See yourself out.
Well, all right.
And then yeah, that also, but first, and not limited to Jordan, come back. Oh, he did. He actually saw himself out. He's leaving.
I'm back.
He's put on his
I've come.
jacket.
I've come back.
Oh no, he came back. Never mind.
You called me back, and like the mighty demon, I have returned to the room.
Jordan. Jordan, comment response time first, though. Comment response time first. Apparently, Django Unchained and Zorro, apparently they had a crossover comic, and it's apparently quite good.
Oh, I guess that's maybe what this is based on.
Badlands, from commentary, Nick Clinker 619 says, Badlands wasn't great, but it definitely wasn't bad. It felt like it would have worked better as a video game than a movie, like a Ghost of Tsushima, but Predator. Which
I could see that.
I could see that. Sick. That sounds like a sick.
Honestly,
sick
yeah, like that. I kind of agree with that sentiment.
So another comment
might have made it more interesting.
Comment says, I mean, you have to have Resident Evil to be tossed into a Resident Evil movie. So is it like that?
What? I don't understand that comment.
This was on our comment about the Resident Evil trailer.
Yeah, but you need to have a Resident Evil to have a Resident Evil trailer? What does that mean?
I mean, you have to have Resident Evil to be tossed into a Resident Evil movie. So
yeah, what is that? What does that mean? I don't understand.
I don't know.
Person who wrote that comment, I need you to clarify your comment and explain your reasoning in a several-page essay.
Yes.
And we will turn that into a response video where we acknowledge every single point that you make. Or not. You know, maybe we won't.
Music in My Jeans time coded one of our videos at the 50 Shades of Grey, where we were like, how is there a sequel? And I went, I don't know! They really thought that was funny.
Someone responded to that? That's great.
Yeah,
okay.
And
what'd they say?
When they time code, well, it just says, this moment had me. And that when you time code, that means you actually watched the video. So... Thank you. Apparently on our Man of the Year is oddly eerie. Apparently a third-party entertainer actually won an election in Denmark. He apparently ran on a platform of silly promises like the wind in your back both ways while riding a bike. Because he succeeded in getting one of them through, Nutella is in every military ration. He is the only politician to ever keep a campaign promise in Denmark.
Huh. Well, okay then.
Right.
Sounds like that wherever that was, the Rhino Party won.
Right.
You know the Rhino Party, Justin. The one which campaigned on like free hot dogs or something
beer
like
and
that.
Hot dogs for everybody.
Beer and hot dogs, or something ridiculous like that. That sounds like an example of that's what this person did, except they won.
Pretty well.
Good for them.
Jurassic Park is apparently a name based in marketing aesthetics and the sound of the word, rather than strict scientific accuracy. From the first movie, most of the cooler dinosaurs are from the Cretaceous period, but Cretaceous Park sounds horrible, while Jurassic Park sounds cool. I imagine that the franchise kept the name around for much the same reason.
This is a comment?
Yes.
On which video?
Jurassic Park video.
We've done several Jurassic Parks.
The one where you're like, how long before they're no longer dinosaurs?
Oh, the one where where I called them genetic abomination.
Yes.
Right. I mean, sure, they're not all from the Jurassic period, but that's kind of yes.
They're also
within the confines of the universe. Arguably, that's because John Hammond is just arrogant and a businessman. So that makes itself in and of itself.
I think.
But my point was more just that, yeah, they're still not. They're so so beyond what a dinosaur is.
I just think the point was just generally that it was given the name Jurassic Park because it sounds cooler. It was their point.
So.
That's what they're saying.
Right, and what I'm saying is that it doesn't work when they're not dinosaurs.
No, but yeah, their comment is not commenting. It's just a general statement of they imagine they kept the franchise kept the name Jurassic Park because it sounded cool.
Yeah, sure. Again, but I'm saying it doesn't work when they're not dinosaurs.
I mean, all right.
Like if you had a movie about like monsters that were from Monsters Inc. and you put Jurassic Park on it, it wouldn't be Jurassic Park now,
To
would
be
it?
fair, those dinosaurs were the in-between dinosaurs between the final dinosaurs that they wound up with.
Yeah, but they're still not dinosaurs.
But yes, that was that comment, and I think that's it, Jordan. I think that's all the comments. I think that's all of them.
That's it. That's all. There is no more.
That's it. That's all there is. No more. First story, Jordan. News time. So this story isn't really a story. This is another one of those. This another one of these articles where it's like this movie is leaving Netflix, and I want you to express as much confusion as I did when I read this headline to you, Jordan. Chris Pratt's $468 million Batman movie is leaving Netflix.
Chris Pratt's Batman movie?
I did the exact same thing. I went, Chris Pratt has never been in a Batman
What
movie.
Batman movie? I'm guessing he was a side character. He was certainly never Batman.
So we're scrolling down. And it's the Lego movie, Jordan.
That's not a Batman movie.
That's what I said.
It's a movie that has Batman.
That feels like clickbait.
But that's not a Batman movie.
That is a clickbait headline if I ever saw one.
Okay.
Why not just say the Lego movie? That's weird.
Yeah.
That's a weird bait and switch for no real reason.
I mean, it's not even like you were talking about the Lego Batman movie, which arguably is a Batman. That's a Batman movie.
That's a Batman movie.
But this is not.
This is not it's certainly not Chris Pratt's Batman movie.
No, it's a movie that has Batman.
Will Arnett is Batman in that movie.
That's like saying like, a Justice League movie is a Batman movie, and it's like no, it just has Batman.
It has Batman in it. Exactly. Jordan.
Or like saying the Avengers movie is a Captain America movie.
It's not.
It's not. It's an Avengers movie.
So Jordan, they had a big announcement at the Star Fox Direct on Wednesday. They announced that they're making a Star Fox game, a brand new Star Fox game, and I was unsure as to whether or not to include this, but some interesting stuff surrounding this kind of popped up to me. The one of which being that people are mad that this is just a remake of Star Fox 64 with some pomp and circumstance given to it.
So that's confirmed?
As far as I know, yeah.
Okay. Interesting, because it sure as hell looked like it, but I don't. Star Fox is one of those series where it's like I don't actually know a lot about it.
But it was like a lot of people are being like, "Oh, they're just all Nintendo does is remake the same games over and over again," and I thought that was really funny because we've been saying that for fucking years, and every time we say that, it was like ostracization time. It was like. You can't say that about Nintendo. You can't say that they've been making the same Mario game since Mario 64 because
not
it's exactly
just Mario.
You can't say that it's the same Legend of Zelda game since Ocarina of Time. You can't say that because people get no Ocarina of Time. I mean, Breath of the Wild notwithstanding, but even
Breath of the Wild did change it a little bit. Yeah,
it's still basically Ocarina of Time, and it's basic like 3D adventure.
I wouldn't say that Breath of the Wild is. I would say Breath of the Wild is more akin to a full 3D version of Zelda 1.
Even still, it still borrows its how the character moves, what it basically runs like. It's still all just Ocarina of Time because Ocarina of Time is the first 3D Zelda game. Just like every game is just Mario 64 again. I guess the same thing. They're all the same game.
Yeah, well, for me, it's like they have their core cast, and they've just redone the core cast over and over again.
Every Smash Brothers game is exactly the same.
It's not exactly like they're coming out with a fantastic new adventure of such and such character who's not been in thousands of versions of Mario. You know, like
they're all the same. So like it's just
50 Shades of the same gray.
It was funny to me that this was the line. This was the spot where people went, "It's too far." This is the one where this is the one that really bothers me. This is the one because like this game looks really pretty. Like it looks really
it looks
pretty.
Very pretty.
It looks gorgeous, especially for the Switch 2 game.
I'm not gonna say okay. So here's what I'll say. I hesitate to use the word issues with this game, but my feelings on this game are as such. The cutscenes look really pretty, and it looks really pretty, But yeah, to me, it just looks like a prettier version of the N64 game. So why would I waste
Well,
90 something dollars on it?
you're like, oh, the cutscenes are really pretty. The characters are, I'm like actually like getting invested in them, and then it shows the gameplay, and you remember it's Star Fox, and you're like,
You see the
oh,
gameplay, and it literally just looks like what you would play on the
oh, it
N64.
looks slightly prettier. No, I
It looks like a rail shooter.
yeah, but it's, I mean, to be fair, the animation and the art style and the actual gameplay,
Sure.
it's just an
No,
obvious improvement.
the actual gameplay just looks like what's on
Right,
the
but it
N64.
isn't. No, I mean it is that's not entirely fair. It is an obvious graphical improvement, but
Right,
like,
yes, but that's all it is a new and that's the thing that Nintendo does is and this is not new to Star Fox. We've been saying this about all their games for years. All Nintendo does is slap a fresh paint of coat on a car that's existed since the 80s.
pretty well, yeah. Well, I mean, no,
It's the newest model.
90s because obviously
Whatever. No, but I'm talking about like their characters, like Mario. Mario's been
Yeah.
around since the 80s.
But no,
This
I mean,
is,
I mean, 2D Mario and 3D Mario are completely different. They're not the same
Sure,
thing.
but they've got their 2D versions of the games now. They've
Yeah,
got their
yeah.
like this and that. Where I'm saying, like
But yeah,
you,
this looks great until like,
you're arguing semantics. My point is like, okay, you want to compare 3D. It's the same car that's existed since 64.
yeah, pretty well.
It's
Yeah.
the same car that's existed since the Star
It's-
Fox on the
It
Nintendo
looks pretty.
64.
It looks pretty until you realize it's just Star Fox, and you're like,
But
oh,
it's got the same engine under that pretty hood.
It doesn't really look any different. I mean,
No.
some of the multiplayer stuff looks, I guess, kind of cool. Like they brought in like the tank gameplay from Star Fox Assault, and like to my knowledge, this comes out. I don't think it's full price. I think it's coming out cheaper, but I could be wrong about that. But it's coming out within like a month. It's coming out pretty quickly, and I'm like, you're right. I all it made me go was like these characters are so well suited to like other media that I'd much rather watch a Star Fox movie. And they also announced
Like
that,
I think for me,
they announced that Illumination and Nintendo are making that Star Fox movie. So I'd much rather watch that.
yeah, and I think for me as people are not going to agree with my sentiment on this one, but as hated as it was, I would rather see a better version of the one where he's on Dinosaur Planet Adventures or whatever.
The one that wasn't a Star Fox game.
Sure, but I'm saying something.
No, I mean
like that
literally,
is,
it wasn't a Star
no,
Fox
but
game.
but I'm saying something that is actually a Star Fox game, but that's more like that.
Well, I mean,
that's
they had
like
Star Fox
I don't-
Assault, which was sort of sequel to that. Where it was,
I don't want, and maybe to be fair, I'm judging this without ever playing this game. Maybe there are sections where you're not just doing the rail shooter. Maybe that's just all they've shown us.
I mean, there's tank battles that you.
That's
do.
still a fucking rail shooter.
Well, yeah, but to be fair, I like Star Fox is a vehicle based combat game, so it always has to be vehicle based. Like that's
No, it doesn't. They have done a game where they're not.
right, but that
it's
game's not
just
Star
that.
Fox.
And
That's kind of the whole point.
I'm saying, make a better version of that.
It's a
Make a
game
version
called,
where some of the levels you are in space, some of the levels you're in the tank, some of the levels you're on foot.
It's a game called Dinosaur Planet, and it had nothing to do with Star Fox.
Yeah, but again, I feel like you're not listening to me.
No, the parts of it you like are the parts that aren't Star Fox. That's because it's not Star Fox. Star Fox is a vehicle based, and the closest thing you get to what you want is Star Fox Assault, which was a 3D shooter game, which had vehicle combat. That's not what this, but this very specifically is supposed to be a remake. Well, it's a remake, but they're not advertising it as a remake. So, yeah. It's tough. Like I would play this.
I don't care. I don't care enough about Star Fox to really care. Quite honestly.
I wouldn't spend money on it because no, I'm not a big enough Star Fox. Of the two, I'm still more
Well, I
interested.
mean, I couldn't even if I wanted to. I don't have a Nintendo console, so
I do
not
wanna,
anymore.
I do want to play that Donkey Kong game. Like I do want to play that.
Yeah, sure, but not enough to buy a $500 console just for that one game.
No.
Sorry, 2 games because I also want to play Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing: is like, if this were a PlayStation scenario where they had like a free game a month and this was a free game a month, I would play it. It looks fun.
Sure,
But
sure.
Don't want to
But they
pay
don't have
$80 for it. No.
No.
There's no universe where I want to pay $80 for it.
I don't want.
I'll
I
watch
don't
the
want to pay.
cutscenes on YouTube.
I don't want to pay $60 for it. I'd pay $20.
Oh no, the cutscenes are too pretty for 20. That's a $40 game. Like
No, it's not because of the gameplay.
that to me, that's a $40 game. I
not.
$30 I could negotiate down to 30, but it's definitely not a $60 game. But it's not a $20 game. It's too expensive looking for $20. There's no
For me, gameplay, the graphics are what makes it a 20. The gameplay just
no, the graphics are too pretty for
drags
20.
it down.
That's the thing.
I disagree.
No, I mean those cutscenes are way too pretty. They're way too pretty. For a
I
$20
understand
game.
what you're saying, and I'm saying I don't agree.
Yeah, they're way too pretty.
I don't agree because the cutscenes are great, but if the gameplay is not interesting,
but the gameplay looks pretty.
Anything.
The gameplay does look bright. I cannot discount
Yeah, but it
that
doesn't
looks
look
pretty.
interesting, Justin.
No,
it's
but-
just a rail shooter.
Yeah, but some people like rail shooters, right?
Right,
Like,
and I'm saying for me personally,
yeah,
it's not enough.
No, but it's not
It's
a $20
just not.
game. It's not a $20
I don't
game.
agree.
It's not a $20 game. It's not.
That's where we're going to agree to disagree.
I'm not saying it's an $80 game. No, but it's definitely 40. 40.
I think the graphics elevate it to 20.
No.
I'm elevating it.
No.
I think it's lower than that.
No, it's not. Now, if it were a straight re-release of Star Fox, then I'd be like, yeah, you're right. That is a $10 game. But like, no, like if it's a slightly prettier, graphically upgraded version. But this is this is almost a completely different game. Like,
No, it's not.
I mean, in terms
Gameplay that I saw just looked like the
but-
64 version.
But Star Fox is always going to be a rail shooter. That's what it started off as. So expecting it to not be a rail shooter.
Yeah, so I value it
unrealistic.
I value it as less of a game as a result.
Yeah, no, it's not a $20 game.
Agree to disagree.
You are incorrect.
Agree to disagree. That's what I think it's worth.
I mean, you are undervaluing it.
You're overvaluing
I'm not.
it.
I'm correct.
For a
to
game
evaluate
which
it.
you could largely put down and it would play itself because it's a rail shooter.
But it's not. It won't play itself. That's not how rail
will play
shooters
itself.
work.
It's a rail shooter, Justin.
No, rail shooters don't play themselves. Rail shooters are hard. They don't play themselves. You get sliced and diced. There's a reason I don't like them, but not because they play themselves. That is so inaccurate. And no, it look again. Does it look like a full price game? No, it doesn't. But not a $20. Not a $20 game. That is
Agree to disagree.
That is comfortably a $40 video game. 40
No.
because it's if the graphics were worse, then I'd agree with you. If it wasn't as pretty as it is, but the fact that it is pretty, and the fact that you said it looks too good to run on the Switch too, that makes it not a
Yeah,
$20
that's what makes it 20.
But that exactly, that's too low.
It having good graphics, Justin,
low.
is its only selling point.
Too low. You're marketing this. You're valuing it at
Highest I would go is 25.
30.
Highest I would go is 25.
It's easily a $30 game that they would charge.
Highest I would
that they
go is
should charge
25.
40. That's very easily. Again, because it's not even just it's got all the multiplayer in it as well, and it's got the motion capture face filter shit. There's a bunch of packaged shit in there that elevates it to at least the $30. At least 30.
No.
Easily, comfortably 30. Like I would
agree.
because it reminds me a lot of in terms of like value I see in it. It reminds me of those Rabid games, which those were $30, and that was a fair price. Like $30 would be a fair price. Anything higher would be too much. But it's a $30 game that you could value at 40. Easy, hands down, easy.
Yeah, no, I don't agree.
You're wrong. But anyway,
I think pretty graphics are not enough.
but they are though.
They're not. They're not.
They are, especially for Nintendo. Like if it looked like the N64 game, still.
Yeah, but Nintendo has a history of overpricing their games.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying $40 would be overpriced, but that's the correct price to price it at, because that's what it's worth.
No,
It's
no,
worth $40.
30 would be overpricing it. 20 is the correct to label it as.
No, absolutely.
Because all it has is graphics and it has no substance otherwise.
But that's just not right. Because there's people out there who like rail shooters, so it has substance. That's just not a correct assessment. Just because you don't like Nintendo games doesn't.
That's not my evaluation.
But it is. Your price evaluation goes up with that evaluation.
My evaluation is that it has little to no substance because it's just the same game that you could play from the N64.
Because it is.
Yes, it is.
Because the original game didn't have cutscenes. The cutscenes it had were the opening.
We're not
cinematic.
talking about the cutscenes, Justin.
Yeah,
That's
we
what gives
are.
it the value. No,
But we
that's
are.
that's what gives it the value
Right,
that it
but
has.
it gives it a story mode
What
now.
takes away from it, Justin, is the fact that gameplay-wise, which is important in a video game, you're not just watching a movie. Gameplay-wise, it is just the same game from the N64.
Right, and that doesn't. That's why it decreases it from a full price game at 80, because you're coming all the way down to 20, not realizing that full price games are $80. So you're coming down.
Full price games are like $90, Justin.
They're like $79.99 now.
No, they're not. They're like
Okay.
$90.
And you're
Go
still
look on
coming
the
down way
PlayStation
too far.
5.
You're coming down to a number that's unrealistic. That's what I'm saying. Is you can't come down.
I'm
to
giving
20.
it its true value.
No, but that's not the number that it would. Again, you have to come down to a number that's from 89. It's being like it would be valued. Would never be valued at $20. That's ridiculous.
That's not. I didn't say it would be valued. I said that I value it at 25.
30.
That's my evaluation.
30. It's
I'm
easy
not.
30.
I'm not a company. I'm not selling it. I'm
30.
saying that's to me
That is
what it's worth.
That is a $30
I don't think it's worth
game.
more than that because it's the same game that you could play 20, 30, 40,
But it's
whatever
not.
years ago.
But it's not the same
yes,
game
it
to
is.
play. That's my
yes,
point.
it is.
No, because the previous games didn't have a story mode. They didn't have cutscenes. That is added value. That is adding something.
That's what gives it its value. It otherwise doesn't have value because it's the same game that you could play
it's not
years ago.
The same game. That's
yes,
my point.
it is.
Because the same game.
It's just a rail shooter, Justin.
The same
It's
game.
not adding anything. There's nothing new there.
But there is new stuff there. That's my point.
No,
That's
there's
my
not.
point. Is a new story.
The only
mode,
thing
new
that it's
cutscenes,
adding
new
is the fucking story.
And the
That's all it's
multiplayer.
adding.
And the
the story is
multiplayer.
not enough.
And the multiplayer.
Multiplayer's
And
not new.
multiplayer.
They had that in the fucking DS game.
Yeah, but this is online.
It's not new to
multiplayer.
Star Fox.
But this version of it. But regardless, that's why I'm saying it's not valued at a full price game. But yeah, your valuation is too low. Too low. Adding a
that's
story,
what I think. That's what I think it's worth.
adding a cinematic level story mode to a, because I've seen the first mission.
To a rail shooter means nothing.
No, but adding it to a Nintendo game, like that does mean something. Like compared to the bare bones nothing of a
That's
story.
just Samus Other M.
Yeah, but Samus. But that's what I'm saying is giving these characters actual story increases value. It brings it to a $30 game because it makes you want
but
to
the people that
invest
they're trying to peddle it to will hate it. They don't like things like that.
I mean, I don't.
They hated Other M for that exact reason. Other M made it into a full cinematic story. It's not the first time that Nintendo has done it.
No, that's not why
People
people
just
hated that game. People hated that because she's a woman. That's the reason they hate it. This is the consensus on it is odd because I'm like, you're like. Some people are jonesing for it. Other people, it's weird that to me the line is so. I guess it's because the line is so much more specifically drawn for me with Mario, where I'm like, this gives me a reason to care about these characters, and that's enough to make me like. But then it comes down to it. It's still just Star Fox, and I'm like,
it's just a rail shooter, and
I'm not. Unless
to me, that's not adding anything.
Unless you do something, unless you're.
It makes me value it.
But I like rail shooters. So like you like rail shooters.
Sure, I like rail shooters when they are part of a full game.
But this is part of a full game.
I don't know. It's not. This entire game is just rail shooter.
Yeah.
There's no part of this. There's no part of this where you're doing something other. And I consider the tanks to be part of the rail shooter because you will still just be on a line going down a path shooting at things.
But like you like rail shooters. Like you played plenty of them before. So that's
again, yes, when they are part of a bigger game.
I mean,
not when they are the entire game.
Yeah, lots of times. There's lots of arcade
like
games who played where it's
that arcade game is not a full fucking home 3D game.
Yeah, but
it's not a full game.
Yeah, I don't know. You're being. I feel like you're being.
For me, the line in the sand is no. Yeah, in an RV or in an arcade game,
you're being disingenuous.
That's a complete. No, I'm not.
I think you are. Yeah, I think you're being.
No, I'm not. An arcade game is completely different than a game that you play at home with a story.
But you like rail shooters, so I just
again, not when it's the full game.
Giving a rail shooter a story it gives you a reason to play the rail shooter. This wouldn't be the first rail shooter you've. Yeah.
No.
I feel you're being disingenuous about your.
You haven't named any. You haven't given me an example of one that I play at home that has a story that I suddenly care about enough to finish.
Batman.
That's not a rail shooter.
Spyro.
That's not a rail shooter.
Put me on the spot. I'm sure they exist. I can't. I don't know. I'm mostly playing devil's advocate. I don't even really like Star Fox all that much.
No, not really.
I'm gonna. I would again. I would play this if it were a free game, on the PlayStation Network, like the PSN. Like if it were one of those, I play it, and then I'd probably be motivated by the story to get through it, and I push myself through it, because yeah, the cutscenes are that pretty. Like they are that pretty.
I know myself well enough to be able to say I'd play one or two missions, get bored, and probably not go back to it.
I don't know.
And then watch the rest of the cutscenes on YouTube.
I do feel like I'd probably just watch the cutscenes on YouTube. Anyway,
because the gameplay is just not. There's nothing there.
It's just Star Fox. I just can't get.
You either like that kind of thing or you don't. And for me, there are games that are way more interesting gameplay wise that I'd rather spend my time playing.
It's just like loot hoops and circles and.
And you're sitting on a path as the engine makes you go. It's not even like it feels like you're flying.
That like I say I like Galaga. I like.
Yeah, sure. In short bursts, not enough for me to want to sit down and play a full game.
I like shit. There's one more. I do like rail shooters. Like I do.
Again, but those are.
But it's
different.
it's not the whole. Like it's just I don't
It
don't
is the
think,
whole game.
I don't think it's the whole game.
It is.
I'm pretty sure it's not.
Oh, so you're gonna get out and do like a on foot
No,
thing?
but that's not what you're asking Star Fox to be something Star Fox isn't.
I'm asking for Star Fox to evolve, just like I would like all of these series to evolve, and that's why I hate Nintendo. That's the thing that we started this off by saying, is that Nintendo has been doing the same thing since I was a kid, I don't want the same thing.
To me, asking Star Fox to not be a rail shooter.
I'm not asking it to stop being a rail shooter. I'm saying it to not only be a rail shooter.
That would be like
do
asking,
more than just do that.
That would be like asking F-Zero to not be a racing game. You're asking for it to be a thing it's not, right?
I'm asking it to evolve and become something more than what it started off as.
Again, the last time they tried that, it was Star Fox Assault. Nobody played it. People don't want that. Certainly Star Fox fans don't want that.
I get that. And that's why I rate this as lower. Because I think it's worth less.
Yeah.
We're not talking about what would go to market. We're not talking about what other people would pay for. I'm saying that's what I value it as. I would not pay for it if it was any higher than that price. I wouldn't spend money on it. I'd play it for free.
I'm saying what it's worth, and it's worth $40. It's not worth what I would pay for it is nothing. I would pay nothing for it, but what it's worth is $40. It's a $40 package of a game that is not. It's not any higher than that, and it's not.
I don't agree, and nothing you can say is gonna make me agree. So
it's my opinion.
But to be fair, this is not just about Star Fox. I think all Nintendo games are worth less.
Depends. It depends on the game, and it depends on what you get with it. This is a $40 game. Donkey Kong's a $50 game.
It's at best a $30 game.
It's a.
And that's being so am I, and that's being genuine.
Yeah, no, it's a $30 game that I would market 40. It's a $40 game without all the, and then Mario is 50. It's a $50 game. Depending on the Mario game. Like
Mario Odyssey, is 40. This is 30.
Mario Odyssey is a $50 game. But you always have
Mario Odyssey is a $40 game. This is
right. It's a $40 game that you price at $50. You always price it more expensive than what it's worth. So you price it at $40 because it's worth $30, and then you make a $10 profit. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's a $40 game.
Yeah, but I'm not the corporation, so I'm not saying that. I'm saying it should be worth what it is, and it's not worth what you're saying.
Game. That Donkey Kong game is a $50 game because it's at least that game. There's no way that game is longer than a.
We could go back and forth on this forever.
There's no way that game is not longer than a 15-hour game at best, if we're being generous. The Mario Odyssey and the Mario in terms of. No video game's worth $90. Just flat out, full stop. There's no video game on the planet that's worth $90. They're overpriced at that price point. The highest price point a video game is worth it is $60. And that's a PlayStation 3 or PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5 game. And that's because they are high budgeted. That is as much as a video game is ever worth is $60.
I would say the most is 70 if it's like a really good one.
That's overpriced.
I would say the most that it should be is 70 if it's a really good one. But
there isn't a single video game I've ever played in my life that is a $70 video game. There isn't.
There is for me, Kingdom Hearts 2.
The only game that comes that is a Oh, that's tough because it came out in 2007. But adjusted for inflation, that is a $60 game at best. That is not a. That is
I
not
don't agree.
I could maybe $65 if you want to be generous, but and be like, hey, tip your waiters. But no, it is a $60 game. There's no
Anyways,
such thing
the
as
game
a,
doesn't look very interesting to me, and it doesn't look. I mean, it looks pretty, but it does otherwise doesn't
yeah,
look very good.
That's why.
That's my final thoughts on the subject. We should move on to the next
But
story.
yeah, that's why it's a $40 game. But yeah, it's because it's half baked.
We're never going to agree. We should just move on.
It's a half baked idea. Moving right along. The Odyssey. There's an Odyssey trailer. This movie looks bad.
Yeah, it
looks bad.
doesn't look very good. It looks like weirdly serious. They're trying to be realistic.
But then they're not.
Really,
They're not, because then there's the fucking Cyclops in there and he looks goofy as shit. So you're like, pick a lane.
yeah, it really reminds me of I said this off stream, the Moses movie where it's like it's trying to be like pseudo realistic or whatever.
Yes,
and it's
absolutely.
weird.
But then it's not. It's not, because it's got stone angels in the case of Noah.
Yeah, or Cyclops
in this.
In the case of this.
Every single trailer prior to this one has given the impression that this is the realistic telling of I'm Christopher Nolan, and this is the realistic telling of the Odyssey.
That's why I say pseudo realism.
And you're like, what? And then it gets to this trailer and it's like, nah, just kidding.
We're gonna put the Cyclops in. We're
doing all the crazy shit. I'm pretty sure he's talking to Athena at one point. That's who Charlize Theron is supposed to be. I'm pretty sure. She's certainly one of maybe Artemis. She's definitely one of or maybe Cersei. Maybe Cersei.
Athena would make sense if we're following the
Odyssey,
the story of the Odyssey. Cersei also makes sense because she's has a fairly big role.
The Island of the Pigs or whatever, right?
She turns men into pigs. Yeah.
Yes.
I think this is where I often get confused. In some versions of it, I think she's also a goddess.
Cersei's a goddess. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I can't remember what she's a goddess of though, but she's a goddess. She's the reason why Medusa. I believe she's the reason why Medusa is a snake lady. If I'm not mistaken.
No, I believe that's Athena.
Is that Athena? I knew someone made her a snake lady.
Or it might have been Aphrodite's. One of them, Medusa originally looked beautiful, and she fell in love with one of the people that the goddess was also, whichever goddess was also in love with, and then as punishment, said goddess turns her into a snake lady as punishment. That's what my understanding of the
that sounds familiar.
Medusa mythology is. Anyways, this doesn't look very good, is the point.
No, I mean there's points in the trailer where I'm like, oh yeah, there's a little bit of Christopher
It just
Nolan
looks really
Christopher Nolan
dry.
There's a little bit of Christopher Nolan cinematography that I know and love. Like, oh, there that is. I like how that looks, and this action sequence looks all right. It's nice and clean and clear and easy to see. And then Robert Pattinson's like, you're looking for a new daddy, and I'm like, I don't like that. That's weird. What are you doing in this, Robert Pattinson? You're really acting like Eddie Redmayne in Jupiter Ascending. That's who you remind me of in this. Bad. Not good. Not
also
good.
Tom Holland's there for some reason.
Tom Holland is there for some reason.
He's
also Matt Damon's also in there.
He's what's his name?
He's Odysseus.
Telemachus.
Yeah, Odysseus is his son.
Telemachus.
If that's what Odysseus' son's name.
That's what his son's name is, Telemachus.
Character.
I know that because of Epic the musical. Oh my God, where did you go? Oh, you're back.
Yeah, no, it just doesn't.
It really harkens back to like an early 2000s kind of movie.
It reminds me of Clash of the Titans, and not in a good way.
Yeah, or Moses, or any of those. But yeah, early 2000s.
It's not very good.
Is what it makes me think of. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong. Jordan, you saw the last King Planet of the Apes movie, right? Or did you not? I know I did.
Which one's that?
That's the
one where it's no longer about Caesar, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we watched that together in theaters.
No, I definitely didn't watch that in theaters. I watched that on Disney Plus. I'm pretty sure I watched it for the show, and then you also watched it for the show.
The one where there's a part where there's the dam and they open the dam and people get flooded.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you watched it for the show.
I know I watched it. I don't know if it was for the show.
We definitely didn't watch it.
I vaguely remember watching it in theaters.
No, we didn't watch it in theaters. That was one we skipped. I wanted to watch it in theaters, and we just didn't have the time.
I don't know. Either way, yeah, I'm pretty sure I watched it.
They
speak in that one. Some of them.
Yeah, some of them speak, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm almost entirely positive you watched it for the show.
Again, I could believe it. I watch a lot of things for this show. Do you expect me to remember everything, Justin?
No.
God, what do I look like?
But
Some
anyway.
sort of infallible machine that remembers every single thing that he watches? Come on. Treat me with a little bit of humanity, Justin.
I mean, I mostly do. Kind of.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
No, I don't remember everything I watch. I watch too many things for that.
Exactly.
There's only so much room in the human brain.
So, Planet of the Apes, they making a new one?
Yeah, apparently it's not going to be a sequel to the previous one, which is interesting because the previous one was kind of set up that it was.
Wasn't it supposed to it was set up the bridge of between it and the original?
No, it was more supposed to be the beginning. Maybe that I cannot say, but I started saying no, and I was like, there's a chance that might be true. I don't think so, but what I was gonna say was that, to my knowledge, it was supposed to be like the beginning of a new trilogy was the idea. And the main ape character from that movie was going to be like the main guy going forward.
But it wasn't received well enough.
I don't know. They're saying they're doing a reboot and it's going to be from the ground up, and the website says that's a mistake. I don't really understand why. I mean, I thought the last one was all right, but there wasn't anything in there that made me go, this is a mistake to reboot this. I mean, I generally think reboots are kind of a mistake generally, but
So here's my suggestion. For a reboot, I want a reboot where instead of it's starting off in like modern time, like it did with the Philip DeFranco one, the Franco one.
Yes.
I want it to be where it takes place in the future. And like everything is super advanced. They've got like all this fancy technology, and they do the whole Planet of the Apes thing. And by the end of the movie, I want society to have fallen. And then it like sets up and like leads into the world of the original, but now the apes have like more advanced technology.
All right, I'm down for that.
Break the mold, not just have it be where like they're like ancient times or like they're, you know what I mean? Like have it be where it's like Planet of the Apes by way of science fiction.
I want it to be like that episode of South Park with the otter people, but the otter people are ape people.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Come on, let's do it, guys. Sci-fi Planet of the Apes where they've got laser swords and laser guns.
I long to smash his head on my tummy, like a show. We don't usually talk about when people die on this show because it's sad, and we don't do that. And this isn't a person that you'll be sad who dies because chances are you don't know who he is. But I want to mention this story because, for reasons that'll become apparent in a minute, but CNN founder Ted Turner dies. He died at the age of 80-something.
Well, sounds like he had a good long life then.
87?
There's no reason to be sad
87.
for this mysterious stranger dying.
But this is my way to bring up the fact that Jake had mentioned on Toon Talk how they should reboot Captain Planet. Or no, they're talking about Captain Planet, about how kids shows were better back in the day or whatever. And I said they could never make Captain Planet today. And Jake started to disagree with me. And I'd love to hear his take as to why he disagrees with me, why they could never make Captain Planet today. But as if to make my point, a bunch of people online, when he died, were like, yeah, he created Captain Planet. Ted Turner created Captain Planet. Or he was one of the people who created Captain Planet, or was responsible for Captain Planet in some way. But they called it the most evil show in all of existence. And I'm like, yeah, that's pretty well what would happen if they tried to make Captain Planet today. Everyone would just call it woke or whatever. They'd make one season and then it would do nothing. There's no way. You could not do Captain Planet today. It would be impossible. You could never. With like TikTok culture and reactionary culture being the way it is, you could never make Captain Planet.
There's no way you could make it in earnest.
No. Yeah.
Is what I will say. There is ways to make it but not in the
Well,
like
there's
the way that it was. Like you could have it be where it's like
like the Don Cheadle sketch.
the boys style show
Yeah, so the
where
Don
it's
Cheadle
like
sketch.
yeah, where like he realizes that the only way to save the planet is with a solution, a final
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
solution.
whoa! I don't think you can say that. I don't. I'm pretty sure you can't say that, Jordan.
Oh, I meant okay. Anyways,
I'm, I'm pretty
in a
pretty
Don Cheadle
positive.
style.
I'm pretty positive you can't say that.
Oh, okay, sorry.
It's okay.
Um,
I caught you before you said it, so you're not like me,
um,
and you said it, and then I have to bleep it later. I'm pretty positive we can't say that. We can't say those two words together.
okay. You know what I was saying
We
though.
do. We do know what you're
Um,
saying.
in a comedy based fashion where like
Like it would be
it
funny. It
builds
would.
up.
It wouldn't be upsetting. It would be funny.
No, no, but yeah, that's the only way you could do it. Maybe,
Maybe.
but even
Okay.
then.
There's two. I do get what you're saying. I'm giving you a hard time, but
Okay, you've shaken my confidence in my ability to speak.
there's. That's okay.
I am now spending the rest of of this podcast on the back foot, worrying that I'm saying something that will get myself canceled.
Oh, it's okay. I mean, Jordan.
Even though I'm pretty sure I've long passed that
Jordan, I
point.
said red face last week, and
Yeah,
that's
no,
not,
you can't say that.
that's not okay. For sure, you can't say that. But no, there's two versions of that sentence. You couldn't make Captain Planet today. When I say that, I mean you couldn't make Captain Planet today from scratch. Just generally, you couldn't make it today.
Oh no, no.
And I don't think you will ever be able to bring that show back. They've been trying for years to bring back Captain Planet, and I just don't think it's ever going to happen. Ever.
Again, not in the format that it was.
Not in earnest.
Yeah, you'd have to, make it like again. It would
The
kind of have
point
to be
of
the
that show is
boys.
that it's preachy.
It would kind of have to be like the boys, where the Captain Planet character is trying to do the right thing, and like the show directly acknowledges the very people that are saying exactly what they would say, and then he goes and confronts them in perhaps a way that Captain Planet would not typically do.
Exactly.
That's the only way you could maybe do it and be
Exactly.
extremely meta.
Yeah, it'd have to be like really like you could do a oh god, that's good news. I mean, we suddenly have plans to watch more Kombat next week. Watch more Kombat for next week, everybody. Um,
I'll have to read what he said after because I can't do that while we're doing this.
Yeah, you're right. It'd have to be sarcastic, basically. It'd be very sarcastic. And even then, you'd have to be the one version of it I could
spirit.
see. Yeah,
You'd lose the spirit of the
they could do a
original
version
either
of it
way.
where it's like they're all like cynical and adults, and they all hate. Like you'd have
Basically
to like,
Rick and Morty.
yeah, that Rick and Morty episode, yeah, where they all have to get back together for some reason or another. But even then, people are just gonna be like, oh, the problem, no, not to get political. This is the only political.
I mean, the way that you could do it is you have it where each of the Planeteers is bitter and jaded, and basically the very people that would think that the show is stupid
Right.
and pandering.
But they'd have to,
them. You have them reunite, and you have Captain Planet appear and be earnest and be Captain Planet, and changes them back into what they were.
What I was gonna say was the problem with that is you couldn't. Who are the bad guys? You currently have President Captain Planet villain. So like anything that you do in it where they're fighting someone who's a corporation or an evil president, people are just gonna be like, oh, he's just trying to say something about Donald Trump because he's a Captain Planet villain given form. So like
I would have said Superman villain, but the point stands.
Yeah, it's the same shit. Anyone, like you do someone who that guy's this is the bad guy is
he's just the Penguin. He's the Penguin for Batman.
All of them are. Stephen Miller,
Wow.
the fucking Captain Planet bad guy. What's his face? Pete Hegseth. They all are. They're all in there. No, that's not fair. That's not fair. Pete Hegseth is a street shark bad guy. He's a street. He said radical or tubular at some point in his life. At least once. Jordan. Tatiana Maslany. She has yet to say whether or not she's been real coy about what her relationship to that character, and they asked her
What character?
She-Hulk.
Oh,
They
yeah.
they were asking her. At one point, they asked her if she would come back, and she would be like, "It would break the internet if I did." She's aware, Jordan. She's aware. But what she said was,
I mean, if she
depends.
did come back, she wouldn't come back. You want to know why? Because nobody liked her.
I liked her. I liked her. I didn't
No, I meant
necessarily.
I meant She-Hulk.
Oh, I like She-Hulk. I might not necessarily love the show she's contained within, but I like the character, and I like her
Oh
as
no,
the
but
character.
I'm not, yeah, but no, but the show makes the character so unlikable that nobody wants her to come
No,
back. That's why she hasn't.
I completely disagree with that.
That's why she hasn't
I
come
like her
back.
character in that show. They pretty much nailed She-Hulk in that show. It's just people didn't like that it was She-Hulk. But I asked whether or not she comes back. Jordan, what would make her come back? And obviously, it would depend on the relevant subject matter. It would not be. It would have to be something about the world now, because that's She-Hulk's power: seeing what's happening and sort of calling it out. Which I guess is kind of true. Kinda. That character gets lost in a soup of. It's a fourth wall breaking character that is hard, and that's hard to do. And also, they wanted to do like a sexy female lawyer show, but refused to. The that show is confused. It's
Bad. The word you're looking for is bad. That show is bad.
No, that show's good.
No, it's not.
We liked that show. I don't know
No,
why you're yes,
no,
you
I
did.
didn't.
We pretended
No, I
that.
didn't.
Don't pretend that you didn't like that show. We liked that show.
No,
I
I
liked that
very
show.
much remember from the beginning me being like I didn't like it and you calling me sexist.
Oh,
So no,
that's fair. Yeah, that show's funny. That show's good. That's a good show.
I didn't like it.
It's not a bad show. The people who think
I
that are
disagree.
wrong. They just don't understand She-Hulk. That's the big thing. Is that show? If you don't like that show, that tells me
Yeah,
you've
but
never
no, the
picked
thing
up a
that
She-Hulk
made
comic.
that show wasn't the fact that she was able to do the fourth wall or the fact that like even that she was good at controlling the Hulk power. It was the
That's
fucking like
that's her
it
whole
was no,
bit.
it was shut up. It was the I hesitate to use the word arrogance, but I'm struggling to think of a different word.
Okay.
Condescension, the
That's,
condescending attitude that she
that
had.
is what She-Hulk is like. That's just a She-Hulk.
Then She-Hulk is an unpleasant character.
The very first She-Hulk comic I ever read was about her trying to get nude photos away from a paparazzi. Like that show.
That has nothing to do with arrogance.
Yeah, but that's what her character is like. Her character is what you
Yeah,
call.
but there's a way to do
What you call
that
arrogance
without being.
is confidence, and she's a confident character. That's how
I mean,
she is.
it's a fine line between the two.
That character is she.
There's a
that
difference.
show.
There is a distinct difference between confidence and arrogance, and she does not walk that line very well.
People who don't
This
like
version
that
of the
show,
character, I can't speak about the
people-
comic version.
People who don't like that show just don't understand She-Hulk. It's really that simple. Or have never picked up a She-Hulk comic. That's what's frustrating about that. It's always coming from a place of ignorance, of not knowing that that's a fairly standard representation of that character. She was
I mean,
sass.
if that's great and that's awesome. I mean, to me, that just means that the character herself from her comics is not likable.
I mean, but she is like, yeah. If the thing that's frustrating is if she were Deadpool, no one would have an issue with her. It's just because she's a woman. Like, it all comes down to the fact that it's just because she's a woman. If she was wearing red spandex and she were Deadpool, nobody would take issue with half of the shit. No one would say Deadpool's being arrogant. No one would say it's because yeah. It always comes back to people can't handle women with a bit of sass. Who talk back a little bit. It's frustrating. The internet's reaction. But to be fair, what's weird about that show, and this is what's weird about the internet, is people are coming back around on it now, which is very strange. Like, on Twitter, I've seen a lot of people being like, people who didn't like She-Hulk are dumb and lack media literacy, and that's on Twitter. And then that's what it's come back around. So it's very, like, people are, like, all of a sudden trying to be like, Robin Williams isn't funny, like, on the internet right now. It's very strange. So the internet is all about
I mean, yeah, it sure seems like from
swings
what
and
you're saying.
roundabouts.
It sure seems like She-Hulk is now going through the Captain Marvel Captain Marvel effect, where people 10 years later are going back and watching her movie and being like, "Oh, she wasn't awful.
Right, yeah, they're reevaluating because yeah, people can't handle when a woman has a tiny bit of attitude. Um, like I don't like but also, to be entirely fair, we might have to come back to that show because there was shit about that.
There were legitimate complaints that we had. I just don't remember what they were.
Yeah, no, there were legitimate like structural complaints, but they all have structural problems. I don't like what they did with Daredevil on that show, to be entirely fair. I like the fact that it brought him into the MCU, but the use. Anyway, it's not a review of
No.
Of She-Hulk. That comes later. That comes in another episode. That comes when we
comes when we do some sort of Marvel episode.
Yeah, when we do another Marvel episode, which we probably will. Definitely in December because we're watching Avengers Doomsday for your birthday.
Hell yeah, we are.
Jordan, the Tooch himself, Stanley Tucci, he has stated, Jordan, that he is ready for his own Taken-like action movie called Took at 65.
I don't know who that is.
You know who Stanley... We talk about Stanley Tucci all the time, and we do this every single time, and you say you don't know who he is, and then I tell you who he is, I call him the Tooch, and then you pretend you don't know who he is, and you absolutely know who Stanley Tucci is. We do this every
I need you to tell me who he is.
Stanley Tucci is the dad from Easy A. You know who Stanley Tucci is.
Oh, okay.
He's in Hunger Games. We've had this conversation a billion times.
No, I don't know people by name, Justin.
Yes, but him specifically, we've referenced him.
No, I don't know him by name, Justin.
I've made this joke 100
Yeah, and you're
times.
gonna do it a million more. Dance, monkey, dance.
Or I call him the Tooch.
Even if I did know, remember, Justin, we're on a podcast. Other people might not know.
Lots of people know who Stanley Tucci is, but you definitely know who Stanley Tucci is.
Don't have to be a condescending ass.
But yes, he wants to do his.
You can just answer the question.
But you know who he is.
No, I don't.
We've had this conversation on the podcast 100 times, where I have to explain to you who Stanley Tucci is. He of any of the you watched him in a movie this week. You watched the Hunger Games.
I don't know actors by names. You know that damn well.
Yes, but him specifically. We've had this
conversation. I don't know actors by name. You know that damn well. You're starting to piss me off.
I don't get it. We've had this conversation 100 times. Anyway.
And we're going to have it 100 more.
Anyway, yeah, he wants to be in his own action movie. And Stanley Tucci, as previously discussed, is good in everything.
I mean, at a certain point, I'm just going to smile and nod and pretend like I know who you're talking about.
How could you not know? Anyway, he's good in everything he's in. And he would be...
He's old. I don't know if he can do an action movie.
He can absolutely... A Taken-style action movie? Yeah, that's the whole point of those. Is, those are meant for old guys. That's the whole point of those kinds of movies. Is you get an old guy, and then you'd be like, oh, he's a normal old guy, and he's not very good at action movies. And then surprise, he's actually an action guy. You know, like Taken, or there's one that has Bob Odenkirk in it, which is the same premise. Or The Beekeeper, you know, where you think he's a regular guy, but it turns out he's part of the CIA.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, it's one of those movies. You know, he'd be really cool. He's pretty good at drama. He's never bad in anything. He'd be great. Jordan, Billie Eilish revealed that James Cameron had an insane movie pitch for her.
I'm sorry. Did you call her Billie Irish?
Billie Eilish.
She's the Irish person, the Irish bunny. That's what I heard you say.
Oh no, Billie Eilish, the singer.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. You know, the one who's like, I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy.
Sure.
Dun, 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 dun. She's got like.
I know the act. I know who. Yeah, I know who she is.
Billie Eilish. You know who she is. You know who Billie Eilish is.
She's a very prominent singer.
So is Stanley Tucci.
Not by name.
No, he's a famous actor. You should know who he is.
Billie Eilish is the one.
The least of which I've gone. He's the dad from Easy A.
Yeah, well, as soon as you
we talked about Easy A twice.
As soon as you say what he's been in, yeah, I know who he is.
Yes, but I've referred to him by name multiple times.
I don't know who he is by name.
You're breaking my brain, Jordan. You're breaking my brain.
But yeah, Billie Eilish. She's the one that has the green hair and always used to wear the baggy sweatshirts.
Jordan, Jordan, what you've said is upsetting. That you don't.
And she sings.
That I've had to remind you who Stanley Tucci is multiple times, but yet Billie Irish. Now you've got me doing Billie Eilish.
That's what you said
Billie
the first time.
Eilish.
You said you called her Billie Irish.
Billie
That's where this
Eilish.
whole that's where this whole thing came from.
Billie Eilish, the woman whose music you don't even listen to. You know her name?
It's just one of those things that stays in my brain.
Out. See yourself out.
Well, all right.
See yourself. He's gone. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. It's just you. He's not actually gone. He's gonna reveal himself in 3, 2, 1. Oh no, he's actually gone. He's gone this time. He's not coming back. I can't tell him that the secret pitch that James Cameron brought to her to do a movie. Stalling. Jordan, come back.
Huzzah! I was here all along. Also, part of your Broadway world says Stanley Tucci was also in Burlesque.
Was he? I haven't seen that movie. I did that thing where I pretended like I'd seen that movie, but I haven't seen that movie. I've not seen that movie. I thought I'd seen that movie.
And then she says, "Haven't you seen the Lonely Bones either, lol?"
The Lovely Bones. But yes, I have. I have actually.
He wrote the Lonely Bones.
He did not write the Lonely Bones. He's in a movie called The Lovely Bones, where he plays the serial killer, and he is unsettling, creepy, and upsetting. And he's not bad in that movie. He's phenomenal, but he's like a really gross and bad guy. We'll talk about the movie one time. It's upsetting.
So you need to tell me more about this Billie Eilish, Justin.
Yeah, apparently Billie Eilish is working with James Cameron on her concert movie. That was all build up. That was all build up to basically be like, it's for this concert movie called Hit Me Hard and Soft to tour live in 3D. Which, like, who cares?
So it's just a Jonas Brothers concert.
Pretty well, or Hannah Montana, or
Hannah Montana,
or Taylor Swift.
Whoever.
Although I will say the Taylor Swift one did crazy numbers, like crazy numbers.
She part of your Broadway world says, "Is it the Lovely Bones? I always thought it was the Lonely Bones."
That is
lol.
the Lovely Bones. If we're talking about the same thing. Where he's the
it's a deeply
killer,
unsettling movie.
Then yes, it's The Lovely Bones. Lovely Bones. Starring Saoirse Ronan, I think. Pretty sure. I've seen it once. It's really unsettling. It's one of those movies that makes me go, when you do a certain kind of violence on screen, you don't need to show it. Hinting at it is bad enough. Interesting. So apparently Netflix, I think we talked about this before. I said, you were like, oh, they're making a new Ghostbusters animated movie. And I said, I'm pretty sure it's a show. And he went, no, it's a movie. Yeah, it turns out they're doing both. Because apparently they're doing a Netflix show, an animated Netflix show. And you're wondering, Jordan, is Dan Aykroyd involved?
I assume he's not.
He is. He's an executive producer.
Oh no, I meant like in an acting capacity. I assume he's not.
Being that he's an executive producer, I would say that makes it. There's a chance.
I mean, sure, but he's old, and I assume he's too tired to do it.
I mean, this is an animated series. He just has to.
I stand by what I said.
I mean, I could see that. I mean, he did Frozen Empire, and that movie is apparently bad. But I could see him having enough old person energy to rock up to a voice acting booth.
Like he's like what, 90 now?
No, not 90.
I genuinely don't know.
I want to say he's in his 70s.
So like, he's basically dead.
Yeah, but I mean, being a voice actor doesn't require much effort.
Yeah, but he's still like
physical.
Old.
Oh, he's 73. Wow, I was close. I said
yeah.
I said 70s. Jordan. Avengers Doomsday Director gets surprising answer to huge Spider-Man question. Want to guess what the Spider-Man question is? Oh yeah! I saw this pop up. You want to guess what the question is?
Is Andrew Garfield coming back to do Doomsday?
No, that wasn't the question.
And he said yes?
No, that wasn't the question. The question was, does Tom Holland's Spider-Man, Peter Parker, blame himself for Uncle Ben's death? According to one of the Russo brothers, he does not, which is dumb and
I mean,
incorrect.
then he's not Spider-Man. So
Right, but also
his entire
that's
reason for being Spider-Man is because of Uncle Ben's death.
well, I mean, no, the whole reason for being Spider-Man is because he got spider powers. I know it's splitting hairs, but technically speaking, Uncle Ben's death does not motivate his desire to be Spider-Man. It motivates his desire to be responsible and to use his powers responsibly.
To which my argument would be, until he uses his powers responsibly, he's not Spider-Man.
Well, again, again, not to be pedantic, but technically speaking, no, that's not true. He still calls himself Spider-Man, so he is in name. So
Right,
I want to say in spirit,
but
he's still technically
but
Spider-Man.
again, to be pedantic and really, go on technicalities here. When he is the wrestler, the Spider-Man, he's not Spider-Man. He's not Spider-Man the hero. He's not Spider-Man the vigilante. He doesn't become Spider-Man the vigilante until he accepts that with great power comes great responsibility, and that is because of Uncle Ben's death.
I don't necessarily think that's wrong. What I will say is they're wrong because, yeah, I'm pretty sure in Civil War. Okay, because it's them trying to reconcile the idea that he doesn't say the phrase "with great power comes great responsibility" and is not motivated by it until later when Aunt May says it. So they don't want to contradict the fact that Aunt May is where he gets the idea to say "with great power comes great responsibility." So they want to be like, "Oh, he didn't get that idea from Uncle Ben." Well, that is demonstrably not true because Peter Parker says in Civil War, he says, "When you do the things that I can do, and you don't do them," something to that effect. You don't
do them to the best of your ability. People get hurt.
Bad things happen. That's with great power
Something
comes
like
great.
that. Yeah.
That's a rephrased version of with great power comes great responsibility. So he is clearly, whether or not he is motivated by Uncle Ben's tragedy specifically, he's motivated by some tragedy, and Uncle Ben happened to die. So and Uncle Ben is a character in that universe. Like you see several hints towards him existing. So whether or not he feels personally responsible for Uncle Ben's death or not, it still motivates him to be Spider-Man. So that is incorrect.
Yeah, I mean the thing is that
what he has said is wrong.
Uncle Ben exists, and Uncle Ben raised him. Regardless of if Peter directly blames himself for what happened to Uncle Ben, Uncle Ben was still very much an influence in Peter's life.
Right. So the sentiment,
yes,
he's still impacted by Uncle Ben. So that's just you're wrong, Anthony Russo. You said an objectively incorrect thing. You should feel ashamed. Feel bad about yourself.
Unless you're gonna reveal some big secret that we don't know about.
Right. Now we're gonna cut that. Jordan, here's a question for you. Robert Downey Jr. had said he shared his thought on the idea of social media influencers becoming the stars of the future. Quote, during an appearance on the Conversations for Our Daughters podcast, and he said that it is absolute horseshit that that influencers will become future stars, which is arrogant old media attitude. That is just fundamentally not true. Influencers and YouTube stars and TikTok people, social media people have just as much star power as a celebrity. Like a great example of that is there's a clip of someone taking a picture of I think it was Michael Pena with his camera, and he didn't know who he was. Right? He didn't know who he was, didn't recognize him. And if you want to be being a celebrity or being famous is about getting stopped on the street, influencers get stopped on the street. They get recognized all the time. So what is they make?
What is your metric for star power?
Right, exactly.
Because if star power is notoriety or being recognized, then Call Me Chris gets recognized just as often on the street.
I would have gone
as a Chris Evans, for example. But if star power is based on money, for example, then sure, movie stars have more star power. But
I don't necessarily. I'm gonna throw your name example that you threw at me for Apprentice. I would argue that Mr. Beast is probably more famous than a number of quote-unquote traditional celebrities. Like, I guarantee you Mr. Beast is a more recognizable... Logan Paul is a more recognizable household name than probably Tom Hanks to a lot of people.
I think it depends on your age demographic, and I think that's the important distinction here. Is I think if you're, I'm just gonna throw a number out here, 30 or younger, then Mr. Beast has more star power than Tom Hanks.
You'd be surprised. Like, there are times where there's people who know who Mr. Beast is. Like, I'm not talking necessarily being a fan, but knowing who he is.
But we're talking in generalities, though. Like, you know, the average person.
But I would say,
and what I'm saying is the younger demographic have a higher chance of recognizing him than Tom Hanks, whereas, like, for example, my mother would have no idea who Mr. Beast is, but she would know who Tom Hanks is.
Right, but there's a number of celebrities she knows who we would have no idea. That's what I'm saying. Is yes, they
sort
are
of arbitrary. Is kind of my point.
They are stars. Like whether or not you are familiar with them, Robert Downey Jr.
Well, that's where I say
fucking tower doesn't mean that they don't have the star power that you do, just in a different way.
That's where I say it depends on what we're quantifying as star power.
I mean,
if we're talking about pure recognizability, then no, yeah, there's I mean, some of these TikTokers have 500,000 followers.
Right? It depends.
They certainly, I constitute that as star power.
Right? They get free shit.
500,000 people that would pretty much do anything for you.
Right? Exactly. Right? Like those people who have, not even, but the people who have millions of followers, yeah, they have as much star power as you do, Robert Downey.
But like, if the what we're defining as star power is what truly is power in this world, which is wealth, yeah, the TikToker that has 500,000 followers doesn't necessarily have $500,000.
No, might not, but there's a chance that they do. Like,
no, but my point is that on average, a lot of influencers online do not have the same financial availability that someone who is in a multi-million-dollar movie does.
No, well,
that's just facts. So if that's what you're quantifying as star power, which I don't.
No, it's not.
But if that is your barometer for star power, then okay, traditional media currently has a stranglehold.
But
true.
Those billionaire celebrities.
That's just objectively true.
They don't really exist. I guess maybe that's his overall point. They just don't exist anymore. Like, you don't have your because people see that ivory tower and they're sick to death of it. The celebrity, I think my issue with comments like that is it's once again an example of fucking old media arrogantly standing over the top of new media and not acknowledging the power that new media has.
Absolutely.
It's being like, yeah, like. To be fair, it's TikTok to YouTube is like that as well, where YouTubers don't respect TikTokers. He's old. But
that's where I say
he's
it has a lot to do with your age demographic as well.
He's old money. He's old media, and
he's 50 plus.
He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand new media, and he doesn't understand that new media still has more power than old media does. Like, no, not everybody is going out to the movies, but everybody's watching YouTube, right? Like, a YouTuber has more influence over the people than you do, Robert Downey Jr. He doesn't want to accept that. He's in his 60s.
61. So yeah, I mean that's because he's old.
Oh, yeah,
he's stuck in the way of the past.
Old media. He's old media. Like that's what movies like he's the theater star being like the talkies aren't going to catch on. Like, he's gonna get left.
I don't know that he's quite that old, but I get your meaning.
In terms of this moment of media and entertainment,
transitionary
media and entertainment is movies, television. All those guys like refuse to acknowledge the existence of YouTube as a viable media outlet, and it is. And that's what this is. This is a man stuck in the past, not seeing the potential of ecosystem is what the word I was looking for. He doesn't see the potential viability of that ecosystem, and he's wrong. He's flat out wrong. Like I say, I guarantee you, if he's a bad example because he's Iron Man. But if you took like a reasonably famous, I'd say B-list level celebrity, and you showed it to like a someone in their 20s, and then you showed Mr. Beast, chances are they probably even like a 40 to 50-year-old would know
Emma
who
Stone.
Would know who
like
Mr.
if you
Beast
took an
is.
Emma Stone,
she's a little too famous. I couldn't.
Yeah, but I still think that she would lose to Mr. Beast.
But to be fair though, there's a really great video
On average.
of Jennifer Lawrence going out onto like I think it was like Sunset Boulevard for like Jimmy Kimmel bit, and half the people didn't recognize her. So like, who knows, right? Who knows the tenuous relationship that exists between the famous and the not famous, the lifestyles of
The
the
haves
famous,
and the have-nots.
the haves and the will-nots, the thems and the theys,
The lovers, the dreamers,
and
and
me.
you.
That's the news. Jordan, hit me with the news theme.
Ba, 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 ba.
Oh, that was it? I was expecting a bit more.
Short and sweet.
Ba 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 la la da circus ba da da la afro
Nope,
circus
nope,
circus
nope,
afro,
you've done
circus
too
afro.
much.
Polka dot
Polka dot, bro.
Today's show, as always,
Is brought to you by the letters F and U.
we want you to go and support Wild Education by going and subscribing to their YouTube channel or checking out their Facebook, where you can directly donate to them, because taking care of animals is expensive, and man, they're going through some stuff right now. They need your help. They always need your help. They always need your support. We want to help support them by telling you to support them. But also, today's show is brought to you by, every once in a while I like to shout out one of the podcasts on the network, and today we're shouting out the Average Intelligence podcast, because I was on there week before, and I'm going to be on there again this week. We're going to talk about Princess Mononoke, I think, assuming that Eric doesn't end up showing up there. He doesn't come on. But anyway, they're usually on Wednesdays. You can go check them out. They're slightly political. Sometimes they talk about movies, television. They're just generally two cool guys, Eric and Jake, on the Average Intelligence podcast.
Yeah.
Check them out. On today's show, the second half. We're into the second half, Jordan. Jordan, hour and 15 minutes. That's what time we're at right now.
This show is an hour and 15 minutes.
No,
Dun, dun!
we're currently in an hour and 15 at an hour and 15 minutes.
All right. I understand. What you're trying to say is we need to blindingly speed through the rest of this.
Yes, and give no attention to any of them. No, Jordan. Here's what I'm thinking.
We start with Invincible.
And then we end with The Boys.
That sounds like an adequate plan.
That's what I figured you'd say. So yeah, today's show is. You saw the title.
That one over here.
It came from Amazon. So everything that we're about to talk about
is Amazoning. Amazoning.
The point is, it's on Amazon Prime. You can find it on Amazon Prime. I assume most all these things are currently still on Amazon Prime. I cannot say if they are or not.
When you watch this 3 months from now, this might no longer be true, but as of today, here and now, these are on Amazon.
The stuff that are Amazon originals will probably remain. Some of the other stuff I cannot say. First thing, we shared two things because we wanted to, because I wanted to not have to worry about spoiling it, and I knew Jordan wanted to watch this.
Ooh, firepower!
This is going to be a fairly traditional review of Invincible Season 4.
I also refreshed myself by watching Season 3, but, not everybody can be as awesome as me.
Yes, and look, okay, I said this to Jordan when I started off of this. My perspective on this is slightly different, because I'm watching this for a thing, and I need to get through it. So, like, when I was originally watching this show just for fun, the episode lengths weren't really all that bad. But when you're trying to get through a thing, all you can notice is, like, the sections of it that are badly paced and just awful. Like my biggest thing, like any one of these shows, is the episodes are too long and there's not enough episodes. The episode where
Spoiler alert, by the way.
oh yeah, we're spoiling the shit out of this. But the episode where Invincible goes to hell, the infamous episode where Invincible goes to hell that everyone hates. I, for the most part, like that episode. We're gonna jump around a bit.
I didn't hate it.
Everyone fucking hated it. Everyone hated it.
The part where they're falling in the pit, and I can't remember the character's name. The one with the helmet keeps Darkseid or whatever. Keeps looking at him, and the helmet comes. and the helmet comes off, and then he looks forward and it comes back on.
Yeah, but that joke goes on for so long. It goes on for too
it goes on
long.
a little bit too long, but it still had some moments in there which makes me laugh. Like,
Also,
why do you keep doing that? Doing what? Every time you turn to look at me, the helmet goes away because it looks cool, or because talking is difficult. And he's like, you really think I couldn't hear you? I mean, I didn't make this thing, but like, why does it do that? I don't know. It goes
yeah,
on
but it goes on for too long.
it's still funny.
It's funny, and it's clearly a crack at Marvel, but it goes on for and in a show that it's also okay. Number one thing about Invincible generally is it's cheap as shit. It looks cheap as shit. It is cheap as shit.
Oh, there's definitely large
And-
swaths
and
where they will do tricks, and you can tell that it's to save a buck.
Oh yeah, that's one of them.
We'll touch on a few. That's one of them.
That's one of
the
them.
one the one where, and this was another joke which I found hilarious. But in the episode where it focuses on Nolan and Alan, and it keeps cutting to Nolan is trying to sleep.
Yes, it's funny, but it's a still image. It's
it's
single
just a
still
still
frame
image.
image. Yeah. Yeah,
But that's another example. But I think that's an example
that
of
joke
it
is
doing
funny
that
though.
well.
That one works. Yeah. The problem is there's too many of them.
Or where it keeps cutting to Alan and the girl, and it's the shot of the ship from the outside, and they're supposed to be playing video games, and all you see is the still image of the ship from the outside.
Yeah, absolutely. But the problem with Invincible is not so much that because we're going to talk about another show after this. The problem isn't so much that it uses shortcuts to cheap animation. Every animated show does that. It you have to. You don't have a choice. There's so many of them, and they're egregious as fuck. Like they're so egregious, where you're like, and this season noticeable, like distractingly noticeable. And there's not enough. Like the thing about season 3 is we're not here to talk about season 3, but season 3 has that conquest fight, and that conquest fight's beautiful. It's gorgeous. It's a gorgeous piece of animation.
Yeah, but I think this one has
good.
a few. See, like in the later episodes, has some fights with some of the other Viltrumites, which I think are also really good. So.
I just don't think they're as good as the conquest fight. I think the conquest fight is up there. I mean, the best fight in the show is still the Omni-Man one from season 1, but
yeah,
that's pretty close. But that all having been said, Thrag is phenomenal. Like, he is legitimately scary. His fights are great. He's a chilling fucking villain.
And I like how it's an interesting touch, and I like how his outfit is red like Nolan's was.
Yeah, right? I like that. That's pretty cool.
I think that's a nice touch.
The big thing with Invincible that makes it hard for me...
Because it makes me then retroactively go like, so okay, did Nolan, when he gave the costume designer dude, when he gave him like the notes on what he wanted, did he specifically base him off Thrag because he knew how intimidating it looked?
Maybe, yeah, it's certainly possible.
Like, was that in the character of Nolan's mind? Was that like a specific choice or just a weird coincidence?
My big thing with Invincible, the thing about Invincible from the get-go is I watched this show after I watched The Boys for the first time. And so your brain automatically goes to, well, this is clearly a parody of Marvel and DC. Like this character is definitely Hellboy mush with the Question. This guy Superman, Dark Claw or whatever is clearly Batman.
Or such and such character is such and such character.
And you think they're parody and it's supposed to be satire, and it's not. Like that's the thing is Invincible is just its own. It's from its own world, and it's from its own comic. I think it's Image Comics. So they have their own universe, and like so a lot of characters that show up.
That doesn't mean that it's not homages or it's not giving tribute to other things.
It's not meant to be interpreted that way. It's not meant to be unlike The Boys, which is very definitely satire. This is not supposed to be, but because its proximity and its existence on the same streaming service, I think early on it kind of got that. At least for me, it had that. I kind of gave it that characterized, and it's not. I saw someone say it's basically like Superman meets Dragon Ball Z, especially the fights. The fights are very Dragon Ball Z coded, and I was like, yeah, I could see that. Like this show is very much like the epitome of you'd be surprised by what you could live through.
Yeah, I don't know. I still think that it is maybe not intentionally. Maybe they didn't mean for it to be, but I do think that it is an homage to both Marvel and DC.
I know it's like it is, to be fair. Invincible,
again, maybe it wasn't intended to be, but it is.
Invincible is an old comic. Like that's the thing that I didn't
Yeah.
like it's
So
like
is Marvel and
no,
DC.
but it's not meant. It's meant to be. It's like I say. It's more equivalent to being like you've got Marvel, you've got DC. I guess you could be like in DC there are characters who are meant to be. It's as much of a take on a version of a thing as like a DC doing their own version of Spider-Man, for example. It's not directly meant to be a
Well, yeah,
parody of.
which they've done.
It's just
Like
a
that's the thing.
coincidence. It's not intentional.
Marvel. Sorry, my mic is cutting out. Marvel has done their version of Superman.
No, I know,
Like,
but it's not.
absolutely. And so that's where I say maybe they didn't set out to be doing like homages to those characters,
That's
but
my
what the product that they ended up with is an homage to other characters.
my point though is that unlike The Boys, which is very directly satire of specific superheroes by design, my brain made that connection. So like I thought of this less than I do now, which I'm like, no, this is its own universe with its own set. Tech Jacket, for example, in the comics, has their own comic run and their own run of comics. Same thing with there's another character I can't remember, but there's another character in there as well that they Invincible started off as a character in their comic, and then he got his own. Technically Invincible is a spin-off
Right.
of a.
But what I'm saying is like in the Guardians of the Globe, for example, and with the original ones of them, there's the one that has the hammer, which is just Thor.
Right,
You can't make a character that's exactly like Thor without people comparing it to Thor.
No, yeah, but you're missing the point though. My point was when I first started watching this show, I thought of it only as I thought it was like The Boys, where it was, and the thing you learn early on when you watch this show is it's not meant to be a parody of, it's meant to be its own thing.
Right, but I'm saying that it is still an homage to the original thing.
You're not listening. You're missing. Yes, I understand that, but you're missing the point. It's not meant to be. It's not meant to be read that way. So what I'm saying is, I
feel like we're just going around in circles.
I initially read it that way, and as it's gone on, and I've learned more about Invincible the comic, the more you learn that no, its connection to other superheroes is coincidental at best. And that's what makes this interesting.
Maybe in the beginning I would believe that, but especially in the comics, there's a point where he literally meets Spider-Man.
Right. But that's what I'm saying.
And I believe he also off panel or whatever, he also deals with the DC universe. So no, at a certain point, the creators were very aware of what they were doing.
No, but you're missing the point. The point is,
I'm saying in the beginning maybe you're right, but no, at a certain point it is a parody of those things.
It's not a parody. That's what I'm saying. It's not. You're missing. Unlike The Boys, which is very specifically a parody and meant to be a parody. This was not intended to be. It's meant to be its own story. He's his own character. It's sort of like being he's a Dark Horse comic character. I always thought of this as being a parody comic, and it's not a parody comic. So they all these. This was my point of my way of being like, these characters have their own comic book runs. That's what was interesting to me. Is so you think of Tech Knight, oh, it's just Iron Man. Well, Tech Knight is actually its own character and wasn't created to be a parody of Iron Man. It's a parody of Iron Man. It's just its own character, and that was interesting to me. Where it's oh, okay, I thought of this initially when I first started watching this. I was like, oh no, it's just meant to be another parody. It's just The Boys. It's just another parody of Spider-Man or of whatever. And as you watch it and as you read it, you're like, oh no, it's not just that. It's quite a bit deeper than that. Where was I going with this?
I don't know, but I think I don't agree with you. It is a parody, and it's meant to be.
But it's not.
But it is.
If you listen to Robert Kirkman, the creator, it's not meant to be a parody. At least, certainly I could believe it's homage, but it's very specifically not satire of. It's not satirizing.
I mean, they literally just made evil Superman. So.
But he's not evil Superman. He's completely.
He is evil Superman.
He's nothing like Superman.
An entire. The Viltrumites are an entire race of. They're just evil Kryptonians. They're Krypton by way of General Zod.
Robert Kirkman actually hates Superman, but they are very specifically not. That he doesn't have remotely the same skill set, strengths, or weaknesses. Like, yeah, he punches really hard, and he's almost invulnerable, but they can be killed. They can be killed. B,
So
they
can
be
Kryptonians.
but they can't be gutted. At least not Kryptonians on Earth. They don't have the same skill set whatsoever. The only
Right,
remote,
which is why I'm saying it's not 1-to-1. He's not making Kryptonians, but he is making a creature which is very definitely based on Kryptonians.
No, he's not. That's the thing.
He's made a guy who wears red, flies around with a cape,
he doesn't
has
shoot
super
lasers,
strength, and sure as hell acts like a Kryptonian.
He's not. The entire point of Omni-Man is he's supposed to be the opposite of Superman. He's nothing like Superman. Like, that's the whole point to him. He's not like to compare it. If you were to compare Homelander is Superman. Like, yes, he's a parody of Superman. He's a satire of Superman. Omni-Man is his own character that just happens to have a cape and fly. You are making that association to Superman because
and I'm saying Superman, they did that intentionally.
They didn't do that intentionally. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying to you. They did not do that intentionally.
I don't believe you. I don't believe the person who said that.
It's just, you may have. He's a flying superhero. He borrows qualities and
he borrows qualities and aesthetics from Superman.
No, but he doesn't borrow aesthetics. His costume looks nothing like Superman.
He has the crest on his symbol or on his chest, just like fucking Superman does.
No, but he doesn't. He doesn't.
He does. And he has an O on his chest, just like Superman has an S on his chest.
Viltrumites, nothing like they don't have the same weaknesses, same strength. Like if they're weak to a rock, yeah, but. Robert Kirkman very specifically has
Again,
said
you're splitting hairs.
I'm not,
man.
though. I'm not.
You are.
Robert Kirkman has said very specifically that they are not based on... In fact, I'm going to Google this right now.
I'm sure he did, because he doesn't want to admit that that's what he did.
Well, no, because if he was, he would say... Most people would be like,
because otherwise, he's got the Guardians of the Globe, which has a Batman character, it has a Wonder Woman character, it has a Thor character, it has a Superman character. Yeah, but they designed the characters so that you would do that.
Coincidence. No,
it's not.
Coincidence.
No, it's not. There's no way that it's coincidence, man.
Coincidence.
No.
It's coincidence. Pure coincidence.
No, it's not.
But
it's
anyway, season 4 of Invincible, that one where he goes to hell. It's 55 minutes long. It's too long. What was the other bit? This is me stalling, trying to remember the other bit I wanted to say.
I don't find that the episodes are too long. I never once found myself watching them and going like, man, this is painful. Whereas when I watched The Boys, I did.
Oh, The Boys is also too long. But this is, to be fair, this is not long by much.
I don't think
it's funny because like, I'm not going to say this about another thing I'm going to talk about. It has nothing to do with the fact that it's animated. It's the type of show it is. No animated superhero thing needs to be longer than 30 minutes. Like, just flat out, full stop. This doesn't need to be longer than 30 minutes.
I didn't have a problem with its runtime.
Like the best example of an episode that...
Because at least it was fun.
Right, like it's fun to watch and it's enjoyable, and when I'm in it, I'm like, but it's like just in terms of pacing, like the best example of like one of the worst paced episodes in the season is the one where after Invincible gets rocked by Conquest, and it's Nolan and Oliver, and they're saving Mark. They're taking care of him. That's an entire episode. That should have been a 20 to 25 minute episode, and then it ends with Mark getting better. Like the thing about that episode is Mark gets better, the episode ends, and then it just keeps going for another 15 minutes. Like the entire battle for when they attack, when Mark and Omni-Man and Oliver just happen to show up on the planet to save the day. That's an entire episode. That battle should have been an entire episode of a 30-minute show, and it would have been much better. Like, it kept cutting away from Oliver and Omni-Man. Nolan kept cutting away from Nolan to cut back to other people, and it was just to make the episode longer. Like, there's so many of these episodes where it's like the one where they go to hell is an exact example of that bit where he falls goes on forever. And the episode could have been 5-10 minutes if you chip here and there in these episodes.
I mean, sure, there's definitely ways that you can trim it down, but what I'm saying is I don't think you need to. For me, whether or not I think a show is too long is by whether or not I am having fun and whether or not I'm enjoying my time watching it. And there wasn't a time in these shows that I didn't enjoy
Right.
watching it.
But I have
Whereas
to
with a show like The Boys, that's a slog.
that's not a metric for me though. Like for me, it's I'm being objective and I'm like, how is the pacing of this? And yeah, and a lot of the episodes of this show, like don't get me wrong.
I mean,
they're
that's
not-
your opinion,
They're not.
Justin.
They're not all. They're not all.
You're not
bad.
being objective. That's your
But I am-
feelings and your opinions.
Like, I'm
on
having
it.
fun when I'm watching.
I'm also being objective,
No, but
and I had a good
but-
time with it.
But I'm being objective in the sense that I'm like, despite my enjoyment of it, just objectively, there's moments in the show where it drags. Where there's scenes where it drags. Like if I had to watch, there's episodes where there's multiple agonizingly long musical montages of Invincible.
See, that's
looking
where
sad.
I just think your ADHD is coming out. You can't sit still long enough to watch it
because
all.
like, again,
I didn't have any issues with it,
like
man.
there's like 3 or 4 different scenes in this season of Mark randomly flying around set to uplifting music, and it's like, yeah, you could cut this. It doesn't add anything. It doesn't.
I mean, yeah, you could, but you don't have
that's
to.
That's me being cold, being like, yeah, for the sake of animation, to not
That's
waste
your
time and
That's your
budget.
ADHD,
It's not my ADHD.
kicking in, and you not wanting to sit through an additional scene.
No,
Yes.
it's me being
There's
being
nothing wrong
cold.
with that.
No, it's
That's just
no,
that's
it's not
what you
it
do.
is, though. It's not what
It is.
because there's
Because I didn't have any problems with them.
because
So.
what, yeah, but you have to admit that some of these episodes that
Like
they,
I
that
said,
they
yes,
said,
you can.
they drag and they said they drag and they
think
said
that you could cut,
absolutely
but I don't think you have to.
for the sake of making like
You could,
like
and it might even make it stronger.
the show
But with what we got,
the show
let me finish. With what we got, I'm satisfied.
the show would be much better if it were.
That's your opinion.
Hold on, let me finish. The show would be a much better show. It would be a much better, stronger show if it were. How many episodes was it? 8 episodes. If it were 12 episodes and they were 30 episodes apiece, it would just be paced way better. It would be a much more enjoyable show. It'd be much easier to get through.
I mean, that's your opinion, because ultimately the thing is, if it was 12 episodes versus what it is in terms of time, you'd end up with basically the same amount anyway.
yeah, but it would feel less like my again. I think there's a lot of episodes. There's a lot of that one where they're on the planet healing is it undercuts the slower moments by having you cut away from it. Like it would have been a better episode if it was purely focused and it was shorter and it was just focused on Nolan and Oliver and it was a quiet and it allows for that because as it is, what happens is you have all this excellent narrative breathing room to allow you to focus and get to know Nolan and Oliver's relationship and focus on that relationship, but it keeps cutting away to there's so many episodes where scenes with irrelevant characters go on for a fucking eternity. Like
I didn't have any problems with it.
The bit where it's the chick from space who has the staff who Invincible ends up defeating easily and with no effort. She has intro scenes that go on for like 2-3 minutes, that go on forever. That are you're like, who is this character?
Because it's supposed to set up that in terms of everyone else, she's super powerful and she's hard to defeat, and it's supposed to counterbalance with the fact that Mark could crush any of them, but he doesn't want to be his father. He wants to maintain his human side, but he's constantly being put in these positions where he can't do that. And it's over the course of the series, we see how it weighs on him emotionally till he finally gets to the point where, spoilers, in the last episode, the Viltrumites and their leader are like, we're going to be here and you're going to leave us alone, or I'm going to murder everyone you like. And in order for him to get to that point that he wants to be at of normalcy, he's willing to compromise everything. So that's why they have to have those build-ups, is so that it shows the position that he's in. But I don't have a problem with that. Your ADHD is making it so you can't sit there.
No, it's not. It's not that. It's the introduction sequence of this character it's giving her motivations and background and all this stuff. Who cares? Just do a short little scene where he fights her in the fucking power plant, and then he struggles not to kill, like a better version.
I mean,
of
that's your opinion.
But that's what I'm saying, is it makes this show. Yes, this is obviously my opinion. We're doing a review. That's a stupid thing to say. Obviously, it's my opinion.
You get antsy at me when I give my opinions, so you shut the hell up about that.
But it's my opinion.
Like, you constantly come at me with, oh no, you're wrong. What you're thinking is bad. What you're like, and I'm like, that's my opinion. You're like, well, your opinion is wrong. I'm gonna say it. Your opinion is wrong, Justin.
That's not wrong.
The show is fine the way it is, and you're wrong. You're the wrong one this time, Justin.
I just don't think it is. I just
doesn't feel very nice when someone says that. Does it?
Just don't think it is. I just think the show. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's your opinion.
It would be much stronger if it were shorter.
And I think it was fine. I think unlike The Boys, I don't think it drags.
But it absolutely drags. There's so many scenes where it goes on, where scenes like, and it's not like, it's individual scenes that go on for like 2-3, and it's like, again.
I get what you're saying. I don't agree with you.
But you do agree with me, because you said I was right. You said it does drag. Like, you just don't want to admit it.
There's points where I said, like, there's points where, yes,
like hell.
There's points where you can make edits. Every show has points where you can make edits to make it stronger. Absolutely, that's not wrong.
There's no way.
What I'm saying is, when I'm looking at the product that we got,
it suffers from the fact that
I think it's fine.
It suffers for the fact that, like,
you can make edits and you can make it and do it. But ultimately, it's fine.
Or like the episode where like, there's just certain episode where it's like, who gives a shit? Like the best one where it keeps cutting back to the fucking crime boss guy and the Asian dragon guy, where I'm like, who gives a shit about these characters that we're never gonna see, like, that we see once a year for an episode that nobody cares about? Like, and you could tell that a lot of these episodes, like, okay, this is an individual comic book issue, and it's one issue, and it works. You always say this: it's what works on paper doesn't necessarily work on screen. And this is a show that's an example of that, where it's like, then when you devote no time to like there's times where Invincible is just gone for huge chunks of the show for characters who don't matter, who disappear, or like you don't get enough with other characters, or like, why are you wasting time on this one random side character who you see for a 30-second scene when there's no time devoted to the Guardians of the Globe? All I'm saying is if we parse this out and we split out all the irrelevant non sequiturs that the show likes to do, and we turn them into actual episodes, and we actually did once again a proper, like, I don't want to say 20 episode season, but at the very least a 13 episode season, and like, we allow these characters room to, like, breathe. I just think it would be a much better show. I think it would be.
I mean, I don't inherently disagree, but my thing is that at this point we're in season 4. It's too late for that.
I mean, I don't think it is.
It is. It's too late for that. You can't suddenly do proper seasons with actual flowed out and like fully thought out character plans.
It's bizarre because the pacing of the show is both breakneck. Like, that's why I'm saying is there's not enough episodes, and the episodes are it's bizarre. It's the only one of these that's like, there's not enough episodes, and the episodes are too long, so they feel really ADHD. Like, where it's like. Or there's episodes where some of the fight sequences, you're like, okay, do I really need to watch a guy disembowel a guy for a really long time again? Like, it does kind of get a little repetitive. Let's talk about the shit I like, though, because I have been overly negative. I really like the fight.
Yes, you have.
I really like the fight with Dinosaurus. That one's fun.
That was fun.
It's too violent. Though I will say it's too violent. I know, like, I'm not the guy to say that.
The fight or the show?
The show. Like, there's points where I even went, dude, it's too much.
I mean, yeah, but that's supposed to be the point.
Yeah, but, like, I don't know, like, even okay, I'm gonna move on in a bit because I want to compare it to another show which I think is a better version of this. I don't think the violence is impactful, because there isn't enough of it, but it hits a point of getting gross. So, like, the bit where spoiler alert, and this is gonna be gross, where also the characters take so much damage it becomes unbelievable, and it kind of ruins stakes. But like the bit where Conquest is like ripping out Mark's guts, like it goes on for too long. Like where I'm like, dude, I get it. You're tearing out his guts. It's unpleasant.
Yeah, but it does lead to a joke which I think is funny, where after Mark kills him, where it's at the end of the episode or whatever, and it's like zooming in on Conquest's grave again as the music is playing this really intense, like he's gonna come alive, and then it just pops back out and
he's
it's
just dead.
He's actually dead this time.
Maybe think of Dragon Ball Z abridged where it was like, no, Daddy needs you. Daddy needs your guts. Stay in, Daddy. Stay in, Daddy. Also, if I were making the Invincible abridged, I'd do a joke where it shows Thrag, or they're talking about Thrag, and they're like, how are we supposed to beat this guy? And he appears, and he goes, that's the neat part. You don't. That'd be fun. That'd be a fun joke. Also looking into the future, Invincible fans for season 5, because I suspect that's coming in season 5. Don't be weird.
What?
You don't get that, I'm guessing. I don't want to spoil anything for the comics in case you care about being spoiled. Just don't be weird. You'll get that later. I'll tell you what it means later.
Okay.
Because it's gross, and we've already talked about disemboweling people.
Right. Okay. All right.
Jordan, you have anything else you want to say about Invincible? Oh yeah, sorry. The episode where they go to hell is filler. It's by its literal definition filler. It's filler.
Okay.
It's just
is that bad?
Well, no, that was it. No, I don't think so. I like filler. Like that's the thing. There's a lot of people who are having this discussion online where they were like, "Is that episode filler?" And then people who are getting defensive, who like that episode, were being like, "No, it's not filler. It is filler. It's filler because it's not."
Why does filler have to equal bad? Filler means literally you're filling in the corners of a universe and expanding it and making it better.
Well, it's just more in the sense of like. If
expanding it and making it better.
If you're using the phrase filler in regards to manga, and a filler arc is an arc that's not from the manga, it's not from the original comic. So it's by its literal definition filler. Whether that's just a purely, I know that has connotations of being a bad thing. It's purely a neutral thing in this case. I actually like that episode. So for the most part. The only thing I didn't like about it was that it was 55 minutes long. If it were 45 minutes long, 40 minutes long, I feel like if Invincible were 40 minutes, but like a consistent 40 minutes, then I probably would be less harsh on its runtime. Because truly, the 45 minutes didn't feel terrible. Like there was a couple episodes where it was closer. It was like 47 minutes. It was closer to 45, and it was like this feels like a good length. And that transitions nicely into my next thing. I think I'll go next.
I did find it funny how the one dude, the one guy who's leading all the good people, who is also secretly a Viltrumite. I find it funny how he's Optimus Prime.
Yeah.
And he's like, Alan, I need you to murder all the Viltrumites. And I'm like, oh man, classic Optimus Prime wanting to murder his enemies.
I like the conflict between because it's you're like, yeah, man, they're space Nazis, and I'm not really pro genocide, but it kind of seems like he's right. But then
they were an unstoppable force, and they maybe had to be dealt with appropriately.
Right? But like by that same token, no, genocide doesn't feel cool. So like it doesn't feel good to be like, I think we should wipe out this race of people from existence. It doesn't feel cool to do that.
It's a real existential crisis, and I appreciate that in a show.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I like this show. I don't have a problem with the runtime. I think that some of the episodes could use a little refinement? Sure, but overall, I had fun. I didn't like the younger brother.
Oliver? He's
a
teenager.
Like
he's going through his
annoying.
He's going through his angsty phase right
now.
Yeah,
and he's annoying. He's annoying. I haven't liked him since he showed up. He's overconfident and cocky, and I find that annoying in a character, considering the fact that on multiple occasions he's almost died, and he's still cocky and arrogant.
Yeah, it's a little weird. Like, he got his shit rocked by fucking Conquest and last year, and this year he's like, hey man, we killed you, we did nothing. We did nothing.
It was Mark and his magical girlfriend who
Right?
did this.
Right?
You almost got torn in half, you little shit.
Yeah, who
Maybe
just
you need
shit
to
almost
learn. Maybe
immediately rocked.
maybe you need to learn a little bit. Like it'd be different if there was like even the remotest hint of like he had learned a lesson, but he is still exactly the same amount of arrogant,
A
and
little
it's
bit, yeah.
irritating.
Yeah, a little bit.
And that's my
Um,
biggest, quite frankly, more than the run times. That's my biggest complaint with this season
I look,
is
I
that
have
he has not learned any sort of lesson.
my thing about the run is it's just it's minor. It's like it's not even like I'm like I know I said 30, but honestly 40. 40 if these episodes were 40 minutes, like an even 40 minutes across the board, I would probably be less critical. But yeah, there was just certain episodes where I'm like, I need to watch The Boys and this is 55 minutes long for no reason.
Like to the point where when Thrax like chops his arm off and like lobs him into space or whatever, and I'm like, oh damn, they realized nobody liked him and they killed Oliver.
Not
And,
yet.
and then he survives, and I was like,
He's got to do some bad shit first
should
before he dies.
should I be disappointed that he survived?
I feel,
Does that make me a bad
It's a
person?
funny thing because I just don't think they're ever. I don't think they're gonna finish this comic. I really don't. I think it'll get canceled before that happens. Jordan, I think I'll go next.
Oh, oh, okay.
Because I want to talk about. I want to make a comparison to, and it's a thing you like. Um, so all of the stuff I said about that show having been said, the next thing we're gonna talk about is the Mighty Nine.
9.
Mighty Nine. And Jordan, I need to say a bunch of stuff and ask a bunch of questions, and I need you to let me ask my questions before you interrupt me.
So I will warn you, I might not remember as well as you need me to, because there is a lot with the Mighty Nine.
Perfect.
It is
No.
it is a there from what I remember anyway, it is longer
It
than
is.
no, I don't mean this show, I mean the original content.
The campaign, you mean? That's
Is-
fine. I
yeah.
don't need you to remember everything. So, okay. So to start off with, this is the Mighty Nine, number one. Cue the trailer. The number one thing with this show is I wanted to go into this as clean as possible. I wanted to know none of the characters. I wanted to know none of any of the story. I wanted to know absolutely nothing. I wanted to go into this as fresh as I possibly could. And the difference between going into the Mighty Nine and Vox Machina is I knew who was who. So I knew, for example, that Travis Willingham was Grog. I knew that Sam Riegel was Scanlan, so on and so forth. I knew roughly a little bit about Vox Machina. I know nothing about Critical or about Mighty Nine. General
Which is
thoughts
funny
about the
because
show?
I've definitely talked to you about it before.
Oh, for sure. But I know Jester because I know what she looks like, and I know
General
her-
disposition.
I know, yeah, sort of. Because I've seen, I know that people really dig her. I've seen people who cosplay her. That's kind of it with the characters from that campaign. Other than that, she's the only character I knew from that campaign. And the other. So I guess general thoughts of this, spoiler free, is I really like this show. Like, I really like this show. Like, I really, really, really like this show. I would go so far as to say I like this show better than Vox Machina by like a lot. I think it's, and I would go even farther to say I think it's a better show than Vox Machina.
It absolutely is because
just
they
narratively
they did a lot of retuning with the story, with the campaign and the story,
Just-
to make this work better as a show
just the difference between
by design.
in Vox Machina, I very much felt like I was coming into a story in motion. I didn't get to know. They didn't do any legwork to introduce you to the characters, who they are, what their relationships are to each other, why they even like each other in the first place, why they're hanging out, and they don't do any flashbacks or anything to flesh out those characters and the relationships between them. The thing about the Mighty Nine that's really cool is the first like 3 episodes, and a negative quality to this is it's a short season, so you're midway and you're like, okay, now we're just kind of figuring this out, but each of the first kind of episodes is devoted to 2 characters, and each of these characters pair off. So it starts off with the Goblin, not the Brave, and Caleb. They're the first 2 characters you meet.
Caleb Wintercast.
Yeah. and then it's
Jester and Ford.
Jester and Ford, and then it is
Bo is on her own for a while,
Bo
but I
is
think
on her own.
she ends up pairing up with Caleb at a
Yeah.
certain point.
So because we get to develop this relationship, the team, the relationship building of the team, I feel them building as a team. And it makes me relate and connect with these characters better. So I like these characters better. Also, their motivations and backstories are fleshed out and done. It's also a beautifully. I think it's because I watched it after watching 8 episodes of season 4 of Invincible, which looks like unwashed ass. And I said that to Jordan the other day, and Jordan said, "Jordan, just you said it funnier."
Um, I don't remember what I said.
Oh, Jordan said, "How dare you say something that is so cruel but accurate?"
Oh yeah. How dare you say something that is so cruel and yet so accurate, or something to that
Because
effect.
it is a gorgeously. The action sequences are beautiful. They're fluid. They look good. They're clean. They're easy to see. There's not like a shit ton of cuts. It's not trying to hide shit. But that having been said, there
Yeah,
are
you can
moments.
you can tell that the Critical Role people really put their love into this. Yeah.
Chef's kiss. Just pure. Not even the writing, but just the pure look of it is beautiful, and it absolutely cuts corners. There's so many moments where Ford looks off model, horrendously off model. There's a lot of episodes where he looks bad and off model. There's a lot of moments where characters look small and off scale and look bad. But this show does such a better job and less flagrantly obvious version of hiding it. Where it's like, yeah, it's like once a frame in one episode. Like, it's not like every other episode. It's not like an Invincible where, like, randomly a street lamp is the size of Invincible for some reason. Even though Invincible is standing right next to it. It doesn't make any sense. This doesn't do that. This looks brilliant. So a thing I wanted to do is I have questions. First thing I want to do is I want to take a stab. And let me guess first before you tell me I'm right. Or it's no, I want to guess one at a time. You can tell me one at a time if I'm right. I want to guess because when I was watching this, I don't know what classes they are. So I part of the fun of this is watching it and trying to figure out, okay, which class are they? So I want to guess, and you're gonna tell me if I'm right or not. We're gonna start with the obvious one. Bo's clearly a monk.
Yeah.
Bo's a monk. Not the Brave is a rogue.
Yep.
Not the Brave is a rogue. This is where it gets harder for me. Caleb is a wizard.
Yeah, I believe he's a wizard.
He's a wizard, right? Not a mage, but a wizard, because those are different classes.
Mage doesn't exist. There's sorcerer and there's wizard.
That's it.
Sorcerer is when you are born with the magic. Wizard is you are learning it, and it was a big thing with his characters. You remember I mentioned he had to go into stores? It's because he had to get paper so he could write down new spells.
But well, he's okay. I know that wouldn't that make him both then? Because within the narrative of
he's a wizard.
He's a wizard in the actual gameplay, but I'm just saying in terms of the narrative though, if you say that a sorcerer is born with it, he's technically born with it.
Yeah, in terms of maybe in the narrative it's just
But
I think in
wizard.
narrative they wanted the wizard school and the wizard stuff that he went through to kind of feel more like Hogwarts, where you're born with it and then you go study.
Yeah.
But in terms of functionally within the game, the idea is supposed to be wizards are studied. They learn how to control the magic.
I guess meant in terms of like mechanically, he's a wizard. Like that's what his class is. Okay.
He is a wizard.
Who am I missing? Oh shit.
You have done
Talison's character.
Talison's character. Take a guess. You won't get it, but take a guess.
He's an artificer.
No, he is what was it? A blood something. Blood magic.
Oh yeah, that's where you were like, because you did it was a version of you did it, and it was the witch hunter.
Yeah, it's kind of a version of that, but it's the blood something. Blood hunter, I think is what he was.
Yes, I remember that. I remember this because you did do a version. Because when I went artificer, I guessed artificer earlier, and you went, that's interesting because you played an artificer at one point. So I
did play an artificer, but that's an official class. Whereas when Taliesin played this, the one that he was playing, the blood hunter, again, as far as I know, wasn't official.
Interesting.
It was a homebrew class.
The only one I can't figure out. I'm going to put a pin
Also, the reason why I say that it's hard for me to say exactly what Taliesin is because without getting into specific details, he won't always be playing this character
Oh, interesting. That makes sense. I can see that. That makes sense. Um,
without going into details.
so Ford is the one I couldn't pick. I couldn't figure out. The entire time.
Yeah,
I couldn't figure out.
that's because from what I remember in the show,
Well,
they don't really. Let me just real quick. They don't really get to a point where it becomes obvious what he is.
So my guess is he's a paladin, like a dark paladin, or either a paladin or a cleric.
So okay,
Because he's got
okay.
a hold on, let me give you my justification. Because he's got a what's the word, deity that powers his powers, that he gets his powers from,
So
or a warlock, maybe a warlock, paladin, warlock,
no,
warlock.
Warlock.
Interesting, because the reason why I kept going paladin was because he's
At a certain point, he multi-classes though, and without going into details, what he multi-classes as is, I believe, paladin, warlock.
well, yeah,
So
because
it's funny.
the sword made me
So
go paladin.
it's funny that you say sword comes from the warlock part.
That really, the sword comes from the warlock part. That's fascinating.
Eventually,
I
at
would
a
not have
certain
guessed
point,
warlock.
he gets a different blade, which does come from the paladin half. But
Interesting. The only reason why I guess warlock is because he has an attachment to a dark master, and that so I'm sorry, Jester, I forgot about Jester. Jester's a cleric, right?
yes,
Yeah,
she's
yeah,
her cleric class is arcane twister,
Yeah, I figured.
trickster, from
So
what I remember.
is the fact that the traveler, like they're doubting whether or not she exists, is that part of her character in the campaign?
Absolutely.
Interesting. Do you find, like, I thought it was
Yes,
interesting that he
you
was
find out.
real.
Yes, you find out more about it, and I'm not going to tell you anything else because I'm very interested to see exactly what they do in the show, and B, it's funny and that it's not something I want to spoil.
My guess is, I think I don't think he's actually a god. I think there's some what's the word I'm looking for? I think there's some trickery happening there. I don't know. Their relationship was odd. That was an odd reveal where it turned out he was real. Oh, that's interesting. Oh yeah, I'm spoiling the end of the show. By
Again, I don't want to. I'm not gonna make any comments, even though there's
Um,
one that I could make, which would be kind of a hint, but I'm not going to.
Didn't love the ending. It didn't. The season didn't so much end as it just kind of stopped. Like,
I don't remember how it ends. It's been a while since I watched it.
they wind up with the okay. That's another thing. Ashley Johnson is clearly playing a barbarian. That's really obvious.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
here's a thing that I'm gonna glean from these episodes, and you're gonna. I'm curious. Did she not show up for a while? Like, was she not there for a while? Because it's interesting to me that the team is fully formed. They're the Mighty Nine, and then she. It's so weird. It's weird that she's in the theme song because she's.
This point,
well, hold on. Let me finish my question. Because it's weird that she's in the theme song because she's only in the show twice. She's in like two episodes, and she's in like a minute-long scene each, and that's it.
So it's at this point that I have to tell you something, Justin. This show is drastically different than the source material. Drastically. So you know how you said that it's nice how in this show they take the time to give you the background and how they met and the introduction of all the characters, and there's episodes where you kind of see where they came from. That doesn't happen in the original. In the original, they start in a tavern. They're all sitting together except for Caleb and Not, and they meet in a tavern. That's how they meet. So all that background, all those episodes where they come together, where they find each other, that's entirely new for the show.
Including Ashley Johnson.
Including Ashley Johnson. Ashley Johnson. So you know how they go to the carnival?
Yeah.
She worked at the carnival.
Oh, interesting.
She was a bouncer at the carnival, and so early on in the Mighty Nine, she was busy doing other shows, and so Yasha would just fuck off. Like she would just go off on her own and fuck off for a while until the next episode that Ashley Johnson could be there, and then Yasha just found us again somehow. No matter where we are.
She's basically
to do away with that narratively, it just made sense to just do her
So,
differently.
so she never stops doing that. She fucks off for multiple weeks and isn't there. Shit that she does in campaign one.
At a certain point, when she finishes the show that she was on, then she stays constantly.
Oh, interesting, interesting.
But up until that point, no, she was busy, man.
Because
She had a
like
career.
Pike is the same way. Pike fucks
Yeah.
off for long periods of time, and then she just happens to show up again.
And so narratively, when they were making this one into a show, they were like, basically, they were like, well, we're already taking the time to introduce like characters in a different way. We're bringing characters in early that weren't there. We're bringing in characters late were there right away. They clearly were like, well, we'll just have her show up in a different way.
Yeah, it's just weird to me because again, she's in the theme song, and the theme song would indicate to you that she's a major character, and she's
Oh,
not.
she is a major character.
I know, but she's not.
She is.
She's
Not yet.
Not.
But
In the show, she's not.
Right, but I'm saying in terms of like.
Oh yeah,
the
I know.
direction,
She's
she
Pike.
absolutely
She's
is.
a major character in the group. I'm just saying in this show, she's in like 2 scenes. Like that's it.
Yeah.
I always kept waiting for her to show up. I was like, who does? Because I kept
Yasha.
skipping the theme song. Because I didn't want anything spoiled. I didn't want to know who was playing which character. I just wanted to be able to guess, based on vibes. And like I kept being like, who's Ashley Johnson's character? Who's Ashley Johnson's character? She's not in this. When is she gonna show up? And then she shows up as the Widowmaker, and she's a fucking badass.
Orphan Maker.
Orphan Maker. That was it. I mean, is it not the same thing, Jordan? When you get down to it.
Yeah. Who could
But,
say? Who
but
could
these
say?
characters are so funny because, like, yeah, they kind of are just really just direct responses to their previous characters.
Oh, did you ever end up going back and watching the scene with Jester and
no, I completely forgot to do that. I have to do that.
Oh yeah, I'll have to show you that after.
But yeah, they're pretty direct. Like you could tell.
Forward.
Like for example, like Ashley Johnson got sick to death of getting fucking dinged on clanging around in armor, so she created a barbarian where she could just, it's just easy. You just slice and dice. It's nice and easy. Or like,
Marisha Ray got tired of managing all her spells and just wanted to punch things.
Right. She got tired of playing a soft-spoken character who was easygoing, so she wanted to make this character rough and tough.
A bitch.
The twins. That's the twins' least favorite character is Bo.
I can understand that.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny when you're
To be fair, in their defense, a number of Marisha Ray's characters are not favorites.
No one's favorite character is.
I don't really like who she plays in Campaign 3.
I was gonna say no one's favorite character is Keyleth. I'm just saying.
I mean, I like Keyleth in Campaign 3.
I mean, yeah, but she's not your favorite character.
I mean, no, she's not. In Campaign 2, that would definitely be Jester.
Thus far, honestly, it's Ford. I really like Ford. Like Ford is another example of he's a character that exists in direct contrast to Grog, where it's like, instead of being a big dumb brute who big dumb brutes his way through life, he's a smart guy now. Instead of being brute force, he's got a bit of nuance and a bit of tact to him now. Like, and all of their characters kind of like that. Like, Not the Brave is very definitely like the opposite of Scanlan. Although Not the Brave is a fascinating character because like it seems like it's gonna be a one joke character. Like early on, you're like, oh, the voice is gonna get old and it's a one joke character. But like I like the bit that she clearly has a backstory to her that they haven't gotten into yet, and it's clearly tragic. And that's interesting to me.
Yes,
it
is.
That. Yeah, I don't know.
Now, that
it's
being
not that
said,
I don't like Scanlan, but I'm jiving. I'm connecting to these characters.
The way that I've heard it. The way that I've heard it,
don't get me wrong, but
the way that I've heard it put into words, and I tend to agree with this kind of assessment, is if the Mighty Nine, or if the not Mighty Nine, if Vox Machina is the Hobbit, Mighty Nine is the Lord of the Rings.
Ooh, that's an interesting comparison. I've only watched the 8 episodes. I can see what you mean.
Like it's just it still exists in the same world, but it has more depth, more nuance.
Like even the bad guys, I was getting into I really like the bad guy in this is really
so
good.
Like without getting into spoilers for like where the campaign and stuff, there's geopolitical aspects of like who's evil, who's not evil. Are they doing the right thing? Are they helping the right people? What should they do? Are they doing the right thing? And there's a lot more depth to it than Mighty Nine or than Vox Machina's. Oh, it's Vecna. He's the source of all evil.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert. Like the
It's the
obvious bad
it's five
guy.
evil dragons. They need to be beaten. It's,
Yeah, or what have you. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
the nuances of what is evil
Well,
are a lot more subtle.
If I were to make a criticism, I would say that, yeah, it does tend to feel that the Mighty Nine in the show, the Mighty Nine and the main conflict of the season are completely removed from each other for like 90% of it until the final episode. But I was into the characters so much, and the problems they were solving were so interesting that it didn't bother me. But it was, you could definitely notice it, that they're off in their little corner. Also, yeah, Kale's
my one
backstory
problem.
is fucked.
My one problem, and this is just a result of going from like I don't even remember how many episodes it was, like 200 episode campaign or something.
Yeah.
This is just a
Pacing
result
is
of
probably
it
breakneck.
is, well, not even just so much that the pacing is not as breakneck as you would think, because they've kind of changed the story to work for a show.
Yeah.
My problem is more with the characters, where I'm trying to figure out a way to articulate this. They're good in the show, but they feel like hollow versions of the versions I know.
No, interesting. I mean, that's because they are. But to be fair, I would say the same thing about having
Vox
watched.
Machina.
I would say the same thing
Yeah.
about Vox Machina. It's just a consequence
Absolutely.
of dripping this down to 8 episodes when it's
That's-
hundreds of episodes long.
Yeah, that's where I say, yeah, I know that, but it's a thing that, as a person who has seen it, that I
compare
know
this to Invincible, where it's like Invincible has the same issue, where that is condensing hundreds and hundreds of issues of comic books into 8 episodes, right? I didn't feel that watching this, which is, I guess, is interesting.
It's because the difference between the two is that.
Also, I no issue with the runtime here. I thought 40 minutes is the perfect runtime for this show. It's the correct runtime. It never felt overly long. The none of the scenes felt like they dragged. It is the perfect length for this show.
Nice. I think part of why the transition works better for this show is because, ironically, because of all the years that they've played doing D&D, it has made them, I guess, in my opinion, better storytellers.
Yeah, fair enough. Be interesting to see if they do a Hell's Bells show, and if they all cross over at the end.
I almost feel like they have to.
We'll see, I guess.
But it's going to be interesting.
What if they were smart?
I'm fascinated with the Mighty Nine in particular, because they have introduced certain characters earlier, and frankly, because they've killed certain characters which didn't die in the original. I'm interested to see the snowball.
Oh, that was the bit before we move on that I wanted to say, which was that this show is also bloody and violent, but it uses its blood and violence better, where it's not so over the top with its violence that it washes over you. Whereas when something violent happens and someone gets disemboweled or cut in half, because it's infrequent, it's actually impactful and it means something. Where it's not like a guy just randomly getting his guts torn out. I don't know. This is also graphic and violent, but it works in this way better. Like, I enjoyed this so much more than I did Invincible.
Do you have any final thoughts?
No, that's it. That's the Mighty Nine. Season 1. Mighty Nine, Season 1.
Yeah, I just don't feel like mine. I just don't feel like we're gonna have as much to talk about, Justin. You've set me up for failure with two back-to-back things of really longly talked about stuff.
2 back-to-back bangers.
I watched the Hunger Games, and who gives a shit about the Hunger Games? Who gives a
shit about the Hunger Games? Moving on.
It's the first one, and
I still maintain this movie's bad.
May the odds ever be in your favor.
This movie's like, I've seen. There's 2 things I would say about this movie. Number 1, I've seen it too many times, which is to say, I've seen it 3 times. And number 2, speaking of looking like unwashed ass. No, I watched this one in theaters, and this is how much I value my friendship with my friends. I watched it in theaters again with them. And if you want to talk about badly paced dog shit, this movie is badly paced dog shit. It takes an hour.
Justin, let's be fair. It's shaky, unpolished dog shit.
Yeah, no. At first it's slow, shaky. First it's slow dog shit. Then it becomes shaky dog shit as it gets older.
Well, yeah.
Because no, you're right. Like that's so funny that you say that. Because like, okay. First of all, it takes them an ass eternity to get to the fucking Hunger Games. It's like an hour of the most agonizing.
Oh, half the movie is them doing the preamble up to the getting to the Hunger.
Oh boy, howdy, we're sure gonna do a Hunger Games.
Oh, now we're gonna have them dress in fire while they go down the street in chariots. And we're gonna have them in the gym as they're like talking to each other. And Chris Hutchinson and Jennifer Lawrence love each other, but they don't.
We're gonna have Stanley Tucci interview them in a bad wig and horrible teeth.
And also, Woody Harrelson is there.
Oh yeah, so the new Hunger Games movie that's coming out that we talked about the trailer for, and we got huge shit for being like, who gives a shit? It's a prequel. Who cares? He's the one it's about.
Right, and I maintain, who gives a shit?
Who gives a shit?
He clearly survives because he's in this movie.
Right, exactly. He clearly lives and wins his Hunger Games. Who gives a shit? Like,
everyone
I don't get it.
It's superfluous.
Right? This is completely unnecessary. He tells you what happens. Why do we need to go and do it more? Who cares?
So, I mean, yeah,
And you're right. But when it does eventually get to the fucking Hunger Games, it's agonizing. It's so shaky. You can't see shit because it has to hide the fact that they're killing kids.
Yep.
And you can't see absolutely nothing.
And I'm just like, maybe the book is better. Maybe I need to try getting like the audiobook and like listening to the book. Good. And maybe the book is better and will make me feel less disdain for this. But like I've seen better movies where you're having a death game amongst children. It's called Battle Royale.
It's called Battle Royale. It's way better. I've seen better Hunger Games movies. It's the next one. The next one's the best Hunger Games movie because you can actually see shit. It's not shaky. It's not like Michael Jackson filmed it.
Now I think I'm gonna have to watch. No, Justin, if you're gonna make a horribly inappropriate joke, you got to go for the full terror. It's not like Michael J. Fox made it.
Is that not what I said?
No, you said Michael Jackson.
Oh, I meant to say Michael J. Fox. I said Michael Jackson. I meant Michael J. Fox. You let Michael Jackson.
We were going for the same.
Yeah,
joke.
You let Michael J. Fox make it. It looks like Michael J. Fox made it.
Now I'm gonna have to watch the second one for the show.
Because
anyway,
in my opinion, anyway. To be fair, it's the only other one with the Hunger Games in it. I think it's okay. That I haven't seen the prequel. I've only seen the prequel once, and as I recall, that one was all right. But like, yeah, in terms of like actually being able to see what's happening in your goddamn Hunger Games, yeah, the best one's the second one.
Like the only way that I think a prequel in this world is interesting in any way. Maybe
someone found a gimbal.
maybe they did do this. I don't remember. But the only way I find it interesting for a prequel is if you go back to like the first Hunger Games and show us why they thought a death game for children was a good idea.
I don't think they've ever done the. No, because I think the prequel one is the 10th Hunger Games or something. So I don't know that they've ever done the first.
So I'm saying the only way that I'm interested in a prequel is if you're going back to the start.
Yeah, I know.
Why did they think that death games for children were an adequate way of? What do they even use them for? I still don't understand. Like
it's a device to
make the people scared of the leadership.
Yeah, basically, it's
to keep the
people in line.
But what do the people think? Like, what did they get out of it? A laurel?
They say it in the movie.
I know, and I don't remember.
He says it in the movie. It's something to do with the fact that there was an uprising and they quelled the uprising. And
here it is. Nation divided into 12 districts ruled by the capital as punishment for a failed rebellion 74 years earlier. Each district must annually select 2 tributes, 1 boy and 1 girl, between the ages of 12 to 18, to fight to the death in the Hunger Games till only 1 survivor remains. But I guess my point is, like, are there robot sentries that force the people to give up their children?
The guards show up and they have guns and they shoot you if you don't comply.
Sure, but there's a lot of people.
That's the idea. That's why in the later movies the people, or in this one, Rue dies and all the people revolt. It's because the Capitol has all the weapons and the power, and it's a typical.
There's no revolt in this one. I think that's the next one.
Well, they revolt. It shows there's when she gets killed. No, you're right. It is in the next one. Yeah, they show.
I was gonna say.
Yeah,
pretty sure that's the next one.
Yeah, when they go to visit her district or whatever. Yeah. But still, violence. To answer your question, that's what keeps them doing it. Is violence and guns.
So yeah, I'd be interested in seeing the first Hunger Games.
Also, this is from that era of movie where they desperately want a Harry Potter. Like this desperately wants to be a Harry Potter, and you know what? It did kind of work a little.
I mean, it got 2 other movies.
3 other movies.
Sure, but I'm saying in terms of around that time, there's at least 2 other movies.
Technically, the book trilogy got 4. No, you're right. No, sorry, 2 other movies. No, 3. Sorry, 3. If as part of the original series, because the last book got split into 2 movies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's Mockingjay Part 1 and Mockingjay Part 2.
Got it.
Yeah.
They pulled a Deathly Hallows.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that Harry Potter ruined movies because they taught people that people would show up for that.
So yeah, I mean that's the Hunger Game. What else is there to say other than it was adequate?
I mean, you're being kind.
I'm being generous.
You're being so adequate. Generous. It is not. It's not adequate.
Of the movies bad. I watched this week, Justin, it was adequate.
To be fair, I got raked over the coals for saying that movie was bad. I mean, you can't see the Hunger Games. The movie's called The Hunger Games, and you can't see the Hunger Games. That means it's a bad movie. You're being nice.
Why do they call it The Hunger Games? Like, they don't starve the kids before they put them in. They're not particularly hungry. Is it supposed to be like they're hungry for survival?
Maybe. I always figured it was like hungry because they're poor. Poor people are hungry.
Or like hungry because they're hungry to survive and they'll do whatever it takes.
That makes sense.
Does it?
I don't
because
know.
I'm grasping at straws here.
It makes sense to me. Jordan,
okay.
Is that the Hunger Games?
That is the 75th annual Hunger Games.
Jordan, you have to watch the second one. That way you can talk about the 75th annual bullshit.
76th annual bullshit game.
76th annual bullshit
I'm just saying, Katniss Everdeen wins the 75th one with what's his face, the Hutcherson or whatever, and then immediately gets dragged back to do it.
At least some of the other people had a few years to,
almost as if they're punishing her hubris at not being willing to kill her lover.
Pretty much,
which is directly why she gets dragged back into it.
That's
not why, but
that's not the entire reason. That's definitely one of the reasons. Jordan, is that it for Hunger Games?
May the odds forever be in your favor.
Boo, 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 boo. Oh, unfortunately, I don't think the stream heard that. It might have heard him in the distance picking up on my microphone. For whatever reason. No, it's still nothing. But to be fair, it might be hearing you. I can't hear you. It cuts out. It cuts out on the Zoom. It might not be cutting out on the stream, but it's cutting out on the Zoom. Still nothing.
So, what's your next one?
To be fair, they might have heard it because it might have picked it up on my microphone because I could hear it from the other room. My next one, Jordan. Oh no, you kind of heard it. My next one, Jordan, is a movie called Christy, and it is about
Christy. Wake up!
I mean, boy, howdy does she. I feel real okay. This is a movie. This is Christy, and this is about boxer Christy Martin. And I feel kind of bad because I texted. I was gonna make this joke to you, and then I got. And then
Sorry, mate. My shit keeps fucking unplugging, and it's pissing me off.
That's annoying. Mine does that. In fact, mine is currently doing that. I plugged it in, and it's now not plugged in. Anyway, this is about female boxer Christy Martin. And I felt really bad because it starts off. The movie starts off with her as an amateur boxer, and she is in a relationship with a woman, and she has what I would call a mullet, like a really stereotypical lesbian mullet. And Sydney Sweeney plays Christy Martin, and it's like she Googled lesbian haircut and took the first search result she saw. Like, it's that kind of cliche. And and I felt bad. I texted the twins and I made fun of this haircut. Sorry,
Yeah.
I thought I heard something. Anyway, and then the movie went on, and I got to the end of it, and it turns out that this person is a really tragic and sad story, and a lot of bad shit happens to her. So then I felt a little bad for making fun of her. But this is the kind of movie where it's an absolute Oscar bation fest, where you're wiping off all the Oscar bait off of your face. Sydney Sweeney gained a bunch of weight to perform in this role. She absolutely disappears into it. She apparently is doing all of the boxing, and anytime it's the kind of movie that
Not just some of the boxing.
all of it.
All of the boxing.
She did all of the boxing, yeah. It's the kind of movie that kind of pisses me off a little bit because
Harsh.
well, it pisses me off when guys are like, women are inherently weaker than men physically. And I'm like, okay, if you genuinely believe that, I want you to let Christy Martin punch you in the gut as hard as she can and see if you don't collapse like a house of fucking cards. Because she was strong. Like, off the back of this, I watched she you don't know her, but one of the biggest fights she did was she fought against Layla Ali, which is Muhammad Ali's daughter. And Layla Ali was like twice her size. Like, I watched the actual fight, like the real life fight, after I watched the movie, and Layla Ali is like double her size, and she's just taking punishment from her. Like, watching her, I watched a couple of her fights, and I watched one of her knockouts, and like she hits like a pile of bricks. Like, it's crazy how hard she hits. It's wild. But the basic,
like a brick house.
Like a brick house. It's crazy how strong she is. So I just think if she hit me in the face, I'd go down like pretty easily and like without any real struggle from her.
I mean, yeah, but that's because I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Yeah. But and I bruise like a peach. I got a weak baby chin.
And I've got a glass jaw, baby.
I got a glass jaw. But no, so this the big thing with this is
I actually don't know. I've never been in a fight.
I've never been in a no, I'm not that kind of fight anyway.
Closest I've come is me and my brother have wrestled sometimes, you know.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, there was that one time when we were kids. We got into a fight once, but there was no punches thrown, so that doesn't.
There wasn't punches. It was more like we were wrestling. We were wrestling.
But so the big thing with this is early on in her career, she gets introduced to her trainer, played by Ben Foster, and he is kind of a creepy, weird dude, is the best way to describe it. And she is gay, like lesbian gay, very gay, and
not that there's anything wrong with that.
She is dating a woman, and she ends up breaking up with the girl. Ends up breaking up with her because they're dating long distance, and the girl ends up with a guy. So Christy Martin ends up with this coach and marries the coach and is very much like in the closet. But like the movie doesn't do a great job of kind of it never really makes it look like she always comes across as having, I don't want to be like lesbian energy, but she never feels like she's acting all that straight. And so for most of her career, she just like insults women and like calls them homophobic slurs to like try to distract away from the fact that she's actually, you know, one of those like you're projecting kind of deals. She's projecting onto other people. And this husband is like isolates her and is like gaslights her and basically treats her like shit and is like, you wouldn't be anyone if it wasn't for me, that type of shitty relationship. And it eventually devolves and it's really a really not great but really powerful demonstration of like how emotional trauma is so much more effective, so much mental damage is so much more effective than like physical damage, because like he's like choking her and like hitting her, and it's like he's like, the movie doesn't do a good job of presenting this, but in real life she was like like in her 30s and he was like in her 50s, or like no, I think she was in her 20s and he was in his 50s. By the time they stopped being together, he was in his 60s. So like he's physically overpowering her, but she's stronger than him. Like if she wanted to, she could knock him clean unconscious, but his psychological damage has been so effective that she so thorough. She sees him as being more physically
bigger than he is.
Yeah.
So I'm a bad person because every time you say mental damage or whatever, my brain just goes to the YouTube video where it's like emotional damage.
Uncle Roger, I think that's who that is. Yeah.
So I'm a bad person.
So like her, as the movie goes on, it goes through her career, and it does that like biopic movie thing where a lot of time is supposed to pass, but nobody looks any older. So it goes from like the 90s to that fight I mentioned where she fought Layla Ali was in 2003. And her career goes through ebbs and flows of like not being successful and being successful and what have you. And the husband is asking her to do progressively more and more awful things. Like at one point he gets her to like fight with this really fat, disgusting guy for money. And it's vaguely sexual. It's really weird. At other points he's having her film porn. Like it's very strange. And then at one point he's controlling her with, she's now addicted to cocaine, and he's like controlling her by giving her cocaine. And
this is a boxing movie?
It's a biopic about this woman, yeah. And then the thing about it, if I think about this movie, is it's honestly the boxing sequences are well shot. Like they're quite well shot. I was impressed by how well shot they were. Like they're easy to follow. It's not overly shaky. You can see it's not like the Hunger Games. Like you can see everything that's happening. Like it's honestly better than some Rocky movies. I was like, this is pretty good. This is pretty good shit. Like these are decent fights. Like they're entertaining. Like the Layla Ali fight in particular is like harrowing. It's actually a kind of a good moment. Anyway, so he's controlling her, and he's getting progressively more and more like unhinged. And she goes to also her family is awful.
Sounds like everyone in this movie is awful.
Yeah, that's the thing about Christy Martin, is Christy Martin for most of the movie also comes. You're right. Everyone in this movie comes across as being kind of awful, vaguely awful. But at one point she goes to her mom after she's been with him for like 10 years or something, and she's like, Mom, he like has done all this awful shit to me behind doors that I don't want to say what he's done. I need help. And the mom, not so many words, basically goes, do you ever consider maybe that it's your fault? And
so I know I'm your mother and I'm supposed to be supportive, but have you ever considered that I'm going to gaslight you into believing that you're the problem?
Pretty much. That's what the scene is. It's her. She sits there and she listens, and then it takes a beat and goes, well, maybe you did ask for it. Like, basically. Like, it's awful. She's awful. She's an awful woman.
Maybe the outfit that you wore enticed the man into doing what he did. Have you ever considered that you're the...
You're the problem?
Sorry, my thing yet again disconnected, and it's really having problems today.
For some reason. And so, anyway...
And every time it does, the camera goes black, I stutter, I can't hear you for a second, you've continued some joke which I'm sure was hilarious, and then I fade back in going like, sorry, what did I miss? My camera decided to sputter out on me like a cheap bitch. Sorry. I just...
So I had to tell you all that background to get to the big... I don't know if this is a spoiler because it happened in real life, but I suppose it's a spoiler for the movie because it does kind of come completely out of... No, it's not that it comes completely out of left field, because he's definitely like indicating that he's heading in this direction.
Life is a spoiler.
I suppose, Jordan, you can assume that this doesn't end well. I'm
assuming it's either he goes over the line and does something terrible, or she fights back and kills him.
So... And this is what makes the story incredible.
It's really the two directions that I can see this going.
This really happened. So, she is at a point where she's at a breaking point. She wants to leave him, but he keeps saying, "If you leave me, I'll kill you." He's like, "If you leave me, I'll kill you." But it's that kind of like, he says it like it's a not like it's a joke, but it has the tone of being a joke, but he's saying it super seriously, so it's not a joke. And so she's like, I'm leaving you. I'm leaving you. I'm leaving you. And it's like, so I'm gonna kill you. And you got to keep in mind that this movie takes place in like the 90s, so coming out of being gay, not really okay. And so he's like, basically, he thinks that she's gonna leave him, and he texts this picture of her with all of with this woman to all of their friends and all of her boxing contacts. And she, in her mind, because he's got her so thoroughly, like you said, gaslit and tangled up, she's like, if I leave him, that's it for my boxing career.
He will ruin me.
Yeah, he'll ruin me. It'll ruin my life. And so she's like, I need to go home. And this woman, the woman she's with, is like, what? No. And I'm like, what? No. Why would you? But I had to keep reminding myself. I'm like, I'm a third party watching this, right? I'm not in that. I'm not her. I don't have that mental.
Yeah, you're also not a woman.
Right. I'm not. And I'm not in a position of powerlessness quite in that way. So I'm like, yeah, it's easy for me to be like, honey, what are you doing? Don't go back to him.
You are too good for him.
And so she goes back to him and is like, hey, yeah, I'm back, but I'm not taking no shit. And she's on the phone with the girl, and he's like, we need to talk. He's like, I'll talk to you when I'm good and ready. And he's like, oh, we need to talk.
What was
now.
that? I said I'm good and ready.
She's like, okay, well, and he keeps standing there. We need to talk. And she's like, okay, fine. She hangs up, and he walks up and stabs her in the gut. She just starts bleeding, and she's like laying on the ground, like in pain, obviously, dying. And she's like, please don't let me die, please don't let me die. And he's just like psychopathically calmly, like he walks away. He starts putting on shaving cream and starts like shaving his face. Then he like gets in the shower, and then he walks back and sees that she's still not dead, and then shoots her. Poof, and then walks away again. And
and that's the end of the movie?
Sort of. Well, she gets up and
after being multiple stabbed and shot in the head, she gets up?
I don't know if she was shot in the head. I think she was shot in the shoulder. But yeah, and shot. She gets up and like runs away and finds someone in a car, like, help me, take me to a hospital. And like, yeah, she barely lived. And
oh wow, full of shit.
Yeah, she
then she went back for revenge.
She went to the
police. She murdered her husband.
Well, it's not gallows humor. There's a point where they capture him, and I'm like, it's a little hard to get away with murder when your victim survives. And so he goes to prison, and you can actually Google it, but there's a bit at the end where she's doing her I don't know if it's her witness testimony or her victim impact statement, but she's like talking to him in court, and they pretty much use what she said word for word. And and she there's a woman she meets earlier who's like her biggest boxing rival. You can find their fight on YouTube, and honestly it's a 30-minute fight. It's a phenomenal fight, but they ended up getting married. It was really cute.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, and she eventually did go back to boxing. You can find, I don't know how recent it is, but it looked reasonably recent within the past few years of her boxing, and you can see she's got the scar on her leg from where she was stabbed.
And she's now the heavyweight champion of the world.
I don't know if she ended up what she ended up doing with her boxing career. I didn't look too much into it, but my God, what a badass fucking woman! Like,
yeah, no doubt.
Like, yeah, like holy shit! Like, and it is a shame. This movie. I mean, this is my final words on this, but this movie, it is, yeah, like I say, it is an Oscar-bation fest. I don't think it got nominated for anything, but my God, is it gunning for it? I think if this had come out like a year before, maybe even a year after, because this came out right at the center of that like blue jeans, I have good genes, Sydney Sweeney controversy that she had, and everyone was like, "Oh, this movie bombed." It didn't, but it's like that. This is not the like kind of movie where like it makes huge money at the box office. It's just not that kind of movie. But like, yeah, I do think she deserves probably a bit more credit than she got for this, because the performance is good. She disappears into it, and I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm a sucker for a good sports movie sports drama that I was into this. I totally dug it. I thought it was good. I don't understand why people said this was bad. I thought it was good. And Christy Martin is a badass. Total badass.
Well, alrighty then, there, Justin. That's really good to hear. So if that's your final thoughts,
that is indeed my final thoughts.
then we will talk about a movie which came out in 2025 called Playdate.
Ah,
Justin,
yes.
do you know anything about Playdate?
Yeah, I technically talked about it on the show before. So it's
No one here today knows that,
it's
Justin.
uh it's Kevin James. It is
So you know about Playdate, and I know about Playdate. Let's tell the audience about Playdate,
it's Kevin
which
James.
is about Kevin James, and it has Alan
That
Richson
was it. Alan Richardson.
and no, not Richardson. I think it's actually Rickson, but
Rickson. Alan Rickson.
Ritchson,
Ri-
Richson,
Richson.
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 Anyway,
Yeah, that man's huge. He is massive. I think he's like
he
over 6 foot
is
tall and like stocky as
buff.
fuck. It's fun fact. He
Uh,
plays Jack Reacher. He's Jack Reacher. That's the size Jack Reacher is supposed to be. Massive.
Oh, okay,
Tank like. He's not supposed to be Tom Cruise.
all right. So, while at the park one day, uh, uh, Kevin James's son meets Alan Richson's son.
Stepson.
They never specifically say that.
That's a
They,
huge.
they refer to him as his son.
That's a huge part of the plot where he's insecure about the fact that that he's worried that the kid doesn't think that he's his real dad, and they have that huge dialogue at the end of the movie where where he at one point he's talking to Alan Richardson, and he's like, he's always called me dad, but I've always felt weird about it. But yeah, the fact that he's his stepson is kind of a major part of the plot of that movie.
Okay, if you say so. I didn't. That part didn't stick. I didn't. I
No.
don't remember that.
Yeah,
I don't remember them ever referring to him as stepson.
Yep.
But okay, if you say so. Anyways, they become friends with or the sons become friends, and then one dad, Richson, is like, "Oh, we should have a play date," and they go back to the house or whatever, and then, all of a sudden, there's all these uh, mercenary and government people that are trying to capture them and get the kid back, and then you find out that he's actually a clone, which is an
Spoiler
aside. Spoilers for a show that you already talked about on the show.
I definitely talked about that.
But I thought for sure that it was going to be androids.
I could see what I honestly I don't know what I thought. Honestly, don't know what I thought.
Honestly, like the kid doesn't. I don't like that it's clones.
It did feel kind of weird. I was not a
It
fan of
feels
that.
like in the first version of the script, it was gonna be robots, but then they were like, oh, but we need them to be like alive, so that there can be like a human element of comparison between the two fathers and how they
Yeah.
so badly want their kids, and like that's why they made the change. But
For sure.
it feels like in the original version of this script, the kid was an android.
I mean, you could absolutely. It would still have the same impact. You could have him be a hyper realistic android. Yeah, I don't know. The Alan Rich. There wanted to be
The kid acts like he's a robot. They go to a facility where there are dozens of the same kid who also act like they're soulless robots. They act like robots.
I would also say that it serves as a reason to explain why they're kids, because otherwise, if they're just robots, you're like, well, why not just make a fully adult robot version of him? Because they needed him. Like you're right, they needed him to have a kid so that they can contrast him to whether or not it's a stepdad or real dad. They needed to contrast his idea of fatherhood to Kevin James's. That's why.
Also, the fact that he's supposedly a stepdad, which I'm just going to take your word on.
I'm pretty positive that's a part of it.
Well, the fact that I'm questioning it tells me that it's not a necessary side plot. You can just have him be a father who's questioning his ability.
Yeah, I do recall saying something to that effect. I know that it's a line because I heard you watching it and he says it. He has that. I heard that conversation. So like I know it's a bit because there's like a father son moment at the end where he's like, "You're my dad." Like that he has at the end of the movie that I definitely remember.
I mean,
You're also making me doubt
remember
myself, so
but...
I'm not 100% sure that it was. I'm pretty sure he's married into it because I remember reading I remember.
I mean, I believe you. I'm just saying that if that is in fact the
It's
case,
unnecessary.
it's unnecessary.
I don't
It's
disagree. It doesn't really
it
add
adds
anything.
it clearly adds so little that like when I read through the Wikipedia article here, it doesn't say anything about being a stepdad.
Yeah, I definitely. Cause I remember it says it in the description on Amazon Prime. I'm pretty sure. Now you're making me doubt myself, but I'm pretty positive that was a part of the plot of that movie.
Like I said, reading through it, the Wikipedia here, it doesn't specifically say anything about stepdad, but like, I don't know. Clearly it's not important to the plot and doesn't inform it in any single way.
No,
So, doesn't really seem necessary, but yeah, I mean, overall, I thought it was fun.
actually, pretty tight.
They leave it open for a sequel.
That they do. I
Um,
don't think they're gonna get
so
one.
maybe in 2027 we'll hear tale of uh Playdate 2. This time it's personal.
Even more play date.
No, Playdate 2. This time we're gonna play with you.
See, I would have been like play date 2. Mark your calendars.
No, mine rhymed. It was better.
Because you play date on the calendar.
Yeah, no, mine was better. It rhymed.
Set your Google alerts. Because that's
No,
what people do when you.
no, yeah, no, mine was better because it rhymed. Justin, if you want to dethrone mine, you have to rhyme it.
If you want to come at me, you have to play.
That's Playdate.
Play date. All right.
You're making me
Alright.
feel real inadequate with how short mine with I'm talking about mine, but there's
No,
just
I mean-
nothing to these, Justin.
I mean, Jordan, yours are excellent shorts fodder. They're good for shorts.
Oh, you think I have little to say about those ones? Wait until we get to MacGruber.
Oh, MacGruber. It's all right. Moving on. No, my next one, Jordan. Hey, it's funny, Jordan. Not all of mine are going to be long. Okay, not all of them are gonna have a lot to say. They're not all going to be dissertations on
The human spirit.
on the human spirit and psyche. It's not all that, Jordan. It's not all complex. Sometimes it's just role models.
I like that movie.
The movie's really good. Jake made me. I'm gonna be real honest. Jake.
I'm pretty sure that's one that I talked about on
I
here.
think so. Jake keeps bringing it up on the on Star Trek, like a lot. Whenever we do podcasts, he always somehow manages to sneak in a reference to role models, and I'm like, oh,
Minotaur!
God, I gotta watch this. Minotaur. I maintain
Taste
that
the beast.
you could put Paul Rudd with just about anybody, and he works. I do think it's funny that he's just Stifler.
I mean, you want to talk about another Swiss Army knife of an actor? It's Paul Rudd.
Paul Rudd is an absolute Swiss Army knife of an actor. That is absolutely true. Like he's good in pretty much everything. No, that's not fair. That's not fair. This is 40 was horrendous. That movie's bad. That movie's legitimately bad. But like this one's fun.
But this one's good. I like the whole. This is the movie that when I watched this, it made me go like, maybe one day I'd like to try LARPing.
Right. The moment I don't get is
this makes it look really fun.
They never explain.
And apparently cute girls like to do it. So maybe
Evidently.
I'm just saying.
I will say
McLovin can get the girl.
The girl going after him at the last moment was dirty. That was dirty. That was a dirty.
That was
move.
cheap. That was a cheap win.
That was a cheap win. She should not feel good about that win.
Yeah, but I respect it.
I respect it. I respect the chutzpah, but she shouldn't feel good about it. That was cheap. That was down low, and that was dirty. Also, it's got the most random casting in it is it's got
that kid from Corey in the House.
It's got no. He's not from Corey in the House. He was on Corey in the House, but he's from That's So Raven. But yes,
that's
that was
it.
Weird.
Yeah.
He technically was in an episode of Corey in the House. I think he was Stanley on that.
Yeah, I think I was gonna say I thought he came back for that.
But no,
yeah, I guess he's originally from That's So Raven.
The weirdest one was
Stifler.
What can I remember his name?
Ken Chow from The Hangover. I'm Leslie Chow.
Oh yeah, he's the king. That was funny. Yep. Yeah, no. Oh my God, what is his name?
Or there's the
Boyle from Brooklyn Nine-Nine is in it.
Oh yeah. Or there's or the henchman to the king is the doctor from The Hangover where he's like,
yes, that's
I'm a doctor. not a tour guide. Figure it out, you're big boys.
He's the good Matt Walsh. He's the
Sure.
no, his name that's the actor's name. His actor's name is Matt Walsh.
His name is the good Matt Walsh.
No, his name is Matt Walsh. But there's the bad, the asshole guy with the beard, the right wing commentating guy.
Oh yeah, right.
That's the bad Matt Walsh. He's the good Matt Walsh.
I understand.
There's occasionally funny moments where the bad Matt Walsh will make. So like there's a point where the good Matt Walsh was gonna be on Dancing with the Stars, and so the bad Matt Walsh was like, well, I better brush up my dancing shoes. But anyway,
and then Jane Lynch, who you don't bullshit a bullshitter.
The weirdest casting though is Boyle. He's got a little sidekick. He's got a little sidekick with him, and that's Vincent Martella, and that's Phineas from Phineas and Ferb.
Oh really? Oh, that's funny. It's a small world after all.
It's Vincent Martella. That's weird. The bit of this like don't get the
most.
Small
world after all.
I still don't understand why Boyle betrayed them at the end. Why did he do that? What did he stand to gain from that? It was just random and came from nowhere. Yeah, Jane Lynch and the running bit where she just constantly overshares is really funny. That's really
as for the betrayal, Justin. I mean, he's your classic archetype of person that you think you can trust, but is actually a weaselly little backstabber. You know,
that's true.
They're playing the LARPing experience. There has to be someone that fills every role, and he fills that role.
Also, this is the movie that makes me go, our rating system is strange because like this has boobs in it and it is 14A.
It has boobs in it?
Yeah, there's a bit where there's some naked boobs in it, yeah.
Oh right, where the little kid and Stifler go to the party. Right.
I think so. No, she's it's like when they go camping. She's naked in the tent.
Oh yeah. Right, yeah. When they for some reason decide that a children's camp is the place to have sex.
Jordan, it's not just that it's the place to have sex; it's the place to do way too much Ambien, attempt to stay awake, but then ultimately pass out while completely naked, while also cheating on your spouse. All excellent choices.
And being on probation.
And being on probation for crashing
the Minotaur into the statue.
Yeah, that's fun.
Good choices.
Oh yeah, the bit where they're like, all of Kiss's songs are about having sex. It's funny. That's funny. Like I want to rock and roll all night and party every day. Yeah, no, that sounds about right.
I like when they show up for the LARPing, and they're the members of Kissasia. And they're dressed in the Kiss stuff, the Kiss makeup.
Good. Yeah, that's funny. It's good. No, it's a solid movie. Really funny. I enjoyed it.
Good.
I don't have anything deep to say about it. It's good. It's on Amazon Prime.
I have a good time every time I watch it.
I had a pretty darn good time. See, I told you that would be short.
All right. Are you ready to go even shorter?
Yes.
Because we're going to talk about MacGruber.
So we have to talk about our experience with MacGruber first, and how the first time we watched it, we were in an empty theater, and was it 3 guys sat directly behind us?
There was like
reason?
3 kids or whatever who like I think you and I think were like 20 something at the time.
Yeah.
And like 3 kids who they had to be like 15 or 16 or something
like that, yeah.
Sat behind us, and I think there were a couple other people here and there in the theater, but it was mostly empty.
Just them.
And there was a couple other people, but it was mostly empty. And the ones that were the problem were the ones behind us, who there was a whole bunch of other places they could have sat, but they sat directly behind us, and they were laughing at the parts where like it wasn't funny, and it wasn't meant to be funny.
Yep.
And they're laughing at it like it's one of the joke moments,
and
it just put me. It was obnoxious, and it put me in such a bad mood that it made me hate the movie. When honestly watching it this time, I mean, it's stupid, Justin. It's a stupid movie.
Right. He's a parody of MacGyver.
And so it's like
specifically of MacGyver.
It's exactly what you think it is, and it's stupid.
So
stupid.
To be fair, his original sketches are also stupid, but I mean, there's a lot of shit in this that, like, yeah, man, it's dumb, but it makes me laugh.
Oh, this is based on a Saturday Night Live sketch. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, the sketch is basically him and the girl.
And they got the budget to make a full movie out of that? How the fuck did they manage that?
It's an SNL movie. It was produced by, I think Lorne Michaels specifically produced it. But it's like it's up there with like Coneheads or like Wayne's World, or they're movies that are specifically based on it's not an uncommon thing to make a a movie based off an SNL sketch. The thing that'll blow your mind is that there's a television show.
Really?
Yeah, but the
Huh.
sketches are usually like it's a random celebrity, and it's Kristen Wiig, and then it's MacGruber, and they're stuck on a green screen, and he just constantly keeps failing, trying to escape. The like being attached to a bomb or something, and so they're going,
Uh,
MacGruber, how are we gonna get out of this? And that's the whole joke.
so,
It's like one joke.
surprising no one, prior to the film's release, MacGruber stirred controversy with Lee David Ziatoff, who was creator of the series MacGyver,
No shit.
whose contract stipulates he retains the right to a film version of the TV series. And in 2010, his lawyer sent several cease and desist letters, met with litigators.
This is parody. Oh, I hate people like that. But this is a
No,
parody, you dumb
no
fuck.
suit was brought because he obviously realized he didn't have a case.
Yep, because this is
Um,
parody.
No, I mean, this time around, watching it this time, I mean, there was jokes that I chuckled at, but for
Oh,
the
for
most
sure.
part, it was just a lot of eye rolls.
I
The
love.
one that I found it stupid the first time, I find it stupid this time, and I will find it stupid every time. Is the part where MacGruber and then later on one of the other characters has the piece of the piece of celery in his ass, and he's waddling back and forth while cupping his junk, and it's stupid.
The
Like
one,
to act as a distraction or whatever. It's
my
stupid.
favorite joke in that movie is always gonna be where it's his dead wife and he's having sex with her in the graveyard, and it shows him having, and it cuts to it's just him completely naked.
Thrusting against
Yeah,
nothing.
it's super funny. It makes me laugh every time. I was like, that made me laugh.
That was an example of, like, I remember when we watched that in the theater, the celery stick one, for example. The kids behind us were like killing themselves laughing, and I already don't think it's funny,
Yeah,
and they're
yeah.
like being obnoxious about their
It was
laughter,
the
and it's just
example of a time where theater experience really. Like I felt the same way. I learned that with like when we talked about Terrifier, where I was like, yeah, watching this at home was just a better experience.
uh,
That happens.
yeah. So
Also, like, hey man,
eh,
this came out in 2011. 2011? Either
2010.
Oh, 2010. Yeah, it came out in 2010. It's on one of our worst of lists. And like, man, it's 16 years later, man. I got different opinions, different sense of humor. My sense of humor is so different.
It's true. It's true. So, I mean,
That'd be cool.
I'm glad that I rewatched this because it allows me to know for sure that it was the theater experience
Right?
that made it
It
as bad
allows me
as
to
it was.
achieve some form of closure, you know?
But like, I will never watch this again.
I kind of want to watch it now. Cause now that you've been like, yeah, it's better. I kind of want now. I want
Oh, again, no, it's not. It's not better, Justin. I just am less visibly
to.
enraged by everything that's going on around me.
I would like to see if I changed my opinion.
Um, but I mean, yeah, there's definitely jokes where it's like I'm older now, so they're a little bit funnier.
Right? I'm a little bit more
Um,
worldly.
but overall, uh, uh, uh,
Speaking of overall
it's kind of
disinterested grown,
my ultimate thoughts.
um, and movies that kind of bother me in concept. Um, this next one, Jordan. So we're gonna get temporarily political again because this is a movie called Heads of State, and it stars Idris Elba and John Cena, and John Cena
And his name was John Cena. Da, da, da,
and
da.
John Cena is the president, and Idris Elba is the prime minister. And Jordan, at first they don't get along and they don't like each other, but over the course of about 2 hours, Jordan, you know what happens, Jordan?
They kill each other.
They learn to love each other, Jordan. They get
Oh,
along. They become friends by the end of it.
I see.
There's hijinks ensue. There's a couple of really strikingly obvious twists about who the bad guys are. That I guess pretty immediately, and then they try to trick you, and then it's like, no, you're right the first time. I didn't hate this. It's all right. John Cena and Idris Elba have great chemistry. Eventually, they introduce a female love interest who also is pretty fun. The action is actually quite good. It's once again really steady, really easy to follow. It reminded me a lot of a Kingsman movie in terms of its like frenetic pace. Yeah, and like the John Cena is so charismatic. He could make me like just about anything. I've never seen a John Cena movie I didn't at least like a little bit, or at the very least by the end of it, I didn't love Peacemaker at first, but like by the end of that show, he won me over. So like, and that has everything to do with John Cena's just sheer dripping charisma. The bit of this I didn't like. This is a firm stance I will take here and now. No more celebrity presidents.
I understand.
No more celebrity presidents.
You think that you should be elected as president of the United Canada?
No celebrity. So like the big hook of this movie is John Cena is a celebrity. He's a famous actor. He's a famous action star who is in a bunch of action movies and is really famous celebrity. And he has gotten himself elected as president. And I'm going to spoil the ending of this movie. The ending of this movie is the vice president wants America to pull out of NATO.
Oh boy, that sounds familiar.
Right? And she's working with an evil gangster who's trying to get revenge because the American government killed his son because his son was trying to create a technology that would allow you to have nuclear power, like clean nuclear power that wouldn't be dangerous, and they assumed that he was making a nuclear bomb, so they killed him. And so he's working with the vice president who wants to get rid of John Cena because John Cena is an actor, an incompetent actor who has never had a single bit of experience at all, and because he's so inexperienced and idealistic, the world politicians won't be able to take him seriously. So she needs to take him out and take charge because she's a serious politician, and the world will take her seriously. And her evil plan is to get America pulled out of NATO. And at the end of the movie, John Cena and Idris Elba do a big speech about how much they need NATO and how much we're better when we work together and we're not isolated, and it feels really on the fucking nose. And the movie tries to be like, oh no, it's not the fact that he's a celebrity. Celebrity politicians aren't bad. He's a good guy, so he's a good celebrity politician. The idea
he's
of the
one you want,
right? Oh no, celebrity politicians are okay. He's the good one because he's the good one. And like no, the vice president, and then tries to pretend like the vice president is the bad guy. You're like, no, the vice president is right, actually. You shouldn't hire a clueless actor, handsome actor man to just be your president off of charisma. No, you shouldn't do that. That's bad. That's bad, actually.
Or, hear me out, that's exactly what you want.
No, that's not what we want. Jordan, you want to know why that's not what we want? You know that's not what we want. I don't have to tell you why that's not what we want. No.
Or you want you want Chris Hemsworth.
No.
As president.
No, absolutely not.
Because unlike the current one, he's hot.
No, absolutely not. We don't need another celebrity president, but this time he's good looking. Like, this is like the movie being like, no, but if The Rock was president, it'd be all right. No, it wouldn't.
I don't know. If Jennifer Aniston was the president, I'd do whatever she told me to. Have you seen her, Justin?
No.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Bad.
I'd enjoy.
I don't like the idea of Hollywood trying to convince me that no, it's fine if a famous person is president, a famous rich person is president. That's totally fine. It's just this is the wrong one. We just need to get the right one put in charge. No. Fuck that. No. We're not doing that. So
no, they should give the power to me.
So yeah, on that face alone, this kind of bothered me a little bit. But like as a movie, it's all right.
When did this come out?
Last year, this year.
Oh, so it's a direct choice.
Yeah,
okay.
It's on the nose. It's so he even has like a red tie and dresses like Donald Trump at one point.
I was like, maybe this came out before.
No. This came out after he was president. It's either last year or the year. Yeah, it's within the last year, 2 years. Recently, it's recent. That's it. That's heads of state.
Okay. Any final thoughts?
No.
All right. So, the year is 2008. I'm not yet graduated from high school yet. And then we watch a movie called Sex Drive.
Sex Drive.
Which, fun fact, I didn't know. Did you know it's based on a book?
What? No? Really?
It's based on the young adult novel All the Way
Really?
by American author Andy Barrett, Behrens.
How faithful of an adaptation is it?
I have no idea.
Does he have sex with an Amish chick in the book as well?
I have no idea.
It's my favorite. Clark Duke is my favorite character in this movie.
Gonna have to look that up for yourself if you want to know that information.
Too much work. Clark Duke is my favorite character in this movie, just hands down.
Yeah,
I love this movie. I think this movie is severely underrated. If you've never seen Sex Drive, you're doing yourself a disservice. You should watch it.
I am gonna be bold. I'm gonna make a statement here, now, in this moment, that will reverberate throughout time.
Time immemorial, as it were.
I think this is one of my favorite, at least in my top 5 comedy movies.
I could see that.
Of all time.
I could see that. I mean, we quote it all the time.
I quote this movie
constantly,
all the time. Seth Green, as I don't know why I said Seth Rogen. That's a Freudian slip if I've ever had one.
Ezekiel?
As Ezekiel is so funny, where he's like, oh yeah, I know the sarcasm that he has.
So good.
Like he's like, like when he's talking to
Hey, we love people fixing people's shit for free.
When he's talking to what's his name, the one from Hot Tub Time Machine.
Clark Duke.
Yeah, him. When he's talking to him, and he's like, the thing I think I miss most, sarcasm. It's really lost on my people. And then proceeds to just be sarcastic with the cast for the rest of the time that he's on screen.
Right.
Is just a delight.
No.
Like no. We believe you. We'll just all hold our breath until you come back. I still quote that to this day.
I love the fact that Clark Duke he doesn't look like the kind of character that he is. Like he's not traditional like body type to be the horn dog character, but he is, and it works. And
he looks more like a traditional, what I would say, a traditional nerd.
Like a traditional protagonist nerd character. Absolutely,
is part of the comedy.
Yeah, absolutely,
and it works.
It absolutely works. I mean, yeah, my other favorite character is, you want to party?
Want to party with us?
One party.
We got the booze. You want to get?
Yeah, I do want to party. Oh.
As the window goes back up. I mean, it's got a number of jokes. I totally didn't realize.
The most unrealistic part is that the catfish is actually what she looks like. That's technically what she looks like, and she's technically hot. So, like, she didn't fully lie.
She just lied about her. She just lied about her intent.
Yeah, right.
She, I would be so bold as to say, she technically didn't catfish him.
No, technically not. No, and if you want to get down to it, no, technically not.
She lied to him.
For sure, yeah.
She manipulated him and was fully intending on robbing him.
Absolutely.
But she didn't catfish him. Catfishing implies that she is a different person to pretending to be.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah. She did not.
Technically, she did.
My other favorite bit, James Morrison, how he's deeply in the closet. That's funny.
She technically lied about intent, not identity.
Right. Exactly.
And yeah. This was kind of the first time that I was really aware who James Marsden was.
It's funny. I knew who he was. I was aware. I didn't realize it was James Marsden. Like, you're right. For the longest time, my brain just filled it in as Sean William Scott.
You're right. I don't know why, but like that's for whatever reason. Anytime I thought about
disappears
this movie,
into this character. It's really weird.
For whatever reason, anytime I would think of this movie, that's just who I would picture being in that role.
He's done both Superman and X-Men at this point.
Has he done Superman at this point?
He's done Superman at this point. Yeah, this is 2011, 2012. I want
to say. He was Jimmy Olsen in that one, right?
No. In Superman Returns, he's technically the guy who gets cucked by Superman.
Oh, right. That's it. Yeah. You're right.
I love how you immediately knew who I was talking about.
The person that Lois Lane was with while Superman was away.
Yeah, it's the guy who gets cucked by Superman.
Yeah.
This is after that. I'm pretty sure anyway. Pretty sure this is 2010, 2011.
I mean, my one thing with this movie is this movie teaches young people who watch this movie that they're hot, girls that are
Yeah, it's
that are
definitely one of
friends with
those.
them,
Yeah, it's definitely one of those. It is.
just gonna fall in love with them just because
Yeah.
they're nice
I'm going to
guys.
be fair, a slew of movies. From this, I mean, and that's what this is an homage to more than anything. But a slew of 1980s movies also taught us that. So, like, you know,
But yeah, I'm just saying it's
movies lie to you,
problematic.
kids. Movies lie to you. Your hot friend who's a girl doesn't want to date you. She
It's
like
just funny because like I wouldn't have
don't try to kiss her at a
reading
party when she's feeling vulnerable. Don't do it.
no, don't do that. Reading that this was based on a young adult
I
novel
can't believe
is
it's
so
based.
strange to me
I
because like
know.
watching this movie, I wouldn't have thought that it was meant for kids like or younger people in any way.
I
Um,
wouldn't go so far as to say that, as I would have been like I would have. This feels like such an original idea, original movie that
oh,
I wouldn't have ever made the
that
association that was based.
maybe, but more I more just mean like I mean the movie is about a kid or whatever who wants to go across
Well,
country
that's
and
where
have
I'm like,
sex.
I'm wondering if it's a loose adaptation or if it's like really
You know
faithful.
what? Let's see
Because
if we
like, yeah,
can
you're
Google it.
right. I can't imagine there's a part in the book where they're like, "I would have blown you," you know. I love that line. It's really funny. It's just the
Oh,
way she says it.
the way
I would have blown you, you know. Ooh.
book. And let's just read 2006 young adult. Follows 17-year-old Ian, who drives from Illinois to South Carolina with his two best friends, hoping to lose his virginity with a girl he met online.
Oh wow, that's pretty. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's the plot of it. That's what it's
Uh,
about.
yeah, I mean, from what I can tell from my 5 second Google, my 5 second Google about it, it looks like it's fairly accurate.
Give her the 5 second Frenchie, Jordan.
Um, I like this movie. That's ultimately my
Yeah, I do too.
my summation.
It's a funny movie.
Um, and I think more people should watch this. Also, I don't remember if this was no, I don't think this was the one. There was one of the ones that I watched that I already talked about, which interesting. There's one of the things that I watched, which was filmed in Vancouver, but I don't remember what it was.
Huh.
But so, quick little fun aside here. This movie was released on 2 discs for DVD and Blu-ray, which had unrated cuts of the film, and the unrated cut is apparently a fan's cut, which the cut had an additional 20 minutes of footage, including about 20 additional uses of the word fuck, and both male and female full frontal nudity.
Of course it did. Of course it did. Of course
So
it did.
that's funny. Just the fact that they have specifically counted how many fucks it has added
Well,
to
that's
it.
well, that's just fun. Is that it, Jordan?
And that's it.
Is that the sex drive, as it
That's
were?
Sex Drive, the film.
The film, the movie.
That's also my last rapid fire.
Have seen. First half scene. My first half scene. End scene. Now, so this is Stranger Than Fiction, starring a Mr. Will Ferrell. Jordan, you remember Stranger Than Fiction?
That's the one where the only scene of that movie that at least I think it's that movie that I can remember is from the trailer where it's the woman's narrating voice where she's like, and then blah 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 found out that he was going to die, and he can hear it, and he's like, wait, what? Why am I gonna die? Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, yeah. And little did he know on that day that would be the day that Harold Crick died.
That was it. Yeah.
What? What? What do you mean? Yes.
Why am I gonna die?
And this is it stars Will Ferrell, and it's funny. I read a review about this movie where it was like the weirdest part of this movie is that Will Ferrell is just a normal person, like he's subdued, and it's off-putting. And like I don't disagree, it is kind of off-putting. The other anecdote about this movie is it was the first movie when I worked at the movie theater, they gave us free movie passes. This was the first movie I used the movie pass for. I went to watch this with my dad, and my dad fell asleep. And this movie they put it beside a loud action movie, so you could hear the loud action movie next door. This was at Strawberry Hill, and
I remember that.
that's unfair because this movie's not that boring. It's really cute and it's funny, and the bits of him trying to navigate her narrating his life are funny, and it's a funny movie, and him and Dustin Hoffman, it's funny, and this is a mostly good movie, and it's the kind of movie where shut up, don't think about it. Because if you think about it for longer than a second, House of Cards falls apart, it collapses, and Jordan, that's what we're going to do right now. We're going to think about it. Because this movie doesn't make any sense. So she is writing... Let's break this apart a step at a time, Jordan. She is writing this book about Harold Crick, right? So she is an author, typing out this book on a keyboard.
Right.
He hears the events of this book happening as she is writing them. Did she create him? Or did he exist?
Or did some force just cause her to lock onto his life,
right,
and write about it post after the fact?
Did she create him from birth? Or did she become connected to him at a certain point via a magic typewriter? The movie does not say. There's a point where she can't figure out the ending or whatever. She's struggling to figure out how to kill him. And there's a B plot of her with Queen Latifah, trying to like navigate how she's gonna kill it. After much working back and forth with Dustin Hoffman, who is this literary professor, they determine that who the author is or whatever, and he the Dustin Hoffman's like, no, you shouldn't contact her, you shouldn't try to get a hold of her, what have you. And a big part of this movie is him. He has a thing for this baker played by Maggie Gyllenhaal, and he's trying to determine whether or not he's in a tragedy or comedy, and they kind of develop a kind of a quirky, unusual relationship, which is really fun, and they have a really kind of fun back and forth that's not over the top. But so there's a point where he figures out who the author is that's writing this book that he's hearing, and because he works for the IRS, finds her tax forms and manages to find her phone number and phones her, and she picks up the phone and she's like, hello, I'm Harold Crick, and it basically confirms that he's Harold Crick, this character that she's created. But who was he phoning?
What do you mean?
In the story, as she is writing it, the person does not know that Harold Crick was going to phone her. So in the story, who is Harold Crick phoning?
Maybe in the story, he's phoning the author, who in the story is a characterized version of herself. But wouldn't
she know then, though, that Harold Crick is... So in the story that she is... Because the movie ends with her finishing the book. So in the book, who does he phone? Does he phone... He doesn't... I imagine he doesn't phone the author.
Maybe he phones the author, and she just wasn't expecting in the real world for to hear a call from the character that she was writing about.
But that I don't know. That would be very strange if she was writing. Why would she in that story write that he was phoning the author unless she knew that he was? That's where I'm like it falls apart the minute you think about it for longer than 30 seconds.
So you want my advice, Justin? Don't think about it.
And so then
just don't think about it.
She gives him the only thing is she hasn't written down that she figures out the ending, but she hasn't written it down, and so she gives it to Harold, and Harold doesn't want to read it, because you don't want to know your own death, and so then he gives it to Dustin Hoffman, and Dustin Hoffman's like, yeah, so you need to die, and Harold's like, what? I don't know. And he's like, yeah, I know you need to die because if you die, this book is perfect, and it's the most perfect piece of literature she's ever written, and it will change the world. So you have to die, and it's kind of like, but what? But that seems horrid, and I think, oh, why on earth would you even remotely suggest such a horrid thing? This is a person, not a character in a book. He's not fictional. This is so bizarre.
Unless he is fictional.
And so she has this. The author has this like emotional breakdown where she's like, "How many people have I killed? Like, how many people have I? I'm like, am I magic? Like." And the movie never answers it. The movie never answers the question of like, wait, so if like Dustin Hoffman at one point tells Will Ferrell, yeah, every single book she's written, she kills a character, and so it's like yeah. So how many people did she kill? Did she kill anyone else? Is it just Harold? Is it just him? What is the deal here? How does this work? Did anyone else? Why did he specifically hear?
Get screwed.
Yeah, hear her. Why did no one else hear her? Or did anyone else hear her? And they all decided to ultimately die, or they couldn't help it. Like, what's the deal here? And so Harold does read the ending, and he decides to kill himself because the way he has to die, he has to step in front of a bus and save a kid from getting hit by a bus. And so Harold was like, yeah, I had to die. So she decides to change the ending, and she writes the ending, so now he survives, and he winds up with Maggie Gyllenhaal. But it's like, wait, so again, if she starts writing another book, is she gonna create? The movie never answers these questions, and honestly, up until the movie introduces the idea that they exist in the same world, you don't have to do. I'm like, this movie falls apart the second it has Harold meet the author. When it's just like it's about Harold like dealing with his life or whatever, and the narrator is omniscient and unknown, it works. But the minute she gets introduced and they meet, you start asking questions about the mechanics of the universe, and it makes the movie fall apart because the movie answers none of the questions about the mechanics of the universe. Not a single one. Doesn't explain anything. And what's happening is magical, right? And it doesn't explain any of that, and it makes it kind of a frustrating movie as a result.
I mean, yeah, it could have been interesting if they had it where, like, he's not actually calling her, but she's, like, imagining it, and then you find out that she's had a psychotic breakdown.
Or something, yeah. Him phoning her was imaginary. Yeah, so maybe not that she's had a psychotic break, but even then, like, yeah, have it where he don't show. What I would do is maybe not show her, like, cut out all the subplots where it shows her smoking cigarettes and trying to write this book, and just have it just be the Harold Crick parts, and have the bit where he phones her, and it turns out that him phoning her, you're right, it's just, it cuts back and she's at the keyboard or whatever, and it's not real. And it is in the story, him calling the author in the story, but it's not in real life. Then maybe this would make sense, because otherwise you're like, wait, so is this magic? I don't understand how any of this is working.
And yeah, you could introduce like a whole a subplot where like someone in the real world mentions to her how she kills someone in every one of her novels, and then she starts wrestling with like, well, why do I do that?
Yeah,
and
exactly.
like have like a real world analogy for like what she's trying to work through or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. She doesn't need him to come to the conclusion to not kill him, really. You could write a reason. Like there's no beyond the premise of him hearing her voice, but you could make the twist that him hearing her voice is part of the story. You could make that a twist, make that a twist and a hook. Where it's like, oh no, he is fictional. He's not real.
He's not real, but we think he is until the end.
Yeah. That would be probably a tad more sensical. But otherwise, it's all right. It's an all right movie. Like it's nothing. It's definitely one of Will Ferrell's stranger ones because it's very against type for him in a good way. I think. But yeah, that's Stranger Than Fiction.
Okay. So my first half scene, I might have already talked on here before, but I don't know if I have. So I'm going to pretend that I haven't if I have. And if I have, and that movie is Thomas and the Magic Railroad. It came out in 2000. I was 9 years old. I was big into Thomas at the time, and I still love Thomas the Tank Engine. This movie is has a bit of an interesting background.
Yes, it does.
Where in post-production they went back and or post-production, I think it was post-production.
Yep. Cut out
where they went back and they had to cut and edit a whole bunch of the movie.
Yeah, more than I think either half or more than half, like quite a bit, a lot.
I just know that it was a sizable amount.
Yeah, sizable.
They had to. This is how Wikipedia words it. They were requested. Her and the other editor, Ron Wiseman, were requested to, quote, substantially rework the film from how she had originally envisioned it by removing Burnett's rival, P.T. Boomer,
Yep.
who apparently you can still in the movie see him in one brief scene,
And
which
there's still dialogue in the movie that kind of sort of references him.
kind of they allude to him.
Yeah.
But you can see him in one scene, and that's and you don't know who he is anymore. But there's a scene where hold on, it
It's like
says
early
here.
in the movie. He's the guy who
Boomer can still be seen briefly in one scene. However, the scene was redubbed with Boomer as a lost motorcyclist
Yeah.
talking to Burnett for directions.
Yeah.
In the original cut, Boomer and Burnett were having a row.
Yeah. Yeah. Because the idea is that, and to be fair, I've actually seen the director's cut of this. You can find it. It's on the internet. And the director's cut basically puts in a lot of the Boomer stuff. And the idea was it was basically a completely different movie. It adds a lot of like context to his relationship to Lady and why he's so protective of her.
Yeah,
But
Boomer was the one who destroyed her.
yeah,
In the original cut.
There's a big extended sequence that they cut out early on where Boomer and the grandpa Burnett, thank you. Find Lady as kids and their childhood friends, and the Boomer wants to use her magic for no good, and the grandpa is like, we can't do that, and they get into a huge fight, and that's what causes Boomer to. And so when Boomer destroys her, it's when they're kids that he destroys her, not when they're adults. And him and the diesel engine basically ends up being his sidekick basically, and you can find footage of him like riding on top of the diesel engine, and he's a bit more intense. But the stuff involving him and Lady and the grandpa are from like a completely different movie. Like they don't really, apart from the loose connection to the magic rail, you could cut Thomas out of it and the rest of the characters, and you wouldn't lose anything, which is probably a problem. But their story is from a complete. I think that's because it was. I think it was an early version of the script was a different movie, and they just slapped the Thomas.
Combined the two.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
All I know is that another thing is that in the original version, Mara Wilson, Lily Stone, was intended to be the narrator and not
Yes.
What's his name?
Yes.
Not
Alec Baldwin.
Thank you. Not Alec Baldwin. Also,
I maintain
an interesting
they got
thing
Ringo Starr to come back.
is so before filming, Thomas's voice was provided by John Bellis, who was apparently a British fireman and part-time taxi driver who worked on the film, and then he got the role when he happened to pick up Britt Allcroft, the big person behind Thomas and the Tank Engine, and then they found another person. He got a phone call basically after hearing the particular person who did Thomas in the movie. She was like, I've heard the voice of Thomas, and it's gonna be this person. And Thomas got recast, and this fireman guy, the original voice, was upset, clearly, understandably, because this was gonna be his big break.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
And then it got given to someone else. But I like this movie. I will always have a fond place in my heart for this movie.
Yeah.
It is a movie that is not without flaw.
No, God no. But Thomas the Tank Engine is a franchise not without flaws. So.
I mean, you're not wrong. But yeah, it's one of those ones too where it's like I look at it and I'm like, really, Alec Baldwin, really?
I know
Thomas the Tank Engine, really?
As an adult, that makes me go, he must have wanted to do something for his kids.
That's the only thing I can think of.
His kids must have been big Tom, because otherwise I'm like, really.
Same for me. I as an adult, I'm like, really, Peter Fonda, Thomas the Tank Engine?
I know. I was like, really. But again, I could believe he signed on to it thinking it was about a magic train and there was more emotion to it than that. Like, Because legit, like the stuff involving him, Lady, and Boomer, they do, like when you watch that director's cut, they do feel like they're from a completely different movie. It's really bizarre.
I also I like how they have how they bring in the characters from Shining Time Station.
Yeah. That was
So Russell Means, Billy Two Feathers, he played Tom Jackson. He played one of the characters on Shining Time.
Stacy, which is really funny.
Stacy,
like,
who I'm pretty sure Dee Dee Khan. I'm pretty sure she was on Shining Time as well.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, she was one of the main characters.
It's
weird because they're in this, but they're like not really. Mara Wilson is the big focus.
It's kind of more like they're there as cameos.
I remember being stoked about it, being like, it's the Shining Time. But like as an adult, I'm like, yeah, they really get kind of shafted for the celebrities in this.
They're like in 2 scenes, which
is strange because
it's kind of more like a cameo than it is an actual role.
It's funny that you're like Alec Baldwin. George Carlin was Mr. Conductor. George Carlin.
In the original, in the show. Yeah.
That's strange. Like
at least for some of the seasons. I think he ends up getting replaced.
He is the second Mr. Conductor. So the first Mr. Conductor is I don't know if I don't know if there's a third one, but the first Mr. Conductor is Ringo Starr. And he did all the narration for the longer. But when we watched it, it was George Carlin.
I just want to see if they have.
And Mr. Conductor is the one that the reason why I kind of don't. I understand why they made Alec Baldwin the narrator because Mr. Conductor is always the narrator.
Season 1 was Ringo Starr.
Yeah, season 1
Mr. Conductor.
Season 1 is Ringo Starr, and then season 2 is George Carlin.
Chris Carlin is 2 and 3.
Yeah. And then he did that's the one we know because he did all the narration. Mr. Conductor always did the narration. So that was weird. I remember watching a Ringo Starr one and be like, this is weird. But that's why I've always been able to kind of do. I wrote a song about an octopus. I've always been able to kind of do Ringo Starr because he was a very useful
Henry.
engine.
They locked Henry up in the tunnel because he refused to leave it. And you know what? I think he deserved it.
He deserved it. Sometimes you need to be locked away when you're not being useful.
Sometimes when you're not being a really useful engine, you have to be locked away until you're willing to comply to our great Führer's, Sir Topham Hatt's orders. It is not a dictatorship.
This is not trained communism.
This is not trained communism. This is what are you trying to say? This is better than the trains that are treated on the mainland. Have you seen them? They get their faces cut off. It's horrifying. Have you seen the original books?
Yeah,
it's really upsetting.
It's quite upsetting.
Really upsetting.
Have you not read the original books? It's quite upsetting.
There's literally the cover is like a picture of the trains that like their faces are cut off and they're just a blank hole.
It's upsetting.
It's upsetting.
It's quite upsetting.
That's what happens when you don't listen to trained communism. And be a really useful engine.
This movie is an example though of the when the movie gives you the wrong impression of the show.
Absolutely.
This is not what the show is, guys.
Not really.
Not what the show is.
It definitely was the theatrical version. It's like the Barney the movie.
Right, where you're like the stakes are weirdly high. Watching people physically ride Thomas was weird, and it still is weird.
The magic you refuse to believe in will be the thing that gets the better of you. Train and definitely not human who is definitely riding you.
There's a lot of Peter Fonda's lines are still from that original script. It's really bizarre. Like I say, he's in a completely different movie.
Absolutely. They were for the original script because you can tell, and that's where I say all they did was some editing. Yeah. You can tell they didn't reshoot those scenes.
No, absolutely not.
That's what he says to that human character.
That's the idea. Is the idea of him rejecting magic. That's very much a characteristic that Boomer character has. Very much so.
And so all they've done at best is they've taken the little train models, because it's not even like they're using CG at this point. They're still using train models.
Yep.
And they've taken the train model of the Diesel 10 and dubbed over it. That's all they've done.
A little bit, yeah. There's also bits where he's riding on top of them that they've just green screened over.
But it's just
You should check it out one day though if you're a fan of this movie. I don't know if you could still find it, but at one point, you can.
I'm gonna have to try and find it because I want to watch that.
I was on a Google Drive, but I did find it. I have seen it, and it is different. It is quite a bit different. It's
from what I had, from what they have written here, it was scary. Kids found it scary.
I don't.
You're an adult.
No, but even putting myself in the as a child who spooked easy, um, I'm willing to admit it. I didn't find it to be so. I think that it was just executives being overly sensitive. I think that in
I
their
mean, it's supposed to be Thomas the Tank Engine is for like 6-year-olds.
oh, see,
So,
I skew younger for Thomas. Thomas for me is 3 year olds, 4 year olds.
I'd compromise and say 5 or 4. But point being that like the kids that
Yeah,
age do
I didn't find him to be an
scare
overly
easier.
like he's no more scary. I guess from what I. But to be fair, it's been a minute since I've seen it. But like he's no more scary than the bad guy in that Elmo movie.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, to me anyway. He's about that relative level of scariness where he yells a lot, but that's it. But I mean, I could see the justification being more just like there's not enough scenes with Thomas. We need who gives a crap about the human characters. Let's cut the human character
Yeah,
story down.
that's fair.
But yeah, I know. Yeah, I and it's just again, the script feels like it was a story. Like the movie was about Lady. Like basically, it was about Lady. And some executive, somebody went, "This is not enough about Thomas, and Thomas is our main character." Because if I had a criticism of this movie, and I don't like doing this, but if I had one criticism, I would say there's too much of the movie that just devolves to it being episodes of the show.
How do you mean?
Like there's a lot, like all the scenes involving, like there's large portions of it where the Mara Wilson character just kind of, especially early on, doesn't really do anything, and it's just long scenes of like. And if you're into the show, it's not gonna. I'm talking functionally as a movie, but if you're a fan of the show, it's not gonna bother you. But like, there's a bunch of like subplots involving like what are essentially vignettes from the show that they've put into scenes as this movie of like Thomas doing work or like the stuff that basically sets up the diesel engine because the diesel engine is such a non-character. They just feel like episodes of the show. They don't feel like they've increased the scope of them all that much, and they're kind of clunky. But that's because
So, when I look up, interesting. That might be what you're talking about. When I type in Thomas and the Magic Railroad director's cut, so I see it says it's a fan-driven restoration product
yeah,
produced by Brandon Carty and Joseph
well, it's
Marshall.
not official or
Set
anything, though.
No, that's why I said fan-driven.
Yeah,
Set to be released in 2026 to celebrate Britt Allcroft's original vision of the 2000 film. But then when I scroll down, I see a Internet Archive Thomas and the Magic Railroad The Lost Edition,
yeah.
which is 4 hours and 33 minutes long.
Or that not, but no, the version I watched was slightly longer, and all it really did was it just cut in all the deleted scenes and attempted to restore it as much as it possibly could to its original version. And
I'll try and skim
Yeah.
through that 4 hour one later.
I
and
don't know what
see.
that 4 hour one is. The one version I saw was I think it was like an hour and a half. It's a bit longer, and it doesn't add a ton. It adds enough to change a lot of the context of those scenes, but it's stuff like it adds the original version of the magic you fought will get the better of you. It adds a bit where he's actually there, and it adds the scene at the beginning where they first find Lady.
There's various trailers and stuff for the 2026 remake, so I don't know what that
I
is
have
either.
not heard of the 2026 remake. The one I saw was well before that. I watched it like a while ago.
But it says that it's to create a definitive version of the movie incorporating deleted scenes such as those featuring the character P.T. Boomer, which were removed. And it said one of the things said that it's using train footage from like the original show to kind of help fill in some of the scenes.
Interesting. Yeah.
But that's Thomas. It had a budget. Wow, that's I wouldn't have thought that high. It has it has a budget of 19 million.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. This was huge when this came out.
It didn't do very well.
No, it did not.
Its box office did not make that. It was 19.7 million.
No, it did not. It did not do exceptionally well.
But
I wonder why we did see this in theaters. At least I don't remember watching this in theaters.
I would have been surprised if we didn't, but you know.
I have no memory of it.
I like this movie.
And this came out. This came out
Oh,
like
I should say I have a nostalgia for
I
this
think this might
movie.
have been. I think this might have been. What year did this come out?
This came out in 2000.
2000. Yeah, I can see why we wouldn't have gone to watch this in theaters. This is probably where like I'm 10. I'm too old to go watch Thomas the Tank Engine. But then we also owned it on VHS tape, so I don't know. Who knows?
I would definitely not have considered myself too old for this at 9 years old. I love Thomas. I still have my trains somewhere around here.
This is true. This is a very useful engine, you know.
He's a very useful engine. And those trains will go, if I ever have kids, which is unlikely to happen, they will go to them to those kids. So
I am going to skip over my second half scene because it's the boys. And
boys.
The boys with 3 Z's. So I'm going to skip on into have not scenes. And then when you get to your final have not scene, which I assume is going to be the boys with 2 Z's.
It is gonna be the boys.
Then
we'll talk
about,
men.
We'll talk about it together. So I'm just gonna skip on to the have not scenes, which is my first one, which is Passengers, starring Jennifer Lawrence and Chris Pratt and Jordan. This movie's very bad, like astonishingly bad. Like okay, plot of this thing is very simple. Chris Pratt is on a spaceship. Where everyone is in stasis, like cryogenic stasis, and they're on their way to a new planet, and the technology for this has become so seamless that you just get on the ship, you get frozen, and then you wake up 125 years later at the new outpost, and there is an accident, and Chris Pratt accidentally gets woken up early. And he is the only one awake, and the AI on the ship, everyone is asleep, and the security protocols are so high, and the AI cannot conceive of a scenario in which someone might be woken up early, so they have no protocol for it. And he is awake and alone for like a year, and he slowly goes crazy, and he becomes obsessed with Jennifer Lawrence, who is a writer. He keeps like watching her memories in her pods, and this movie is a great indicator as to why AI is bad, because it's a very anti ChatGPT movie, because he has there's a bartender played by Michael Sheen who is an AI program, and it just tells Chris Pratt what he wants to hear. So like
sounds like AI,
right?
Yeah.
He'll be like, yeah, I'll wake her up. And it'll be like, yeah, man, that's a great idea. He's like, no, it's a horrible idea to wake her up. That would be horribly unethical. And then the AI goes, yeah, man, that would be really unethical. You should definitely.
You're right. That would be unethical.
And like, no,
we
but
do that.
I'm dying here. I need companionship.
Well then you should probably wake her up.
You should probably wake her up then. And so he eventually.
No, but I can't do that, because then she's gonna. Okay, well then you shouldn't. But you should. But you shouldn't. But you should.
So he ends up waking her up, and tells the AI, "Don't tell her that I woke her up. Give me a chance to tell her." And basically,
let me work my magic there, bro.
Basically, waking her up is akin to a death sentence, because once she's woken up, she can't go back to sleep. And
oh man, if there was ever a sentence that I so much relate to, I can't get back to sleep once I wake up either. It's a real nightmare, let me tell you.
And so the movie is him convincing her to fall in love with him under the pretense that she has accidentally been woken up, and that he didn't creepily stalk her for a year and then wake her up, and it's really unsettling.
So
and
I'm gonna make the educated guess that at some point she finds out that he woke her up and is not too pleased.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. She does find that out, and she's incredibly pissed at first. And this is where the movie gets fucking bad. That's
where it gets bad.
No, it's bad up until this point. It's really hollow. Like, all the sets are, like, empty. It's just them, so there's, like, nobody in it. So it's just really hollow and empty and dull. All the set work is really boring. It's not an exceptionally interesting movie. Looking movie. And so, she finds out and she's pissed. And they are about to crash into something, or something's about to hit the ship. and so another one of the crew members gets woken up, and I missed how he ends up going back to sleep, but she ends up professing her love for him, and it's like the only reason she's basically gaslit herself into being in love with this guy who essentially killed her. And, like, this movie is Stockholm Syndrome the movie. Like, and then she, by the end of it, like, oh yeah, no, this is how we found each other. And it was like, you didn't find each other. He kidnapped you. You were kidnapped. That's what this is. This is a kidnapping. And you've convinced yourself to identify with your captor, because there's a point at the end where they figure out that, because her whole thing is she wants to go to this place, be there 100 years later, and then come, or 125 years later, and then immediately get back on the ship and go back to Earth and have it be 250 years later, and be the first woman to have done that, and be this like
hero,
glass ceiling shattering hero, yeah. And him waking her up has disrupted that. So yeah, she ends up writing this book about their life or whatever, and all of the rest of the ship wakes up once they get there. And yeah, the end of the movie ends with this monologue of her being like, and this is the story of how we found each other. And you're like, but no, he's a creepy weirdo loser who kidnapped you. You know, you've like identified with your captor. That's what's happened. This is Stockholm Syndrome. This is Stockholm Syndrome the movie. It's creepy. And like the people who made the movie somehow didn't see, apparently initially Jennifer Lawrence was really into this, but like as she got removed from it, she became more embarrassed by it. But apparently the people who made it are told, like, we saw this story as being beautiful, and it's like he kind of technically, people would call it rape by deception, but like he sleeps with her, like under the pretenses that she has been accidentally woken up. It's not okay. This movie's not okay. It's really fucked up and bad.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's called coercion.
Yeah, right? It's like, yeah, the pretenses are false by which you have slept with her.
He has created a scenario in which to lubricate the mind.
Right? And I just don't think...
I think is maybe a nice way of saying is a creepy weirdo.
Jennifer Lawrence is all right in this, but like, I just don't think Chris Pratt is charismatic enough to because again, there's
it's also weird because isn't he like 50 and she's like 30? He's like significantly older than her.
She's 35. I don't remember.
Yeah, he's like 50 something.
Is he 50 something? I mean, 35 to 50 is not that bad of an age gap. Also, in your 30s is kind of different. But she's the same age as me. I know she's 35.
Yeah, Chris Pratt.
So you don't need to Google how old she is. I know she's 35. How old is Chris Pratt?
He's 46 years old.
Oh, he's only 10 years older than her. That's not that bad. 10 years, less than 10 years older than her. The age gap isn't that bad.
It feels weird.
It does feel slightly, but yeah, he doesn't have.
It feels weird when he's coerced. He's using a power of authority to coerce her into sleeping with him.
Yeah, I just don't think he has enough charisma. Like if you had a far more charismatic actor or person, I hate to say this because it sounds gross, but you can look past kind of semi-skeezy things in a movie. If an actor or performer is charismatic enough, it can convince you that this is love. This is not doing that because he's Chris Pratt and he's not that good of an actor.
So who would you pick instead, and why is it Ryan Reynolds?
Oh, I don't know that it's Ryan Reynolds. I don't think he's quite the right guy for this. Glenn Powell. Glenn Powell would be great for this. You don't know who that is, but just trust me when I say he's charming. Maybe Robert Pattinson.
Glenn Powell.
Glenn Powell would be perfect in this. He has
yeah, he's got that chin.
He's got the chin, right? He's got the charisma, and he's a good actor. I just don't. Maybe Ryan Gosling. Ryan Gosling would also be pretty good in this. You need someone with quite a bit more charisma, He's just not a good enough actor to make this not creepy.
Maybe Zac Efron.
Yeah.
Ryan Gosling. I could see Ryan Gosling.
You need someone you need like a real pretty boy with a ton of charisma to make this not creepy. And even then, I just don't see a world where this isn't creepy.
Maybe Jake Gyllenhaal.
Yeah. Like the big thing with this is everyone immediately.
No, but see, it depends on the intent. if the intent is that he's supposed to, like, if you're doing this the way that
This
it
is
should have
supposed to
been.
be romantic.
No, I know, but I'm saying if you're doing this the way that it should have been done, and the intent is to make him creepy, then that's a completely
Right,
different
exactly.
story, right?
This is
Like,
not the intent here is not to be creepy, but it comes across as creepy. A fix I saw, which I agree, is you have her wake up first and she wakes him up. The gender swap makes it less creepy.
double standards, man.
No, I know it is, but in terms of movies, it just makes it just is. It's a double standard.
I know you're right, but still,
it is a double
shouldn't be
standard.
right.
It should be right, but it is right. It would be far less creepy if it was her instead of him.
It would be far less creepy too if, like, if there was a line about, like, how they had some kind of connection,
Yeah,
like
or
something,
something.
some indication,
Or make
that
it where it's an
maybe-
accident. All of the character stuff about her learning to accept life with him still works if it's also an accident
Yeah.
for her.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's a little contrived, but whatever. He's been locked for a year. If you make it where they like hit another asteroid, and then that sets up them getting in trouble later on in the movie where he has to sacrifice. Because the thing that makes you be like, oh, it's not creepy, is he sacrifices himself and lives through it, and then he finds a way to let her be refrozen. So it gives him a moment of selfless action, which is supposed to, and you're supposed to be like, well, he's been alone for a year, and humans require human contact, so that's supposed to be what allows you to forgive him.
to excuse what he's done.
But it just does. It just it doesn't work. It doesn't work because it's Chris Pratt. Like, and I saw a bunch. I remember when this came out. Like this movie peaked during TikTok. So, but this was during peak Chris Pratt hate. Everyone hates Chris Pratt, and yeah, if it were, I don't know, like maybe even literally anyone else, I think maybe this probably might have been seen as romantic, maybe, but I don't know. But anyway, that's Passengers. Bad movie, Jordan. Bad and boring. It's just the other worst crime. Is it was agonizingly boring. It was so boring.
Okay, so in 1982, a movie called The Secret of Nim came out. Have you ever watched The Secret of
I
Nim?
have not. The one thing I know about it is it's got the Duke from Rockadoodle in it.
So it's funny that you say that. I was gonna call attention to that. He's not specifically the Duke.
Sure, shit
but
looks like him though.
he definitely shares a lot of characteristics. Because this was Dom DeLuise thing, and he made both things, and clearly he was inspired.
Don Bluth.
No, Dom DeLuise was in this.
He's in it. He's the actor, but the director is Don Bluth.
Okay, if you say so. Anyway,
Dom DeLuise is an actor.
I think I frequently forget that they're two different people.
Yeah. Dom DeLuise is the actor who plays Itchy from All Dogs Go to Heaven. He's in many Don Bluth movies, but Don Bluth is the director.
Yeah, and he also did Rockadoodle.
He did Rockadoodle, yes. Dom DeLuise
which
is also in that movie.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think so.
No, I've never wanted to watch this movie mostly because
maybe not.
Actually, I'm not 100% sure. He's in a lot of Don Bluth stuff, though. He's
I'm just trying to think. I can't specifically think if he is in.
I honestly don't know. I said that, and I honestly don't know if I'm right or not. I'm pretty sure I'm wrong. I don't think he is.
Anyways, not the point.
I never watched this movie because it looks scary. That's why. You're like, why have you never seen this? It looks scary.
Well, I never said why did you never see it. I asked you if you had seen it.
Because Don Bluth wants to traumatize your children. Oh yeah,
he absolutely does.
Just so everyone knows, that's the running gag on this show is Don Bluth wants to. Don Bluth, the 1980s and 90s were known for two things: cocaine and traumatizing your children.
Justin, it's not a gag. It's the truth.
Don
Bluth wanted to traumatize children.
He wants to
as many as possible.
As many as possible with his horrible, traumatizing movies.
That being said, as an adult, I like this movie.
I hear it's good. I've heard good things.
There are quite a number of things to enjoy about it.
Let me say it's his best. Certainly one of his best movies, if not his best movie.
But one of the things that is currently blowing my mind.
What's it about?
Hold that thought. Before we even get into what the movie is about, I have to talk about an actor thing, which is currently blowing my mind, which is the fact that one of the supporting roles is played by a woman named Hermione Baddeley.
Did you not know that Hermione?
And I'm Hermione's a real name?
Yeah, yeah.
It's not just a name made for witches?
No, that's
What?
Jordan. That's not even the first time I've heard of someone named Hermione.
My mind is blown.
That's not
My
even the
mind
first
is.
time.
I was like, what? I am like, what?
I'm pretty sure it's a British name. Like it's a.
Yeah, well, that one definitely is because she played someone in. She played the nanny or whatever. Not the nanny, but the
Which would
one
make
of the
sense
people.
because British characters.
One of the people who she played Ellen the maid in Mary Poppins. In the live action Mary Poppins. She was also
Wait, there's a cartoon Mary
Madame.
Poppins?
No, I meant like she also does live action work.
Oh, I see. I understand.
She was also the voice the Madame Adelaide Bonfamille in The Aristocrats. So she's sort of a Disney and animated movie alum. It seems.
I know, yeah.
But so this movie, you have Mrs. Brisby, who is the little mouse, and she's got a few different kids, and they live in the field, in this stone or whatever, and her youngest son is sick with pneumonia.
Okay.
Meanwhile, moving day is coming, or the day where everybody leaves the field because winter is about to end, and the farmer is about to plow the field and destroy all of the homes of the creatures that have made homes there during the winter. So everybody, all the animals are trying to leave. And so she can't leave because her son has pneumonia. And so she goes to the Great Owl to ask for his advice of what to do.
Oh, the Great Owl is the owl that looks like the Count from Rockadoodle.
Yes.
Gotcha. So he's a good guy?
He is a neutral guy, I guess would be the best way to put it.
Huh.
He helps Mrs. Brisby because
Morally ambivalent?
Mrs. Brisby's dead husband helped save the mice. Or not the mice, the rats.
And the owl eats the rats.
And well, the owl seems to also be magical. I don't know if that's just because owls are
actually the
mystical.
same character from Rockadoodle.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. But I mean, this came out like 10 years before Rockadoodle, so.
Oh, did it actually? Oh, really? 10 years?
Not quite 10. This came out in 1982, and from what I remember, Rockadoodle came out in 1991, I think. Hold on, I'm actually gonna look it up.
For some reason, I'm thinking 1992.
It might have been 1992, in which case it would have been. It would have been 10 years at that point. No, not Rockadoodle was 1991.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
So it's as old as I am. But so yeah, so the owl, the Great Owl, is like, go to the rats, ask for Nicodermus. They can help you move your house. And she's like, cool, okay, great. Meanwhile, I don't remember if before this point or after this point, she comes across this. I think he's supposed to be a crow, but he might be a raven.
I mean, what's the difference? Am I right? There is a difference. There's quite a large difference. Ravens are bigger birds. I was joking.
I'm just trying to see if it says here.
Now you have that song stuck in my head. We are the creatures of the night.
No, it doesn't. Anyway, she finds him and rescues him. His name is Jeremy, and he is played by Dom DeLuise. So he is exactly the kind of character that you think he is. So she goes to the rats, tells them that her husband was Mr. Brisby, apparently this was based on a
book,
a novel, a children's novel.
That I knew.
Anyways, she goes there, and there's basically two factions of the rats. There is the good ones, which are led by Nicodermus, and there's the hero one whose name I don't remember, and then there's the definitely not evil but also totally evil faction of rats who want to take over.
Also, there's evil
And
rats.
there's at least one evil rat. And so then throughout the storyline, we find out that the rats come from this lab where the humans were performing experiments on them and mice, and fed them drugs, which gave them super intelligence, which is why they talk.
That makes sense.
So like there is an actual in-universe reason for why they're anthropomorphic.
Ah, that's pretty neat. I like that. That's fun.
At least for the rats anyway. It's why they wear clothes. It's why they speak. It's why they're stealing electricity from the farmers.
That makes sense.
And um, so then we find out that the farmers have reported to this lab about the mice or whatever. So the rats have to leave, but the evil rat doesn't want to leave because they're comfortable there and they have their entire society set up and they're stealing the electricity and things are good for them and yada 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 yada. And then by the end of it, the rats get away, the good ones get away, and they help Miss Brisby move her home. The children survive. She survives. Happy ending. Yay!
Yay! This movie has upsetting scenes because it's a Don Bluth movie, but it's ultimately beautifully animated because it's hand drawn.
It had a budget of 6.3, between 6.3 and 6.7 million, and it had a box office of 14.7 million.
Sorry, how much did it cost?
It was between 6.3 million and 6.7 million.
How much did it make?
14.7 million.
It did okay. Did okay.
I think it has a cult following. Also, I seem to remember there being a sequel, but I think it was straight to DVD.
I seem to recall. Yeah, you're right. There's at least one sequel. There might be two sequels, but I know there's at least one. And yeah, I think you're right. I think it did go straight to DVD. Straight to DVD.
That's just, or VHS or whatever it would have been at the time.
Which is
This.
Which is.
Oh, interesting. So apparently, the home media, Secret of Nim, debuted on Super 8 film
Oh, really?
and
Wow.
several home video formats in 1983, including VHS, Betamax, CED, video disc, Video 8, and Laserdisc.
Huh.
So that's neat. I like this movie. I think, you know what, Justin? You know what? I'm going to challenge you to watch it one day.
I probably will for something.
That's the secret of Nim.
All right.
I mean, if it's any motivation, it's not super long.
That is
You
pretty
know,
solid
it's
motivation.
83 minutes to get through it. Doesn't take very long. It's fairly easy watch.
It's pretty easy to watch.
And you're an adult, so you probably won't be traumatized.
I can't imagine I would be. Although, I do get traumatized sometimes.
And that's my last have seen.
All right, so you have one.
I have two have not seens, one of which is The Boys.
One of which is The Boys. That makes sense. Yeah, that adds up. Okay, cool. My final have not seen, but not my final thing because I got one more thing, which is The Boys. Is a movie called Meet the Parents.
Meet the Fockers?
No, it's
Are you Focker?
the Meet the Fockers is the second one. This is Meet the Parents. This is the first one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah, it sure is a 2000. It came out in 2000, the year 2000. Boy, howdy, is it sure ever a movie that came out in the year 2000. It has all the jokes that you would expect from a movie that came out in the year 2000, starting with the fact that his name is Gaylord Fokker. Like the movie gets just an absurd amount of mileage out of the fact that his last name is Fokker. Like somebody when they wrote this movie thought that they were like, how can we skirt the PG-13 rating? And somebody thought that changing the U, get it, Jordan? Because his last name sounds like he's saying fucker,
Oh, hey,
but
Focker?
it's actually Fokker, Jordan.
What
But
are you talking
it
about?
sounds
Focker?
like fucker, and that's the whole joke, and it gets
What-
old after the third or fourth time.
What are you trying to say, Focker?
This is one of those movies where there's always a reason why I never watched this, because I knew it wasn't gonna be for me. I think I've discovered generally I don't like Ben Stiller movies, but like it's just not for me. None of the humor lands for me. Like the basic premise of it's a guy trying to ask permission from his girlfriend's dad to marry her is archaic and backwards for me. Like it's just really old fashioned, and I just don't. My brain doesn't think that way. So I'm like, why would I do that? I don't. Why do I care what he thinks? Who cares?
She's not his property.
Right, exactly. Yeah, she doesn't belong to him. What does it matter what he thinks? Um,
This is
and
between me, her, and her adorable little bottom.
it's the kind of movie where it wants you to think that Ben Stiller is in the wrong, but every character in this movie acts like an asshole to him. Like they either relentlessly make fun of his name, or they make fun of the
I
fact that he's
mean, can you blame
they
them?
make what once you get one, and then you grow up and you act like an adult, and then you move on. But it's like every single like it's not just like because the whole thing is you're supposed to be like Robert De Niro is being difficult, and it's a rivalry between him and Robert De Niro. But everyone, with the exception of the mother, is a complete asshole. Like they part of the plot of the movie is coincidentally they're there. They happen to be there for the sister's wedding, and it's a bunch of misadventures at the wedding. He like that. She's still really weirdly close with her ex-boyfriend, who's played by Owen Wilson, who the family loves, and he's super rich and successful, and he like whittles or like creates this wedding arch for the sister, which Ben Stiller accidentally sets on fire. He loses the cat. He's told not to flush the guest bathroom that he's in, which he does. He flushes the toilet, and he floods the backyard with like septic toilet water where they're trying to do a wedding. And but it's all like every single person in the family is like setting him up for failure,
Out to get him.
Yeah, and then acting is like they're out to get him, and they act surprised when he fucks up, even though they set him up to fuck up.
I think you mean fuck up.
Yeah, and it's just like like there's the sister's husband, the guy who she's gonna marry, is just a total dick the whole time, and you're like, yeah, like he's not really that bad, and you guys are acting like it's just the humor just didn't work for me. I was like, this is not. There was a couple of times where I kind of maybe laughed a little, but other than that, I'm like, I'm out at the premise, and so anything further than this is like not.
He's making you say fuck this.
But what's funny though about this franchise as a whole, I can't say. I don't know. Who knows? Never say never. But each of the sequels is like the most logical thing you've ever heard. Like that's what I love about this franchise. We're like, no, yeah, that makes sense. So like then at the end of this,
First one is about them getting married. Second one is like what, about having kids? I'm guessing.
No, the second one is so the first one is meet his her parents. Second
Oh,
one
then
is,
it's his parents.
You meet his parents because at the end of this one they're like, surely someone who would name their child Gaylord Fokker, they're perfectly normal, right?
They're hippies, if I remember correctly.
I honestly don't know. I've never seen it. I have no clue. And then the third one is they have kids. And then the fourth one is he's now the parents. So now it's a movie we've seen the trailer for, but now he is he's the Robert De Niro character, and his son is getting married to Ariana Grande. And yeah, and now he it's meet the parents and he's the parents. And yeah, I just like how each of the sequels to this are like, yeah, that's a logical place to take this universe. It makes sense. It makes sense that the next one is the first one is you meet her parents. Now you meet his parents. It just makes sense, you know. And there's an appropriate amount of distance between these movies. Like it's like 6 years before this came out in 2000. Meet the Fockers doesn't come out till like 2006, and so there's like an appropriate amount of time between these to where you can appreciate that, oh, there's a new one of these coming out, all right. And maybe if you dug these I could see, but yeah, it's just that kind of awkward, like the bit where he's like, I milk, you can milk anyone who has nipples, you can milk them, and Robert De Niro's like, would you milk my nipples, Gary? Would you milk my nipples? Not Gary, shit, Greg, would you milk my nipples, Greg? Like, this is I don't like awkward. Like, and that's what a lot of Ben Stiller movies are like, where it's the same reason why I'm not a huge fan of Zoolander, because it's just like the humor is like someone
Cringy.
says something awkward and then there's an awkward pause and that's the moment where you're supposed to laugh, but
Yeah,
you're not
cringy.
laughing, you're just uncomfortable. Like, I
I
don't
always feel
know.
like I have Reddit.
I think it's because
Sorry.
my growing up situation, like, you grew up with people. I grew up with people who, like, they loved this movie, and that's because that was their kind of humor, where it was like, yeah, you're taking a thing that was funny and making it not funny repeatedly, like, over and over again, saying
Yeah.
I get it. It's like, I get it, yeah, I get it. It sounds like his name is Fucker. I get it. It's all right. It's a moderately funny joke that you've strung an entire franchise on. Yeah, that's Meet the Parents. That's it.
Okay, so before we get to the boys,
The boys.
in 1991, a movie called Delirious came out.
Yeah, I've never
Have you
heard
ever
of this.
watched Delirious?
Never heard of it.
It has John Candy as the
Oh
starring
yeah, it was the
role
one you were watching the other day. Yeah, where he gets pulled into
into the soap
into
opera
the
that he
soap
works
opera
on.
that he can also control somehow. And I'm like, that premise sounds fun, and I like John Candy. I'm
Yeah,
I'm a big John Candy fan. I'm never.
He hits his head, and then he finds himself in the setting of the soap opera that he works on.
Yeah, it's like the
And
Last Action
his
Hero, but with soap operas.
anything that he types on his typewriter happens.
On his magic keyboard.
And so then there's a series of, I don't want to give away too much in case one day you want to watch it.
I would like to watch this actually. That sounds good.
But so I am gonna have to give away. Maybe I won't. We'll see if I can skirt around it. But the basically you go through. There's a bunch of stuff that happens within it, which are just very soap opera-y.
Does a
and he keeps
husband want to kill an ex to kill a wife?
yes,
Poison
I
her?
think so. I think so.
No, that sounds about
Yeah.
right.
And he keeps using his typewriter to change things to make one of the characters, who is the actress that he has a crush on in the real world, to help her fall in love with him. He keeps using his typewriter to take advantage of the
type.
situation. So, like, he gives himself a sports car, and then he writes so that they're in a scene where they're both in the sports car together, and then he closes his eyes, and because he's typed out the scene, he has her hand on his, so she's guiding him as he's driving blind, and they're missing everything, and they come out perfectly, etc., stuff like that. And as the movie goes on and the plot thickens, and all that, I will say, because you're probably like, oh, does it act? Is it like a dream, or like does it all actually happen? How is he magically transported into the
obviously he's got a
soap
magic
opera?
typewriter. That's how.
I won't tell you because I'm not going to give it away. But what I will say is the movie does tell you.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
So then, once the movie reveals the nitty gritty details, as it were, of which there aren't many, but once it does, we get the resolution of the movie, which is a happy ending.
Happy ending.
That's the spoiler-free version that I can give you. Now, that being said, Justin, I am sorry to report that the film was a critical and commercial failure.
I mean, yeah, there's a reason why we've never heard of it, which is a shame because John Candy is always good and stuff.
It had a high budget of $18 million, and box office. I can never read it when the numbers are this high. I think it's $5,500,046,827.
Is it 6 zeros? Because I'm pretty sure 6 zeros is a million.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7 zeros? Oh, then that might be that's
5, 5, 4, 6, 8, 2, 7. Yeah, 7.
No, it's 7 zeros might be. It's actually 7 zeros might be a million. I might have my.
I'm pretty sure that 6 is like hundreds of thousands,
That makes sense.
whereas that 7th one makes it millions.
That makes
If
sense.
so I think it made 5. We're gonna assume that that's 5 million.
5 million.
It made $5.5 million
On a budget of what?
18 million.
Really? Wow, that seems like a high budget for this kind of movie.
It does, doesn't it?
That seems like a high, but also like you gotta keep in mind, John Candy was kind of big at this time. Like he had a big enough name that maybe some of that budget went to paying him.
Could be.
Because like that sounds like it's a $5 million movie at best, unless you're telling me there's a big action sequence at the end.
So on reception, on Rotten Tomatoes, the film has an approval rating of 27% based on 22 reviews, with an average rating of 5.1 out of 10. Website's critic consensus reads, "Delirious benefits from John Candy's sweet screen presence, but it's nowhere near enough to compensate for a woefully unfunny script."
Yeah, that tells me that without John Candy, that movie would be bad. It's one of those movies where he elevates the material, which that makes sense. John Candy.
He does. He does, considering I don't recognize any of the
I'm
other
not a
people
huge
in
Uncle
it.
Buck fan, but I was a big fan of John Candy, and that he made me like that movie. He was so charming. He was one of those actors, absolute loss.
All I'm gonna say is he's the only name here that I recognize.
That's fair.
Like the Janet Dubois character,
Dubois,
played by is named by someone named Marielle Hemingway.
Oh, I've never heard of
whoever that is.
I don't know who that is.
And yeah, so yeah, none of the John Candy. But yeah, I had fun with it. Not gonna say it's a perfect movie.
I like movies where it's guy gets sucked into a movie. Or
I like a good
television show.
isekai.
Yeah, yeah. Is that an isekai? I guess it technically is, isn't it? Isekai is technically you get teleported to a magical land, which I guess this technically was because
he has a magic typewriter which lets him control what's happening.
But yeah, I love movies where it's
if that's not a magical world, I don't know what is.
Where a person gets sucked to like a movie or television show and it makes fun of the tropes of that particular brand of television show, and soap opera is ripe for that kind of
Oh,
humor.
it so is. So yeah, no, I enjoy this, and maybe one day we might hear Justin's thoughts.
Perhaps.
One day.
Is it like a medical soap opera?
I mean, there's parts of it where they are at a hospital. I think the soap opera is supposed to be like based on the hospital and the life of the people that own it. I think.
Fair enough. Jordan, is that it? Is that high fidelity?
Other than The Boys.
The Boys! Well, this is really the first 2 seasons of The Boys. I think The Boys is going to be a multi-part series on our channel.
Yeah, because and this is going to be how I'm going to launch this. Before we even get to what's in the show, I'm going to launch this off with, it's too long!
It's too long. Unlike Invincible, which is debatable.
It's too long.
Unlike Invincible, where it's debatable whether or not that show is too long. And it's too long by a matter of minutes. This is too long by a matter of like 15 minutes an episode. Not even 30 minutes an episode. These episodes could be 30 minutes shorter. I'll be fair, and I will give you the standard runtime of a superhero show, which is about 40 minutes. But still,
I would give you 45. Like, I would give you 45. That's a solid, like,
solid.
Breaking Bad did 45, and you can do a lot in 45.
Technically,
anything long...
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, technically, if we're going network television, it would be 40 minutes because the network television is 40 minutes plus 20 minutes for ads.
Okay.
But still, 45 would be fine. Yeah, 45 would be fine. That would be. There's many episodes where you're like, I'm 30 minutes in and I'm like, shit, am I still on the first episode?
Oh, this show doesn't pass the phone test because it's so long.
It's so
like,
it's not even that it's boring because it's not boring.
There's parts of it which are boring. But my thing is that the other thing about this show, talking about the content of the show.
You all know The Boys. You know the premise. It's a superhero world where what if this? There's a lot of shit I'm gonna give this show credit for, which is to say, this is the most realistic version of superheroes.
I mean, it is, but that's not fun.
It's not fun, but it's not supposed to be fun. To be fair,
I mean, that's ultimately my thing with this show is what it's doing, like what it's trying to do. It knows what it's doing, and
it does it well.
It does it fairly well. I just don't like what it's doing.
Yeah, this is where I would accept that it's not the show, it's me. Like this is where I would accept that. Yeah, because that's totally. I don't think that's unfair, because I don't. You're like the show's too dark. I don't even think. I agree, and not even just in this its content, but it's got that horrid low light. Everything looks like it's shot at night, even when it's during the day. A sepia tone, fucking. But that's by design. It's it's trying to look like a Snyder movie. And
that's exactly what I was gonna say. I would say it has the Batman versus Superman, Justice League,
yeah,
Snyder tint,
where everything just looks
in every
dark.
sense of the word. Where visually it looks dark. They act dark. It's just.
But to be fair,
but that's the
it's
point.
a satire of that shit, right? It's making fun of. Like there's one of the and there's lots of shit in the show.
Yeah, but I don't think it makes fun of it. I don't think it makes fun of it in a way that's fun enough.
No, you're not wrong. I do agree with you that like part of its problem, especially in the later seasons, of it becomes the thing it's making fun of. So like did you finish season 2?
Yeah, I did.
So you know the bit at the end of season 2. See, I'm glad you watched it. I only got a little bit into season 1, but I've seen season 2 and 3. But I'm glad you did, because it reminded me what was in season 2. And like, yes, there's the bit at the end of season 2 where you've got the girl power moment where they all shit kick.
Sorry, real quick. Game Freakness, not yet. We have not gotten to see the new Mortal Kombat. That's going to be next week.
That's next week. Yeah, tune in next week. We're gonna do a big.
Tune in next week. Come back. Swing by next week, and we will be talking about.
We will have a fresh, hot new review. Or if you don't want to tune in next Sunday, Monday there will be a hot new review on the YouTube channel about that next week.
So stay tuned for that.
Mother's Day was this week, so Mortal Kombat was not happening. Sorry, we love our mom too much for that. Anyway.
Yeah.
We as a collective, society, we love our moms too much.
Yeah, definitely. That's what you meant.
That's what I
meant.
Boys. The boys.
Yeah.
There's the moment at the end of season. Sorry, there's a moment at the end of season 2 where all of the girl characters shit stomp, Stormfront, and it's supposed to be making fun of that girl power moment from Endgame. Where all the girls show up. It's making fun of that, and like.
Except she's killed by the little boy.
No, I know, but the moment where all the girls show up and they all team up together, that's supposed to be making fun of. Yeah, it's supposed to be making fun of Endgame. And like, there's I can't remember if it's in the actual show, and I don't remember if it's in season 2 or 3. No, it isn't. It's in season 3. There's a bit in season 3 where they do a big trailer for what is this? It's the not the
movie,
the Magnificent Seven, but the something 7, Rise of the whatever. And so there's a bit in season 3 where it's after the Snyder cut has come out, and so now there's the Vought cut, where now Stormfront is there's stuff like that it's funny. Like there's certain bits like it's for me it's not like a laugh out loud kind of show. It's like if superheroes were real, they would be celebrities, and they would be like super celebrities. They would be run by
a very corrupt corporation, which would privatize them. Absolutely. Especially in America. And finding out that the superheroes aren't natural too, but they're made.
Right.
Absolutely. That's America.
Where the superheroes are they're less heroes and less vigilante people who do, and they are that, but that's so controlled, and it's designed to look like it's like part of it would be how it would work in the real, and like just the fact that like celebrities still exist in that world. Like Seth Rogen is a character on that show, like the actor Seth Rogen. So like the superheroes turn into literally like jacked up versions of celebrities, where they're everything wrong with celebrity culture, but dialed up to 11 because now they have these godlike powers, and that to me is interesting, and that's what makes season 1 interesting. Where the show.
See, that's kind of exactly why I don't like it. Is reality sucks. I don't need my superheroes to be tainted with reality.
It's the kind of show you have to know what you're going into if you're watching it. Like, it's not going to be a traditional superhero show, and you have to kind of have to be okay with that. And I don't blame people for not being okay with it. And that's not even mentioning the weird shit. Like it's oh,
you mean like Nazi Girl?
Like Nazi Girl, or Homelander getting blown by himself.
Yeah,
that was weird. That was a weird.
We don't talk about Bruno, Justin.
But like the thing with the boys is the comic it's really funny because the internet's trying to do that. You know how the internet's been doing that thing where they rehabilitate bad shit and try to gaslight you into thinking that we always thought it was good. Actually,
Yes, yes, I do.
you know how they did that. They're currently doing that with This is a random aside, but they're currently doing it with the prequels again, and they're trying to say that Mr. Plinkett and Red Letter Media are the reason that people hated the prequels. And the Red Letter Media, they had to be in a video being like, guys, everyone hated those and so now Twitter, it's just like, everyone was making fun of the fucking prequels. Everyone was. That's what we did back then. It's like, yeah, that's what we did back then.
Yeah, but I do think the Red Plinkett media kind of sensationalized it a little bit.
Well, definitely him and like the Nostalgia Critic and CinemaSins didn't help create a culture that was unhelpful, but they didn't start it, I guess is the point.
They didn't start the fire, but you know it was always burning while the world was turning.
The world was turning. Where was I going with that? With the about the boys and Star Wars and reevaluate. Oh, people are reevaluating the comic. That's what it is. People are trying to say that the comic. Oh, the show is not as good as the comic, and that's flat out wrong. The comic is bad. The comic is terrible. The comic is one of the worst things I've ever read. It's not the worst thing I've ever read because Crossed exists, but it's certainly one of the worst things I've ever read. Like in the first season, the Deep tricks and assaults Starlight, whereas in the comic, it's Homelander, the Deep, and Black Noir, and she's like I'm not gonna fuck you. And he's like, oh, no one ever said anything about fucking us. We just want some, what was it? We just want you to smoke some pole, I think is what he says. Right, yeah. I think we're just talking about some pole smoking. No, I think he says that on the show.
You're gonna blow us.
Yeah, basically, yeah. If you want to make it in this business, don't you? You want to be famous, don't you? And it's a lot of just being disgusting for the sake of being disgusting. Because Garth Ennis, the guy who
which is what would happen in the real world if men like that got superpowers.
Yeah, but it's like the guy who created The Boys hates superheroes. So every superhero in that comic book is either awful, like just awful, or they're a bitch. So like Homelander in the comic,
which I mean, the TV version does do that, but it's a a bit softened.
There's way more nuance to it. Where it's like,
softened. That's what I say.
Yeah, there's actual nuance, and it actually has something to say about celebrity culture and politics, and so yeah, people are trying to say that the comic is good actually, and it's not. It's bad. This is a much.
I get what. Well, in terms of the show, I can't speak for the comic, but in terms of the show, I get what you're saying. I also think you're giving it a little bit too much credit.
I mean, that's what it's about. It's about
right, but you're talking about the new, like this nuance and this and this that. And I don't.
Absolutely.
I don't think there's that. I don't think there's that much nuance in it.
It's a satirical.
It's just showing you what superheroes would be like in the real world.
It's a satirical look. It's a satirical take on superheroes through the idea of celebrity culture.
No, I'm saying there is some nuance, but I'm just saying I don't think there's as much as you're saying.
And then later on it becomes, and to be fair, the satire eventually becomes terrible and lazy. By I think season 2, I think that's about the point where they're like, Homelander's just Trump. Did you get how he's just Trump? He's Trump, you guys. And then it gets like
season 2 is more about the Nazi girl is kind of turning him into that.
Yeah.
Where she's like feeding his ego and giving him the idea. I think he really learns, and then like at the end of it when she's dead, I think that's when he snaps, and it seems like he's kind of gonna embrace her ideals.
She's a really lazy satire of a fucking online grifter right wing people, who are like your Nick Fuentes is, your Storm. She's the type. Stormfront is literally the name of a Nazi website.
She's the type who, I mean, she literally says to the kid at one point, you know, they're trying to take, they're judging us based on the color of our skin. She's a white supremacist.
No, she's a full blown. She's a parody of the internet white supremacist. Like she's a particular kind of like right wing influencer. Because she says at one point that there's more power in having that audience than there is in actually having superpowers. That she's not,
I guess for me, I don't really see a nuance there. It's just a Nazi.
Oh, she's right, but
She's just a Nazi supremacist.
yeah, but she's the idea is though
I
she's
get that she's parodying what something that exists in real life,
yeah.
but I don't see any
So
nuance there either. They're also just Nazi white
it
supremacists.
gets the satire in the show as it goes on. It gets really lazy. Like it starts off a bit more. Like I say, season 1 is quite a bit more clever. As it goes on, by like season 3, you're like, I get it. Homeland, like especially in season 2, season 5, and season 4. I haven't seen season 4, but in season 5, I've seen clips, and it's just like, I get it. It's so in your face. I get it. He's Trump. Okay, I get it. I get what you're trying to say. Trying to say that Trump is a malignant narcissist with way too much power. I get it. I get it. Homelander's a malignant narcissist who is such a malignant narcissist that he would suck his own dick. I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. Like that's my thing. So that's my way of being like, I get you. I get you when you're like, this doesn't do it for me, and because it's just so like, yeah, it takes all the.
It's just I think for me, it being a parody and a satire and stuff like that would be different if there was like some levity,
Yes.
some
Yes.
fun,
It's dark.
something.
It's dark. It's that's why it's not a parody. It's satire. And satire
Like
is a
for
bit
me,
more biting. It has a bit more to say. It's a bit more like you can have
for
satire
me,
that's not funny.
for me, I guess the difference is like,
But
um,
it's not to say it's not funny. It is funny.
Invincible. Invincible has moments where like there's likable characters.
But Invincible, like I said, is not satire. It's not a parody. It's genuine and sincere, and it's its own thing. This is parody. These are parodies. These are satires. This is directly.
Yeah, so is Invincible. Invincible is parodying pre-existing
But
characters.
that's
so,
what I'm saying. It's not though. That's
and
the
I'm saying
difference.
you're
But it's
wrong.
not. The difference is this is an intentional parody. Like well, at least
And I'm saying so is that.
but it's in its conception it's not. That's the difference.
Don't.
It's The Boys is very specifically him taking the piss and him taking the shit out of superhero tropes and superhero characters and his idea as what he saw as being, and that's why all the characters in them are reprehensible. Whereas sure, Invincible pays homage to character types and character ideas, but it's not they're not the shared character traits between superheroes is not. It's not a parody comic. It's not a parody comic. It's as much of it's not. It's like it's more. You need to think of it less as it's a parody of Superman and more of or DC, and it's like Spawn. Like that's what it is. Whereas this,
Yeah, but Spawn is an original character.
so is Invincible though. That's the point.
No, he's not.
Invincible is an original character.
Yeah, but the rest of the other characters on that show are not.
But
They're all parodies. They're all parodies of pre-existing characters.
They're not.
Yes, they are.
Adam Eve is not a parody of a pre-existing character. She's her own character. Like they're all their own characters. They're not meant to. Whereas this by intent is parody. That's the difference.
I mean, the Guardians of the Globe is just the Justice League, dude.
Whether or not they take inspiration from the Justice League is they are not intended to be parodies of the Justice League.
I don't believe that.
At least so far as I understand. Whereas this is intended parody. Like whether or not it is parody or not parody, or it winds up being parody, or winds up being satire, or winds up feeling like satire. I think the only reason why you see Invincible as being satire is its proximity to this. I think if Invincible had come out independently, like had come out and this didn't exist or had come out first, you would not make that association.
I don't make that association because of this show. I didn't watch this show until years later.
Yeah,
I watched Invincible first.
I just don't believe that. Yeah, I just don't think you would. I think its existence on the same network as a world which has The Boys, and you knew of The Boys, and you knew it was a parody of the show. So my first thing when I saw Invincible was to be like, oh, it's just another parody of superheroes, and so that was my thought process. And when you,
I mean, I didn't think that it was until I saw the Guardians of the Globe in the first episode, and I'm like, oh, there's the Speedster, which is just the Flash.
Right, but the rest of the
there's the Darkwing
though.
Character, which is just Batman.
Right.
Oh, Nolan is just Superman.
I guess maybe in that with those characters in that scene, sure, yeah, maybe they are homages or again probably homages to, but they're not making fun of. They're not satirizing the characters of the Flash. They're not there to satirize or to to make a statement about those characters. They just visually look like those characters and are there to serve a purpose. I can maybe make the argument that maybe Omni-Man, if not for Robert Kirkman saying very specifically that he's not, it's just a coincidence.
Yeah, I don't believe that. Superman existed for decades before that comic was made a thing.
But he doesn't remotely share an origin at all to Superman at all. His origin isn't remotely. Whereas Homelander, let's bring this back to the boys. Homelander is Superman. He was manufactured. I mean, I think they say in season 1 or 2. Correct me if I'm wrong. They say that they gave him the same origin as Superman. It's fake. Did they say that in the show?
I don't remember. They say a lot of things. There's a lot of talking.
I believe maybe I'm thinking of because there's an animated show where they show part of Homelander's origin, but at one point they say that they created the same origin as Superman has, where he comes from another planet, and I think it isn't. They do say it in the show because it's part of the covering up the Vought not being natural. But I think they say that he's from another. That's why he's called the Homelander, because he landed in home. He landed in. I think this the same thing as Superman. He lands in Texas, so he is specifically a parody of Superman, just like Queen Maeve is specifically a parody of
Wonder Woman.
Of Wonder Woman, just like the Deep is a parody of Aquaman. I want to get to the Deep. But Omni-Man, he did not land on Earth as a child and was raised by Earthlings. Like Viltrumites have a sort of vaguely similar sounding name to Kryptonians, but they are not the same. The Kryptonians and Viltrumites are not the same in any.
Yeah, you're not going to convince me that he didn't just look at. You're not going to convince me that he didn't just look at Kryptonians and be like, how can I make a different version of that?
But they're not the same. They're not remotely. The Kryptonians are science-based thinkers, whereas the Viltrumites are fighters and
you're not going to convince me.
But they're nothing alike. There's nothing to convince. They're nothing alike. They're not. There's no similarities.
He definitely took inspiration from them and used them to make his characters.
What are the inspiration? What inspiration? What are the?
Just look at the fact of their superpowers, of the super strength that comes to them, of their invulnerability.
But they don't have invulnerability. That's the
whole point. They do.
They have a
they do.
They have a healing factor that allows them to heal. But no,
they have invulnerability unless they're fighting against a creature which matches their strength, which is just like Kryptonians.
No, they're not invulnerable.
Yes.
No.
Yes, Justin.
No,
if a human punches a Viltrumite, literally Debbie's hands get hurt, which is what would happen with a Kryptonian. They have steel skin unless they're fighting against another Viltrumite or someone of equal strength.
Viltrumites don't have steel skin though. They don't have steel skin. They can get cut up and not just by people, by technology. They can get cut up and disemboweled and sliced and diced. Superman can't. Superman is completely invulnerable. He's got steel skin. No technology can cut through them. Their power sets, apart from the fact that he's super strong and super durable and can fly, that's it. That's the only comparable similarity between a Kryptonian and a Viltrumite. Otherwise, they're culturally nothing alike. They look nothing alike. They don't share an origin. Their costume doesn't look anything alike.
His costume looks identical to his. What are you talking about?
It's red and white, and he's got a cape. It doesn't look anything.
And he's got a symbol on his chest, which is just like the S.
Lots of superheroes have symbols on their chest. That doesn't mean anything. No, they don't look remotely alike.
You're not gonna convince me.
Again, I could believe that. But to say that he took inspiration from Superman doesn't really mean anything, because flying superheroes with super strength are a dime a dozen. So no, he didn't. Whereas again, Homelander is very specifically. The Deep is very specifically Aquaman. That's another thing about the show that drives me crazy. Is I get it. When I'm like the satire gets old, I will never fault anyone for being like The Boys isn't for me, because for me I get it, because I get sick to death of I get it, you don't like Aquaman, I get it, I get that you do. Whoever writes this show, whoever writes The Boys, I get it, you don't like Aquaman, totally get that, kill him off. Stop making cracks about how Aquaman sucks. It gets tiresome. By maybe in season 2 it doesn't get old, but by season 3 I'm I get it. You think that Aquaman is a bitch. You think that he's worthy of ridicule. There's this running gag in the first season where it's everyone thinks he's cool but he's not. and it's like nobody thinks Aquaman is cool. Like there's a bit in like the first couple episodes where these kids are like, yeah, man, I think the Deep is the coolest, and no child would ever be like, I think Aquaman is the coolest. And so this deconstruction of Aquaman being lame actually is weird. Like it doesn't make any sense. Like if you wanted to deconstruct a character that is supposedly cool, and you wanted to be like, no, but he's lame actually, why would you not make Homelander lame? Like that would at least be interesting. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. The Superman, he's the one who's evil. Yeah, who saw that coming? Like it's just not very like. I think the most interesting
because then he wouldn't be a threat.
Right.
He has to be a threat.
But I think the most interesting bits of I think it would be more interesting if he joined the boys. Personally, like I think
Homelander.
Well, I just think like he's at his most.
That would make no sense. He has to be the villain.
I know he does, but this is just a for me thing. Like this is purely a for me thing, and I this would never happen, and I understand you have to have evil Superman. It's the point of the thing. Well, to be completely fair though,
it's the only one that makes sense. Any other of them, if they went evil, they would be too easy. Like he has to be the bad guy because he's invulnerable.
Yeah, well, I mean, how this checks out and I don't feel like this is too much of a spoiler, mostly just because you get that vibe. But the idea is supposed to be. Homelander and Butcher are supposed to mirror each other. So Butcher is also awful and horrible and terrible and sociopathic and willing to do whatever to fuck over anyone as long as it benefits him. And he's supposed to mirror Homelander. So just as Homelander is taking shit too far, so is Butcher, and they're supposed to be polar opposites to each other. And so I get why you need a character that's strong. But to me, Homelander's the most interesting in the first few episodes where they're like where Butcher's like, yeah, Homelander's the only clean one, and I the idea of but I guess technically what Starlight's supposed to be, but I'm like, oh yeah, if the purpose of the show is to be deconstructionist, a deconstructionist take on superheroes, being like, what if you're right, fundamentally, bells and whistles aside, at its core, Omni-Man is just evil Superman. Like, the
just saying,
at his absolute fundamental core, he is just evil Superman. The imagery of what he does is, in terms of being a villain, is just the only thing he doesn't have is laser vision. But then that's the argument that he doesn't have, like, he just has super strength, right? He doesn't have laser vision. He doesn't have freeze breath. He doesn't have.
Well, I mean, the thing is that Superman has like every power because he's been around for like 80 years.
Homelander does though. Homelander has the laser vision. Homelander has the freeze breath. Homelander has.
Sure, but I'm saying to use that as an explanation for why Omni-Man isn't just another clone of Superman, to me is disingenuous.
But I would say.
Because Superman has every power. Omni-Man, just by visual look of him when he's in the costume, you can argue once he's no longer on Earth and he's out of the costume. But Omni-Man, when he's Omni-Man, not Nolan, but Omni-Man.
That's an interesting distinction.
Omni-Man is Superman.
No, I don't think Omni-Man is Superman, but I will concede to you that the iconography and the image is meant to evoke Superman. That's why I say, at his core, I don't disagree with you. But to be fair, I also do think that being like he's just evil Superman for Omni-Man and Nolan is reductive to that character. I don't think it's reductive to Homelander, because Homelander is just evil Superman. Like
but see, that's where I absolutely would distinguish. My opinion is different. Ironically, you look at Clark. Most people look at Clark Kent and they don't see Superman. Nolan is not Omni-Man. Once he leaves Earth, he stops being Omni-Man. Omni-Man dies. And to be fair, the show itself makes that distinguishment in season 4. To go back to that, because Debbie herself is like, you killed my husband.
Yeah, exactly.
He died the minute you left Earth.
Yeah, exactly. But
Omni-Man doesn't exist anymore. So to me, they're two different beings.
To be entirely at his conception, and yes, definitely the iconography. It is supposed to evoke Superman. Whether or not he is Superman is irrelevant. It's supposed to evoke Superman. Whether Robert Kirkman wants to say that or not, that's the image that you're supposed. That's the horror that you're supposed to conjure. Like, oh, what if a Superman did this? Maybe he's not the Superman,
my
but
point.
He's a Superman certainly.
That's my point.
And so
thank you.
He whether or not he's the Superman, he's a Superman. But regardless, yes. It's not terribly interesting.
Homelander and the Boys is absolutely supposed to be.
He's Superman.
The way that I would distinguish it is, the Boys is supposed to be a reflective look at not just Superman, but very specifically the Snyderverse Superman.
Oh, for sure.
And the Snyderverse. The
show
DC.
Specifically is supposed to be it. Well, and I don't think it stays
I can't speak for the comic, but the first two seasons.
Certainly I don't think it necessarily stays that way, because once they introduce Soldier Boy, it kind of becomes a pastiche of and a parody of Marvel. They really do want to do a lot of. To be fair, there is quite a few Marvel parodies in the early seasons as well. Like they really want to take out all of the superhero stuff. But my issue with the show is it too often forgets what it is and becomes the thing that it's making fun of. Where you're like, it takes itself entirely too serious, narratively speaking.
That's where I say it needs moments of levity, and
but
it just doesn't have it.
For me, Evil Superman is boring. He's not interesting. I've never liked Evil Superman. There's never been a version of Evil Superman that has interested me. The closest I ever got was Injustice, and even then it took a hard turn to Boringsville. Like, Injustice 2 Superman is the worst. He's so boring. It's just not interesting. It's not interesting to see the guy who could do the thing that you think he would do it. That's not interesting. It's more interesting to see the guy who could do it not do it and struggle to not do it, because that creates character.
See, for me, the reason why it's hit or miss. I don't like this version of Evil Superman. I do like the Invincible version. I do like the Injustice version. Specifically the Injustice version, specifically from the comic.
Yeah, I'm never jived with it.
Because especially when that came out, it was before the Boys, that was before this, at least, or before Invincible, at least for me. Injustice 1, I mean.
Yeah.
And that was really kind of like the first time for me I saw evil Superman.
The closest...
And what made it, let me finish. What made it interesting for me is I had spent all of my life at that point. You say it's more interesting to see the person who can do something not do it. Yeah, but I had seen that with Superman my entire life.
Yeah, no. The closest
the entire life.
The closest
to see a true villain version of him was interesting.
The closest I ever got to being interested in an evil Superman was Red Sun. That was it. I like
I also like that version.
I like that comic. That comic is quite good. But otherwise, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. It's just the same. But to be fair, I feel the same way about Evil Spider-Man. No interest in Evil Spider-Man. Don't have a clue.
No, I've never had an interest in Evil Spider-Man.
No, never had a single 1 ounce of an interest in Evil Spider-Man. Not once.
I think for me, the reason why
the only exception is Venom, and even then, I don't consider him Evil Spider-Man. But he's
I think the reason why Evil Superman sometimes works for me more than Evil Spider-Man does is because Evil Spider-Man, normal Spider-Man, I should say, you see get angry. You see the human edges of him.
Yeah.
You see him lose control. Superman, usually anyways, is just so pure, so good, so noble.
That's his appeal.
That like seeing him be the opposite of that is different.
No, that's why people love Homelander.
And I like different.
There's people who genuinely love his character.
Homelander is not evil Superman. Homelander is Homelander. Homelander is Donald Trump if he was Superman.
I mean, he is Donald Trump if he was Superman, and it's awful. But
it's awful.
It gets really fucking heavy-handed.
He's not evil Superman, and that's to me the big distinction for me.
I know.
I don't have an interest in just seeing an asshole be an asshole.
Right. Like, to me, the show would
have
been
much more interesting. The reason why
evil
Superman is interesting, specifically evil Superman. Actually, if you prefer me to say evil Clark Kent, is because that's so antithetical to what he is. And that's great. We're not talking about you. We're talking about me.
Does not interest
We're not talking about you. We're talking about me. That's why it works for me. is because it goes against the grain so much. It
Yeah,
makes it
but
different. And
yeah,
I don't want it every day of the week. If I have 50,000 versions of it, then it's no longer interesting.
for the purposes of the
But
boys
like
though,
the one out of 10,000,
for the
sure.
purpose of the boys though, to me, this story would have been so much more. It's so much more interesting when it's like if in terms of satire, it would have been far more interesting if it was Homelander was pure, was good, was trying to be good, and it was about him bucking the system and joining up with the boys, and he was the one who turned, and
Doesn't work.
the subversion is that he's actually like trying to survive in a system that's trying to make him encourage him to, because it's just being, oh, he's just a malignant narcissist.
See,
It's so boring. It's so boring.
see,
It's not an interesting
no,
character
for
turn.
me, what they needed to do or need to do, maybe they do it in later seasons.
Or have him do a face
I don't
turn.
know,
Do him evil
but
first couple seasons, then season 3 he does a face turn, and now he's a good guy.
no, um, I would go the boring route. What you were gonna say is the boring route, but for me, it's kind of on the nose, perhaps, but it would work for me. Is I can't remember the character's name, the guy who is he dates Starlight.
Oh, Huey.
Yeah, I would have it where they get some of the stuff that makes people into superheroes,
That's what they did in the
and
comic.
they give it to him, and he gets Homelander's powers.
Yeah, that's what they did in the comic. That's what the comics were. Comics were Huey and them. They take Compound V and then they just kill superheroes bloody. And it's fairly not very good. I've never gotten
I
far into
don't
it.
know that I would do the killing superpowers bloody thing, but like I would have it be where he gets a power and he becomes what Homelander should have been,
They
and
kind of
basically becomes Superman.
they kind of sort of do that with Butcher towards the where he they kind of do a version of what you're talking about in season 5. That's kind of what's happening in season. Not so much with Huey, but with
I wouldn't do it with Butcher. Butcher is Punisher. I would give it to the guy who has been tried to be a genuinely good person so far and give it to him.
They both end up using it, but the conflict of him becoming like Homelander is given to Butcher, but that's because him and Butcher have this character arc of like realizing that they're like Butcher is, as much as he thinks Homelander is the monster, he is also the monster. That it's kind of the idea. That's what they're going
The
for.
only way for me that it would have um the only way for me that you could have had it be where Homelander does not a heel turn,
Face turn.
a face turn, is if in season 2 near the end when the Nazi bitch was trying to influence his son, if he had a moment of clarity where he like turns or snaps or goes face or whatever in order to protect his son.
Well, he's an irritating character where like his character arc gets prolonged over multiple like long seasons of like you're like, okay, I get it. You're not really doing anything with this interesting or kind of, and like yeah, I do think that character when they introduced Soldier
Or that's
Boy,
the other thing I would do is I would the other thing I would do is I would have it be where they train Homelander's son and his like they do like a time jump or whatever, and his son then becomes their Homelander.
I like I it's particularly like, to be fair, I haven't seen season 4, so this is tough for me, and I haven't seen season 5. But in season 3, they kind of set up the idea of like that Soldier Boy might be enough of a threat that he might work with the boys, and there's a lot of, because he's got a lot of fun back and forth moments with the boys where I think, yeah, if you had done like a season 3, because you're never gonna read the comics, so I don't feel bad spoiling this. At the end of the comics, you know the character Black Noir,
Yeah, the one that doesn't talk.
and the one that they killed with the peanuts.
Yeah, the one that doesn't talk.
In the comic book, the reason why he doesn't talk is because towards the end of the comic book, they do the same thing they do in the show where Homelander basically goes crazy and he decides he wants to take over the country. So him and the Supes like just fly into the White. Do you know the bit in was it Suicide Squad where like what would happen if Superman opened up the White House and flew in and just took the president? Yeah, Homelander does that, and he takes over the country. He takes over the president, and he keeps having these moments where like he like eats kids, and like he doesn't. remember.
Homelander eats kids?
Yeah, he eats. Well, he thinks he eats kids, and he doesn't remember
That's
doing
fucked up.
it. And you know how he attacks Butcher's wife.
Yeah.
Well, in the comic book, he doesn't remember doing that, and he does a bunch of really violent shit where he wakes up covered in blood and he doesn't remember doing it, and he starts to go crazy, and it turns out, big spoiler, big twist, that Black Noir is actually a clone of Homelander, and it's actually been him doing it the whole time. And all the bad, crazy shit that Homelander did was actually Black Noir, and he was framing Homelander. Does that sound stupid to you, Jordan?
Yeah, but to be fair, I think the show is stupid too. So
So what I would have considered doing is I would have done a version of that, but instead of it's like he thinks he's done it, where because they as the show goes on, he starts to have this conflict with Stan Edgar about being used, and he has this sort of overarching character arc of he's upset that he was abused and treated like shit by Vought, who just treated him like a product because he is. So if they had done a thing in season 3 where he turns against Vought, and maybe he doesn't necessarily join the boys, but he becomes his own like ambivalent force, and they bring in a Black Noir, and Black Noir is the clone of Homelander, but they don't do all the weird shit they do with him, and then they all have to team up against this new Homelander. That to me would have been at least a little more interesting than like 5 seasons of. I get it, he's Donald Trump. I get it.
I just
he's Donald
don't.
Trump.
I just the Homelander that we have in the show. I just don't see any version of him where he's any sort of good guy.
Yet, you haven't seen a version of him where he's any sort of good guy. Yet.
Yeah, like what I'm saying is what I've seen of him so far. I can't see him in that role.
That's what I'm saying. That's why it would be a. I know I said early on in the show, but that's why I'm saying like a season 3 heel turn. I don't think season 1 or 2 you can get away with it. He's the main bad guy for season 1 and 2. But like in terms of television, by season 3 you need a new bad guy. You need a new villain. And I'm just like,
certainly you need a status quo. So you need someone to come in and join him.
Yeah, because I just well, that's what Soldier Boy does. But I don't know. There's a lot of, to be fair, I'm going off of like.
No, I mean a villain.
Yeah, Soldier Boy's technically the bad guy in season 3. Him and Homelander.
No, but I mean like a really bad villain, like someone worse.
Oh yeah.
Like a super bad guy.
Basically, like, oh, they've been creating a new Homelander because Homelander has become difficult and he's even worse and more crazy. Then they need to team up to fight him, which they don't do. I will just say, spoiler alert, they do none of what I suggest. The last episode sounds kind of bad. But yes, this is to be continued. We're going to come back to this and talk about the rest of the boys and how this series holds up on the whole and whether or not season 5 was good. The thing is, right? I hear season 4 is really, really bad. I haven't seen it. It's part of why I haven't watched it, because I heard it was really bad. It's hard to... the show, just to sum up, is really hard to get into because all the episodes are so long. So it's hard to like knock out a season in a week because it just takes so much time. So I've never finished season 4, but I've heard season 4 is really bad. But season 3 is my favorite season, because Jensen Ackles is just so good as Soldier Boy. So I'm interested to see how this show like, honestly, the thing that made me go, I need to catch up in the show is there was a clip where it was the Jared Padalecki and Misha Collins, and they had come back and they were the boys, and I was like, this is fun. I like this. This looks fun. This I like Supernatural. This is a fun reunion. Maybe I should catch up on this show. So yeah, we're definitely gonna come back to this at a later date, at a later time, at another time. That's not now. That's not now. Next week, Jordan, unless you have anything else you want to say on the boys. The boys.
Don't you forget about me. Don't.
Don't.
No, I have nothing else to say. Nothing else to contribute. I think my final thoughts are, I don't think I'm a fan.
That's fair. I can see why. That's fair. I don't blame you. Honestly, don't blame you. Jordan, next week I'm going to be honest with you. I had a topic. I had a list all prepared, and then Adam agreed to come watch Mortal Kombat 2. So that just completely threw my plan out the window. So now, Jordan, instead of doing what I was going to do, which was Cars, we're gonna put that off until probably the week after that. We're now going to do martial arts and kung fu movies again.
Aww.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
what
Jackie
you're saying
Chan,
is
Bruce Lee.
what you're saying is I need to watch Ip Man 3.
Yes, this would be the time to watch Ip Man 3. I would also encourage you to finish Cobra Kai season 6.
Oh yeah,
You can finally
I
finish that.
forgot about
'Cause
that.
that's gonna be on my list. I'm gonna put that on
You
my list.
told me not to do that so that we could do it next time we did this. I remember that.
And then we'll share that. We'll share it because
We'll share that and a cold drink of Kung Fu.
because we'll have one extra with Mortal Kombat. So that means we'll have one less on the back end, and we'll talk about finally finish. I'll finally get to see how I've seen a few spoilers from season 6 of Cobra Kai because of TikTok, but I've done mostly a good job of not seeing how that show ends. So I'm excited to. That's Kung Fu. Everybody was Kung Fu fighting. Da 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 da. Everyone was fast as lightning. Thank God it was a little bit frightening. Kung Fu, martial arts, karate.
I'm hooked on a feeling.
Well, we might because I remember last time being kind of challenging finding 9. We might be flexible with some of what counts as kung fu or karate. But anyway, that's next week.
Karate.
Oh yeah, probably gonna watch Karate Kid 2. I'm gonna watch that. I'm gonna put that on my list.
So the people
next
can
week.
find me. I do Minecraft Monday.
Jordan, where do you do Minecraft Mondays?
I do Minecraft Mondays on Twitch, Zethgore187. When I'm not doing that, I'm doing this podcast with you. And where can the people find you, Justin?
Well, they can find me on TikTok, Jordan. Justin Spurr. I do political takes on there sometimes. Or you can find the show at Spur of the Moment P, where you get random out of context clips, and I will not go into any more detail than that. You can email the show at itsjustinsbusiness@gmail.com if you want to if you just want chat, or you want us to sell something, or you want to collaborate. I like to collaborate. We can collaborate together. Or,
and Wild Education. Think of the animals.
Think of the animals. Go check out Average Intelligence Podcast this Wednesday. I'm pretty sure it'll be this Wednesday, where we're going to talk about Princess Mononoke. I'm going to have to somehow find time to watch Princess Mononoke.
That's not Kung Fu.
No, it's not. Or it could be. No, it's not. No, I can't. Anyway, the boxes have popped up. The box on the left is last week's episode. Which was Jordan? What was last week's episode? What did we do last week? We did Pick an Actor Redo. We did Jim Carrey versus Robin Williams. That's what we did last week.
That was it.
That's going to pop up on the left-hand side. The right-hand side is going to be a random video that YouTube thinks you're going to enjoy. You got to hit subscribe, guys. You got to hit subscribe because we're almost at 500 subscribers, Jordan. And when we hit 500 subscribers, everyone,
Justin will sell his kidney.
We're gonna drink ginger shots, and it's gonna taste disgusting. Oh, it's gonna be gross. But it's gonna happen at 500. And then once we hit 2,000 watch hours, which is why you should go back and watch the back content, because once that happens, I will eat a habanero pepper live on air.
Didn't the last time you eat peppers almost kill you?
It did. It's gonna be unpleasant, and habanero peppers are especially spicy. So I'm only gonna do it. I've decided I was gonna do it at 500. I know I said I would. I altered the deal, and the deal is now you have to get us monetized. If you want to see me eat a habanero pepper, you will have to get us monetized.
And you will be able to watch it live, and then it will go behind some sort of paywall.
It will, yes. It will be a channel membership video. It'll probably be our first channel membership video, if I'm being honest. But yeah, you gotta get our watch hours up. Go back and watch the other stuff. Like and subscribe and comment. Engage with the content, please. Thank you.
Help us grow our community.
Exactly. But we will see you all next week with a Mortal Kombat 2 review.